Betlong.
What's his role?
He's the GM. Corporate is Linda.
Yeah.
He's the GM for licensing.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, not this computer. Can you go for this computer that's on each other's face? And you want that? I like this way.
Allow them to come into the marquee. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir. Sound check 1 2. Morris. Sound check 1 2 1 2. M46. Is it coming through? Prudence. Sound check. No, you need to restart the OBS.
Yeah, she said it. Honorable members, good morning. Good morning to all the entities that are here. Good morning to the DG of the department, Mr. Mbele. We are proceeding, honorable members, to deal with the annual reports of different entities today. We are going to be dealing with Mintek, Council for Geoscience, State Diamond Trader and South African Diamond and Precious Metals, as well as the Central Energy Fund. On Tuesday, we dealt with the Department, Mine Health and Safety Council, as well as the Auditor General South Africa. There were numerous issues that were highlighted by the AG. Let's pick up from there and be able to engage the entities. It's gonna be a long day. As you know that when CEF is around, it becomes a bit longer. I'm just hoping that this time it's not going to be long, but watching the headlines on South African television, we may take longer even today. I want to welcome everybody to this meeting. We will try to make it shorter, but like you know, members, I never suppress anyone who wants to speak. So it's up to you. It's a Friday, but it's a working day. With that said, Ms. Boss, any apologies?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, and our guest. I've got the following apologies. Honorable Sine, Honorable Zungula, and the Minister, Honorable Mantashe, is out of the country, Chair, and the Deputy Minister is on her way. She will arrive late in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other apology from anyone? So the entities are not going to apologize for the CEOs that are not here. I'm just asking.
Thank you, Chair. We're not aware that we are afforded the opportunity to mix ourselves into the affairs of the committee at this stage. Our CEO, Mr. Cecil Khosa, is out of the country on business with the Minister. Thanks, Chair. Oh, maybe the correction, we are South African Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator. I see in all the documentation, regulator has been removed. Please don't demote us. We are a regulator. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members and colleagues. Chairperson, I know that the CEOs understood that they would have sent their apologies in writing, but as the entities come through, the apologies will be made by the respective chairpersons or the representative.
Okay, thank you very much. I think with that, or those apologies, let's start with the first presentation. We will start with Mintek. Okay, this is going to be the sequence. We're going to start with Mintek, CGS, SDT, SADPMR, and then we will end with Central Energy Fund. Dr. Mutuku, can you take us through?
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, DG. My name is Tibedi Ramunja, the Chairperson of Mintek. I'm here today with the CEO, Dr. Mtuku, the Acting CFO, Ms. Pretorius, and the Group Executive, Ms. Harik. We are pleased to present to you Mintek's annual report for the 2023-2024 financial year. The year under review has been satisfactory, has seen satisfactory performance and improvements in key areas, especially in terms of our research output, our financial performance, and generally the overall management of the organization. With regards to performance, in terms of research output, we have met all publication targets, which is very critical for any science institution. We have to publish in peer-reviewed publications, and we have really done well when it comes to that. While there are challenges, especially relating to continued uncertainty about future research income. If we don't have future research income, it will be difficult for the organization to operate. The organization is financially stable currently, honorable members, and we have shown a modest surplus of 14.9 million, which is an improvement from the previous year. Improvement also occurred with respect to our audit results, as we have achieved a clean audit. I will hand over to the CEO to present the organization's report. Dr. Mtuku.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. I will be presenting Mintek annual report. You will see in our presentation Mintek at 90. Mintek turned 90 years this year in July. I will not be presenting the contribution of Mintek over 90 years, but just for the past financial year. This will be presented later next month, two-day event, technical event, as well as a function where the portfolio committee members are invited to join us in that. The outline of our presentation, we'll just talk briefly about Mintek. And we've done this also when we were asked to present to the committee during the induction. But it's important always to come back to this point, who is Mintek? Then progress on our planned activities, as well as key performance indicators and targets, and just a summary of the overall performance. About Mintek, we are a world-leading mineral and technology organization, and it's important, I'm going to see this in our global footprint, as well as our products and services that have been commissioned globally. What is important is to start here to really indicate our clear mandate, which is to foster the establishment and expansion of industries in the minerals and mining sector. But we do that by performing research to develop technologies, and it's expected of us to transfer those technologies to industry, as well as the services that we develop. In a nutshell, Mintek is a research and technology organization, and that will be reflected on our KPIs. And it's important for me to keep on emphasizing that. I will not spend a lot of time on our values, but it is important for us to highlight that the excellence is at the core of everything that we do. Teamwork, innovation, agility as a research and technology organization. We always say research is a very risky business. 1 out of 10 projects succeed. The failure rate is high, about 10% success rate. And it is important for us to be very agile in the manner in which we do things. Integrity and respect as well. If you want to then understand how we are structured, this, our technical division is not important to focus on this. I will then present these technical divisions along the value chain. Their primary role along the mining and mineral value chain. And the next slide is an attempt to do that. And we often ask, what do you really do and how do you support industry? If you look at it is my left, mineral process and characterization. When we start with mining, you start with exploration. You go and drill and get the core drills, and you want to understand what minerals are there. Then we take those samples, we send them to analytical division to analyze what is in there, the quantities, but also you want to process. You want to understand the mineralogy. You take that to mineralogy division, they do that. With that information, then you can start processing. The first stage of processing is what we call a concentration. When you go to the mines, you go to a concentrator. In this case, we call it the mineral processing division, where we really take the ore, you remove a lot of unwanted part of the ore body. You concentrate it. And there are a lot of technologies that we have developed in that regard to support mining industry, as well as even control system and products, and I'll talk to that. But equally, when you start mining, operating, processing, you still require analytical testing, you still require mineral processing, you still come back to Mintek. In a year, for instance, in analytical testing, we analyze more than 30,000 samples, and we support more than 100, sometimes 200 small, medium, and large corporations, as well as in the mineralogy. So in total, we can, depending on the year, analyze more than 90 to 100,000 samples. That's what it means for us. Then from there, you have the ore. It's concentrated. You want to separate the different elements. Platinum doesn't come alone. It comes with other PGMs, palladium, ruthenium, but also it comes with base metals. Iron ore, you need to separate that. You can either smelt. That's why most ore bodies, for instance, ferrochrome, is married to smelting. That's why they are mostly affected with, will understand this better. Actually, this is the part that I could hand over to you. The impact of that, they cannot do anything else, even platinum. They just have to smelt. But there are other ore bodies like gold. You can use chemicals. This is hydrometallurgy. But other bodies like copper, you can use microorganism, biotechnology. So we have commissioned even plants in Iran on biometallurgy, even in China and South America. So this is core of what we do, extractive metallurgy. And we have developed technologies to that regard. And I'll give an example in a case of metallurgy, where South Africa was not always number one in PGM. Mintek, working with industry, developed technologies and processes to process UG2. By doing that, South Africa overnight became number one on PGM reserves. That's the contribution of Mintek. Equally, when you talk about gold, South Africa was known for gold primarily because of several technologies, but one in particular is carbon in pulp, which is a gold standard even now to process gold. That was done by Mintek in collaboration with industry, and I'm emphasizing in collaboration with industry because it's key for us. Then from there, we develop processes to control the operations. So control system and automation, we have commissioned this in more than 145 mines globally, and I'll show that. Then after you produce a metal, what do you do with it? This is where we have advanced materials and manufacturing. This is where we develop alloys. We develop a range of products that I'll showcase later on. But also we're involved with the end of mine, rehabilitation, closure of holes, and I'll give examples of that. Previously, when we presented to the committee, I gave a comprehensive presentation, more than an hour or more. I will not do that. I'm spending time on this so that when it comes to the KPIs, I'll just say this is a reflection of what I was referring to earlier on. This is our global footprint in terms of, we cover all commodities, but this is just a snapshot. Where you see gold, you can follow. I think that color is gold. I'm colorblind. Ferrous metal, PGMs, this is our global footprint. Now, if you look at our products and services, we operate in more than 45 countries. It's more than that. More than 150 mines globally. Most of the products used in the processing and the measurement of cyanide, because gold processing uses cyanide. We have a product called Cyanoprobe, where we have installed more than 300 Cyanoprobes globally. And it gives a footprint, and that talks to when portfolio committee members see our international travel, is because we are global in nature, and we service these products, as well as we collaborate with partners globally. Progress on planned industry activities. Our key mandate is to support development and inspection of industry. So we have a dedicated focused KPIs on industry development. So we have activities, and I'm going to just give a highlight. When I come to progress, I will not spend time in that. For instance, if you look at ferro iron industry, we have a lot of smelters that have been mothballed, primarily because of electricity supply, but also prices. Most of the smelters, they are not miners, so they buy also chrome, which is the price has been increasing. So we have a dedicated program to support them in terms of efficient mineral processing, but also incorporation of renewables, not as a base load, but sometimes you can harvest that heat, energy to heat, preheat, and that also assists a lot. So in here, we even collaborated globally. We also look at the iron ore. If you look at the top 4 exports commodities, totally close to 80% is coal, iron ore is there, manganese is there, chrome is there. Important. So it is important for us to always be supporting iron industry. They have a lot of fines which are very difficult to process, and we have developed technologies for them to actually reclaim those sterile resources. We call them banded formations. Now also we look at energy storage, and in a manner that we're looking at, if you look at energy storage, battery, they use what you call battery materials. It's precursors. To produce those precursors, they require exceptional purity. That's why many companies, it's a barrier to entry. So we have started with development of technologies in that regard. And I'm happy to announce that Tagadu, for instance, their flow sheet on production of nickel sulfate, it was in collaboration with Mintek. That was developed at Mintek. And we have developed others, vanadium as well, and we're looking at manganese, cobalt, and so forth. Mining utilizes a lot of water and electricity, energy in general, also pollutes. So who are the better people also to look at mine-impacted water solutions? Mintek has a program on that. But also, we were asked much earlier on to look at the new industrial uses for PGMs and gold. To that regard, then, we developed a program, which is a long-running program, to look at how gold is primarily used for jewelry. What other industrial uses? In here, we have developed diagnostic kits like HIV, malaria test kits, COVID test kits, and so forth, using gold nanoparticles. This is value addition. It's in health, but remember, the anchor technology is gold-based, as well as fuel cells. This is utilizing platinum now in fuel cells, and I'll give you an example of that. These are key. We have a lot of industry-facing program in Mintek. It will take the whole day to talk about them. As an example, in here, ferroalloy, we're just showing that we've made some progress in terms of consumption and reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. If you look at iron ore, we have developed a groundbreaking technology. We call it ultra-high density, medium separation, tested, validated, is utilized in the mining industry. That's why I say I will not spend a lot of time explaining them, but the message is we do have technologies that have already been tested and used in industry. Energy storage, as I've indicated, here the primary aim for us is you mine, what can you do? After mining, having all those metals, the first stage of beneficiation in battery storage is produce precursor materials. Here, we've done a lot of work on nickel, cobalt, manganese, and I've indicated that nickel sulfate, we even have a plant in South Africa to that effect. This is an example of working with industry together, Technology Innovation Agency, the MOS Group, University of Pretoria, where we've used microorganisms to clean water. And this plant is in Malahleni, currently being piloted. And the beauty about this technology, there are no moving parts. You use microorganism, bacteria. And what you feed it, I'm sometimes reluctant to say, you can feed them anything. Even waste from slaughterhouses, processing plants like blood. And we use this water, then attached to this is a crop production program, and this is spearheaded by University of Pretoria. In addition to that, we have other technologies where we can clean even water using ultra-membrane filtration, and that's what we're showing on the right. And this technology is being demonstrated in Limpopo, in a facility in Limpopo. Now, when it comes to fuel cells, the main ingredient in fuel cell is platinum. So what you are looking there, yes, platinum doesn't look black, but because it's supported by graphite, that's why it looks black. So that's platinum. That's at the engine of a fuel cell. Then you take that platinum, then you make a membrane. And you put those membranes together, you become a stack. And that's what we're showing here. That's basically the engine of a fuel cell. So Mintek has been supported by the department as well as Department of Science and Innovation, former DST, since 2006 to develop this capability for the country. Currently, we are building scaling up facility at Mintek to produce this at scale. Most of our catalysts, actually, they are commercial. If you visit Mintek, there's a fuel cell, big fuel cell. In that fuel cell, the catalysts that are used are Mintek catalysts. So we're working with industry to commercialize our technologies. Unfortunately, this process really takes long and is very, very expensive. And that's why it has been taking us long and longer. But the technology, we do have a lot of IP in this regard. Very competitive space, I must say, committee members. The next one is HIV diagnostic. We have presented this a lot to the committee. What I'll be able to share is that our HIV test kit, this one in particular, has gone through all the stages of testing and validation and clinical trials. Early this year, January, February, more than 2,000 patients participated in our clinical trials. It has passed all validation stages. Right now, we are currently registering this with World Health Organization because the target market for us is local but also global. A lot of entities in the rest of Africa are WHO funded, and the requirements to supply, you need to be registered with WHO. So we're just going through regulatory processes. Now, progress on planned research, as I've indicated, our core business is research, technology development. We are very innovative in focus. So we do have research-focused programs. The first one that we've been requested to address also by the mining sector. Mining sector is not investing in research. Actually, the investment in research globally has been declining. What they are doing, they are sweating their assets. So they are looking for efficiency improvements. So that's what we're doing. But in certain processes, if you talk about refinery of PGMs, you're at the 99%, 99.9%. So there's nothing more you can do except those incremental, step incremental improvements. Then also, if you look at certain commodities, people are revisiting waste dumps, or they are looking at secondary materials. If you look at fly ash, we produce tons of millions per year, but in that fly ash, we have rare earth elements, which it was uneconomical many years ago to look at recovery of rare earth from fly ash. Because of the demand and the geopolitics with China, people are looking everywhere. India has already started major program, US, on revisiting fly ash to extract rare earth elements. So we have submitted a major program also to Government National Treasury. We're engaging with ESCOM to look at that. But we are looking at others, gold, the copper, and so forth. Industry 4.0 is just a buzzword, but to say we are in there in a lot of programs. If you look at our instruments and process control, actually during COVID, Mintek was operational. We commissioned some of our control system in Rustenburg operating in Brazil. We didn't have to travel. Just illustrate that we are there. Beneficiation is very important for us. We have a lot of programs in there. Now, I'm just illustrating one example here. This is where we're supporting 3D printing. And this is a first acquisition in Africa of amazement. It's a 3D printing. If you look at what is the emerging technology now, it's additive manufacturing. If you look at the cost of titanium, titanium is very expensive. Not that it is expensive. The process of titanium is very wasteful. You start with titanium, you can generate as much as 90 to 95% waste. And that's where the costs come in, because you machine it. With additive 3D printing, is the reverse. Less than 5% waste. And Mintek is entering this space to particularly support niche application. If you're going to produce rings, for instance, platinum, you cannot afford to waste it. And you are able also to produce complex and intricate parts. So we do have partners here, even the mining sector, as part of this program. Here is an efficiency. We use mills in the processing of minerals, also very inefficient. So Mintek has embarked on a process now to use autogenous grinding, where we just use the material to grind itself. And we have also modules, very efficient processing flow sheets, and Mintek is contributing a lot in supporting industry in this case. This can even result into 30% energy saving, and we have demonstrated that. Very strong on supporting industry in terms of characterization, state-of-the-art facilities. This is one of the most expensive infrastructure. To just buy an instrument here can cost as much as 14 to 15 million, and we need about 6, 7 of this in different formations. This was showing also investment in terms of water recycling at Mintek to support industry. What is important also is not only the numbers, it's the quality of what we do. Most of the methods that we use are accredited by SANAS. Accreditation means higher standard of quality, accuracy. But also our facilities, it is important for them to be accredited, and I'll show that, the importance of that. I've indicated that we support the department in terms of rehabilitation. In this particular case, it's asbestos mines. That's the contract we have with the department. And most of these mines, asbestos, are located in Limpopo, but we do have some very small in the Northern Cape. So we work in the 2 provinces. This was showing is when we start and when we finish rehabilitated area. The challenge here is that most of these areas are not accessible. So we spend a lot of money reconstructing access to these mountainous areas. Most of these are in mountains. And also we seal holings. We don't want to talk a lot about it because this holings is zamazamas, and we don't want to associate Mintek because we get attacked. So in most cases, it's not that we don't want to talk about it, but we need to go there and seal these holes. And most of our money actually goes to security because of most of the areas that are remaining for us to seal are really in very intense crime and very dangerous. If you go to Ikuruleni, we are called in there. We still go there because we have subs, but also we have private security to be able to do that. We also have a program supporting artisanal and small-scale mining, and we provide training across. But also we have a dedicated program to support women in mining. To that effect, we have trained more than 200 women across the provinces. But also, it is important that we support these artisanal and small-scale miners. In here, the Egoli process, gold processing, you use mercury. Mercury is very toxic. So we develop a technology, we call it Egoli. It uses household detergents. Use chlorine, bleach, sugar. Trust me, it works. 99.9% we produce gold. So we have demonstrated this with a company also in Malahleni. And this process has been tested, validated, even supporting artisanal small-scale mining. The rest of Africa is mostly artisanal, the mining. So this is ideal for them. We have 7 technologies that we have transferred in the year under review to industry. Now specifically talking to our KPIs and our target. It is important to paint the picture. Here is just the numbers, and the numbers speak for themselves. I will not be able to, I cannot say much, but we have 5 strategic objectives, and the chairperson indicated there. The first one, we need to track our outputs from research. It's important to do that, both the quantity and the quality, but also we need KPIs related to our activities in supporting industry. That's number 2. But everything that we are talking about is done by people. Research is done by researchers, scientists, engineers. You need to make sure that you track whether you have a capable workforce to be able to deliver on that. Then infrastructure, most importantly, financial sustainability. This is when you read our presentation. We just want to have a picture at a glance, Mintek, but I'll go through each one of them in the next few slides. Conduct relevant. Most here were saying relevant, applied. We distinguish ourselves from universities. They focus a lot on fundamental research. Ours is applied. But we work very closely with higher education institutions. So our outputs, there are many ways you can measure the outputs of research. Most notably used is journal articles, conference papers, patents, invention disclosures, trademarks. So we selected key ones. Taken together, they'll give you 90 to 100% picture of your capabilities in research. But we added the second dimension. We said refereed, meaning that they have been peer-reviewed. Refereed now talking to quality. If you look at our annual target of 45, we're at 67. And we'll explain why we are moving from 2019, we're much lower, and we keep on increasing. This is a result of investment in human capital development. And I'll talk to that when we look at those KPIs. Referee papers, 50. And for this to happen, people have to travel, attend conferences locally and internationally. What is important also is to disseminate the knowledge. We are creators of knowledge and users of knowledge. So we do that by writing chapters in books and even writing our own books. Invention disclosures is a first step after you do research and say, this might work. So we disclose that with NIPMO under DSI because we need to protect our IP. This is a first step before you then lodge a patent. It's important. Then when you have a product that you want to enter the market, you can trademark it. And we've had a lot of cases about trademark. This is my name. This is not my name. This is what it means. For us, as soon as we get a picture that this will be commercial, we then have a trademark and we use that. We have a lot of this. So this talks to our products. Then you can see we've met all our performance targets. I might hasten to say that all these strategic objectives are weighted. Okay, so this is just pure numbers, 100%. If you look at then what it means is that outputs exceeded target scientific and technical by 49%. Now, I will show later on this issue of impact factor. Many people publish, and when you ask where do you publish, the predatory journals where you have authors 100 and 2,000, or a journal that nobody knows about it. Journals have rankings. When it's 1, we know it's a low-level journal. When the impact factor is starting to be 7, 8, and above 2-digit, you know that this is quality. Mintek, for the first time in many years, we published in an impact factor of 26. This quarter, quarter 3 that we are in, impact factor of 16, which is high, and we'll show that. Published 17 book chapters, exceeding the annual target of the 142. To show where we publish energy storage, pharmaceutical because of test kits, environment because of some of those programs. And you can look at the quality of where we publish. Impact factor 9, 9, 8, 6.2. If we look at 3, 4 years ago, we used to publish in impact factor 2, 3. So our quality, because of investment in human capital, is starting to bear fruit. And this is the testimony to that. This is the book that we published. But also, if you look at book chapters, where are these? You can see rare earth metal, interest in rare earth. Mintek has huge program on rare earth, extraction of rare earth, working with Steenkamp Skral. But also, if you look at some of our deposits, monazite, where people used to also produce fertilizers, they have rare earth elements in there. So that's why we're developing technologies. Waste, energy, just to show a few. Now, if you go to industry now, we look at the KPIs. You do research, you have patents, but you need to develop products. You need to develop processes. You need to develop methods. You need to take your know-how and turn it into services. And you start to talk about commercialization because we offer those services to earn income. And we track every year. But this you might track it because it goes through certain stages of development. We call them technology readiness level, from 4 to 5 to 6. So here we're just showing the pipeline, but in a greater detail, we can show you even how close some of these are closer to commercialization. Income from sale of product services, we started modestly 3 years back, 100 million, and this has been a very successful year for us, close to 400 million of sales of products and services. Number certified reference materials. When you do quality check and quality assurance, you need a reference. It could be a standard, it could be a material. So Mintek is producing gold standards, and reference materials, we produce them. But for us also to increase on the quality, I'll talk later. For the first time in the history of Mintek, we have our facility been also certified. Number of accredited methods, because accreditation talks to quality, so we track that as a measure of quality. That's why I indicated we measure quantity as well as quality. Excellence has a name, quality has a name. We have managed to reach our revenue target, particularly because of this notable achievement on the sale of products and services, surpassing it by more than 77%, but equally in terms of our pipeline for technologies by 87%. We have been supported by a capable Mintek Office of Technology Transfer. This is a new office that has been established to look at the quality, to make sure that also assist in commercialization of our technologies. This is important for us, and I always say, if you ask me, you give me a call 3 a.m., I don't advise that, but if it don't happen and say, what keeps you awake at night, I'll say is this. It's because of the people who do the work. It's not only the people, it's the quality of the people. And I'll spend a few minutes here to indicate that. SAD, we mean science, engineering, and technology. We mean in research cohort. So we're at 250. The rest of Mintek were 583 staff complement. But this is the engine. But the engine also has different levels of expertise and skills. We track, it is important, in the science space we struggle with females. So we track that as a KPI. Here we're showing numbers, and I'll show percentages of the same slide later on. When you start to play with percentages, you'll see that in some areas we did not achieve our targets because the denominator has increased. But when you show the raw numbers, sometimes, yes. Now, when you look at what we track, our researchers with doctoral degrees were at 86, and I'll show the percentages what it means. Mintek, a few years ago, we increased the minimum entry requirements to be a researcher at Mintek. It's a master's degree. But also we encourage people to upgrade their qualifications. We have a lot of Mintek employees studying to get their doctoral degrees, master's degrees. And when they enter the market, these are the grades. AO1, AO3 is an entry-level grade, but they have PhDs. You can see there the numbers. But the engine, when you start to be productive in research, is SP, and the most leading people are MP and SE. And these two grades, this is where we struggle the most, meaning that you need to grow your own timber. You need to have a robust pipeline, and you need to have a mechanism for people to develop within the organization. But also, we are not shy to indicate that Mintek, we need also to transform. So we track that. What does it mean in terms of percentages? Percentage female, 46, missed that a little bit. 47 was a target, we're at 46. Percent of staff with doctoral degrees is 35. When we started, we were much lower, depending on which number to use, around the 7, overall was 11. Our peers, on average, they were sitting at 46. We did the benchmarking. But top institutions, they were sitting at 70%. If you go to the Asian countries, Taiwan, South Korea, they are sitting at 70, 80% PhDs. And for us to be competitive, the products are the same globally. And that's why the decision was taken to make sure that this becomes a most important KPI. And for us, our target was 45% for 2030. We're en route to surpass that. We're going to keep on to making sure that we're competitive. But also to have a robust pipeline, AO1, AO3, you can see 62%, but the intention is to grow the SP and the MP and SE. This is the engine now. This is professorial. This is our national and internationally renowned. This is the key for us. And that's why we have a robust pipeline to be able to do that. But it's important when you look at sometimes a transformation and diversity. At this level, that's why we struggle, because we don't focus on quality early on, and the pipeline is quality from the beginning. And that's why we've taken this view. This is where we are. Now, if you look at the workforce, we were partially also helped by what is happening in the mining industry, all these retrenchments and availability of quality researchers. And we have been struggling. We were succeeding in terms of people with qualifications, but we are struggling with a combination of experience and qualifications. That's a struggle. Most in mining qualification is entry, but most of them experience without the qualification to do research. Research, you start doing research at master's and PhD. Undergrad, there's no research. Even some masters, really, the mastery of the subject matter doesn't exist. That's why they focus on PhD for us. Then we develop postdoctoral programs. You'll be surprised how many people in science, particularly engineering, you're not going to get somebody with a PhD unemployed in engineering, but you get a lot in science, chemistry a lot, analytical chemistry. So we have a postdoctoral program where we take some, they're still doing postdoc with other universities, they come to us. So we have about 20 of these postdoctoral. These are people with PhDs. We hired them on contracts, 3-year contracts. When they're ready, we can sue. It's a pipeline. So that's why you are starting to see our set numbers increasing, because we've been absorbing some of this. And also we track 46 fellows, 90% African, 40% female, because also it is important to make sure that we do focus on diversity, gender, representativity. If you look at our bursary program, we encourage people to study. On set, we have 68 employees being supported. In total, I think it's 90. even when you include the divisions like HR, finance, and other support study. And they've been contributing also to the higher percentage of higher qualifications. We said the Mintek is 90 years old. It's a good story, but also we know with age, we build wisdom, but also, hey, you need the maintenance. So physical infrastructure for us, actually we need to recapitalize Mintek. Mintek hasn't been fully recapitalized. We do invest. This is not adequate for us to really maintain the standard that is required. We invest in human capital, 11 million, but also we need to create a healthy and safe working environment. So lost time injury frequency rate, it should be less than 1, with 0.4. The lesser the number, it means you are doing well. Client satisfaction rate, also after each work, we send a questionnaire to clients to rate our services. Those who respond, in most cases they do, we are sitting at 95% the satisfaction rate, which is commendable. Accredited facilities, we are starting to increase that number slowly, but also we keep our ISO accreditation. AM means accreditation maintained, and then when we set a target, we set the target to maintain the accreditation. It's also a process. You lose it if you don't maintain it. This is important, and this talks to quality. I just spent a few minutes on this. Mintek established 1934. Reference material ISO committee was established 1975. 1974, if you look there, the first South African reference material, it was on granite. Established. Mintek was a party to that. Then the certificate of analysis from 1974, is it 50 years later? In 2024, for the first time, Mintek receives a certificate of analysis. That talks to quality, infrastructure. People now know. But now, you go 2024 again, a major achievement for Mintek. Having this accreditation, RMP 0018, is important. That's the ultimate you can get in terms of being recognized to have the highest quality. Talks quality to Mintek. In addition to that, when you get results from Mintek, there's what you call technical signatories. Those are the people who can stand in court and say, I can testify to those results. That talks to quality. We have 19 of these technical signatories at Mintek, and the intention is to grow and to grow that. Here we're just illustrating quality, and those are the reference material. Each time we produce a reference material, that alone it means $500,000 to $1 million into the revenue of Mintek if we sell them. So that's how we diversify our revenue streams. To the financials, we leave this late because if the foundation is not right, if you are not doing the right things, if you are not doing things right, you can forget financial sustainability. So it becomes a consequence of having the right inputs, right processes, doing things right, doing the right things. So the numbers in most cases will speak for themselves, but sometimes it's not always the case. So in this particular year, we can say number speaks for themselves. When it talks to total income, we exceeded our target, not the results, but we fell short on our contract R&D income, but it was complemented by exceptional performance on the sales of products and services. BE spent, and the chairperson indicated the clean audit. Budget surpassed by over 30%. Our expert products and services exceeded by 700. I will hasten to say, since there's been many challenges in the mining sector. We've seen demerging of Anglo. We've seen shafts being mothballed. We've seen the retrenchment from the coal sector already, gold production declining. So we're going to be facing a very tough year. This is our story, and for now, we will be sticking to the story, committee members. Thank you.
thought when I handed over to the chair will bring it back, but it's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think we have come to the end of the presentation. We'll open to questions. Thank you.
Honorable members, that is the presentation from Mintek. Any take, questions, discussions? Honorable Silepe, Honorable Molefe, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Lorima, Honorable Ntlangwini, Honorable Mufukeng, Honorable Toteti, and Honorable Hassan, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greeting to the House. GG. Yeah, I've got some few questions. One, I'd like to welcome the presentation. Yeah, my first question is that what are the Mintek strategies priority for upcoming year? 2, how will Mintek address emerging trends and challenges in the mining industry? Then the other question, do Mintek have any collaboration with other organizations like universities and industry partners? And then prior 2024, who was doing the analysis certification of your analysis, and if there was any company, it was an outsourced company or it was the collaboration? And then the last one, Mintek, I think 2015, if my memory serves me, 2015, 2016, you had a project of jewelry at Emalahleni, I think under the extractor. You were doing that project there, and then it seems like you've wasted money because the team that you brought into that project of jewelry, then there's nothing you did after then. There was no post, follow up that what's happening with those ladies that were in that participating in that project, because they were doing very well. They are able to do the necklace, the rings, everything, but seems there's nothing happened after that. I don't know whether the budget, you only just throw it away by giving someone skill and then you don't do the follow-up. What is it happening with them after you've given them that particular skill? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the Mintek for the comprehensive presentation. For the last 30 years, we've been talking about beneficiation in mining. So my question is, would you say that we have made progress with beneficiation? I mean, it's something that government policies have always said we must not extract and export minerals, we must beneficiate. But is it really happening, and why, if it is not happening, why is it not happening? The second question is the development of mining equipment, because South Africa has quite an extensive mining industry, but I believe that we import a lot of the equipment that we use for mining. Why are we not developing an industry that supplies equipment for mining? The third one is the research and development. I see that the targeted journal articles is 45, although the actual was 61 and 69 in the previous years and 67 in 23-24. So I suspect that the target is a bit low because in the past you've achieved in excess of 60 articles. In any way, you have over 87, I think it's 86 postdoctoral, doctoral researchers, postdoctoral researchers at Mintek. So with 86 researchers, I would imagine if you said at least one of them must produce one journal article per annum, it is at least 86 articles. But also, with the articles at 61, 69 and the target at 45, your R&D income is below target. So it actually goes to the other targets for research and development that you have, because I think that you're not stretching yourselves, that you have exceeded these targets before, and that you set the targets below what you have achieved in the past. For example, the number of books at 1, the number of patents at 1. I think that with 87 postdoctoral researchers, we should try to push the patents and innovation much more than where we are setting ourselves. And then finally, I just want to write on the question of collaboration that my colleague has raised. Collaboration, especially with the traditional black universities in South Africa, TEFLUOP, University of the North, Ngoye, Venda, and so on, to try and improve the standard of the teaching of science in those universities, but also making sure that we can cultivate from those. The only university that I had you mention in the whole presentation that you have collaboration with is University of Pretoria. And I didn't seem to get a sense that other than with the University of Pretoria, and I presume it's because of proximity to the capital, that you have any other collaboration with the other universities around science. Thank you, Chair. Oh yeah, and also collaboration with universities on the African continent that are outside South Africa, but on the African continent, as well as Mintek-like organizations on the continent, on the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me relay my greetings to the room. Let me first congratulate Mintek on the good financial results that they've achieved. I think it's commendable. Maybe my first question is with regards to the journal publications. I see on your website you have a few, but I wanted to know if it's possible to access all of them, because, you know, journal articles have subscription fees, and if we want to access those publications, if it would be possible for members of this committee to be able to access those publications. And then my other question is, why is it that there's a high SCT staff turnover? Is it maybe poaching, or maybe is the payment not as competitive as industry? And then the other one is with regards to tank bioleaching. I wanted to know, with regards to that technology, are there any improvements that will rival traditional smelting, and maybe technology that would be commercially viable? Because I do think smelter prices are more competitive, unless you're looking at, you know, problematic contaminants like your arsenic. And then the other one, initially I had a question with regards to the journal articles published with regards to the impact factor, but I think you answered that question quite well with journal articles that you're publishing in. I think they have a decent impact factor, and I think that is very important in evaluating the quality of the publication. So I think that is also commendable as well. I know how hard it is to try and get published in a decent journal with a decent impact factor. Thank you. That will be all from my side, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. Good to see Mintek back and with such a stellar report. Well done. Just one question about your Egoli gold extraction technology. It sounds very low tech. Is it still intellectual property, or is it something that you're going to release widely to everybody? I'm thinking particularly of the, shall we say, artisanal mining sector who could benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings everyone, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, a good financial report is not an indication also that maybe perhaps, I don't know how to phrase it, that you have achieved everything that you needed to achieve. Yes, you may have spent all the money and you have complied with how the money needs to be spent, but the actual services on the ground, it's what we as politicians are also looking at, because you may have spent and your financial records can be good per se, but on the ground, things are not happening. So one of my first questions to Mintek, because I've seen nowhere in your presentation you speak about the good work that you are doing in developing technologies for mines and all of that. What technologies are you developing to ensure that where these mining houses are mining, the communities surrounding in that area are not, their health are not too much affected by the products and things that they are using. And I'm going to use this case study yet again, like in Port Elizabeth. There's a huge, they are transporting, manganese trucks, and they have a huge dust compositive, or I don't know what is the science word for it, and that can have a huge health effect on the communities there. Are you doing research work with where these mining houses are, that our communities are not affected? Because I can see that you are doing excellent work with machinery and all of that, but nowhere I hear how you as Mintek are taking care of the environment besides the asbestos mining sealing that you are doing. And talking to the asbestos sealing of mines, are those the only mines or that you are busy sealing or for the department? Or is there others that you are also sealing, and how many are there of those mines that you are busy with the sealing of those mines? And as my colleague have asked, what is your monitoring aspects in terms of monitoring and re-evaluating yet again that those mines remain sealed and they are not environmental hazard for communities living in those areas? Then, on the issue of the staffing component, I see you have much more males in compare to females. What is your plan in attracting, and also the scientists that you are having within Mintek is to keep those skills within the country?
Then maybe perhaps on my last one, you speak about the HIV tests that you are developing and all of those work that you are doing, and maybe perhaps to those goes to the DG, perhaps of minerals. Why are they not getting maybe perhaps more assistance so those things are getting accredited and it can be used in other departments and so forth? So, and also, is your budget enough? Do you have enough money to do research work for the country? Because you are saying to us you have spent all of your money, but is that budget enough, and do you have enough resources for all of the challenges? And then the last one, Chair, is on the one of the machinery yet again, that you are developing and your research developing a mechanism. We have got a report earlier this week from the department in terms of the safety within mines and so forth. And one was also alluded to PPEs of women. One was also alluded to when somebody get lost within the mine, it takes time to find them within these areas. Have you done work, and I see you put Barberton on here, that you have done work and research work within Barberton, and I will per se and I will use maybe perhaps the Lillian mine situation because it is within Barberton. Have you done or do research work in terms of machinery, because it seems you say to us you are developing beautiful machinery. What machinery can we use to let us strap those 3 mine workers? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the House. Let me also welcome the presentation from Mintek. I have only one question, Chairperson. On contract research and development, you fell short in your targets but didn't explain. I would like to get an explanation from Mintek. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the room. Chair, I've noted that you have decried a problem of experience and qualifications. Those who are qualified would not have the necessary experience. Now, in terms of the ones holding doctoral degrees and master's degrees in whatever field, what is the average age? You can categorize them, average age in those holding doctorate degrees and then average age in those who are having masters, because we could be looking at the numbers only to find that we have people who will be out of the system in no time because of age, and that may have an impact on the consistency of the institution in giving us qualitative output. And also the Honorable raised the other issue which I would have wanted to raise in terms of their remuneration. Is it market price related? Because, I mean, you would have also indicated that you touch base on the global space. If these people are not thoroughly paid, you might be exposing them to being taken by other people out there. The other thing is that you are a 90 years old institution. You have seen the rains, the storms, whatever weather patterns of South Africa in terms of social relations. What is the structure and outlook of your management? Do we have the demographics? Do you attend to demographics of the country? Do we have representations? I tried to check if there is anything like that in the report. I don't see it. I just saw the structure of your institution, which does not necessarily give us a sense. So perhaps you might want to give us a sense in as far as that is concerned. Now, this might not necessarily be in your mandate, but I'll take advantage that the DG is here. There are two issues which I would want to raise in that regard. You see, mines utilize water, and it's there in the report. It utilizes a lot of water. Now, South African citizens have a problem of water. Now, since these mines utilize clean water, have you been able to, maybe the DG might respond to this, why can't we put this entity permanently as an entity which will then purify water so that mines can then redirect clean water to the use of citizens of South Africa, because that's the problem we have in the country. You may just want to comment on that, perhaps with the DG. Also, in as far as the span of these minerals are concerned, have you profiled the span of these minerals, particularly in areas where mining is the backbone of the economic viability, and whether you have been able to give that guidance to the department so that we are able to know? Again, this is what the DG might want to give a shared response to together with yourselves, so that when you have a situation whereby this mineral resources deplete in no time, at least we have a comprehensive guidance on how do we then build secondary economy in those areas. I would have said that this might not be in your mandate, but do you have such happening within your institutions? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the presentation. I'm going to follow on the matter of water, because that was actually the big thing I wanted to talk about. Starting, of course, from the mine effluent water and the wastewater treatment. I'm very interested to know, and I suppose this applies also for the water recycling plant, but generally speaking, does Mintek work with the Department of Water and Sanitation? Is there some sort of an MOU there? And quite rightly so, as it's been characterized, it is a big problem. I think in Gauteng we are nearing a point where, I mean, not to cause alarm, but we are nearing some, critically low levels of water. And we know we've seen that in the Western Cape. And the point is, we come from an incredibly resource scarce in terms of water country. So it is a very big cause for concern, and I'm very interested in some of the work that's already being done in the recycling process. So we know you've put that 25 million water reticulation system. Where is it? How is it functioning? Is there potential for scale? Because one thing that we've also seen is that municipalities are extremely overwhelmed. And if Mintek can help close the gap there in terms of water issues, I think that will help a lot in terms of that innovation. My second point also is around revenue, and maybe Honourable Molefe also has hit the nail on its head. I think it's a good thing, very much a good thing, to exceed targets. And we must reward ourselves when we do exceed targets by setting the bar higher. Right, it's a good thing. We want to have entities who say, wow, we did well in this financial year. Next year, let's do even better. And related to that is the potential to generate more income. And it's a good conversation to have because so often we have entities sitting on your side of the room where it's the very opposite. So if there's potential, as you said, and you've written in the reports here around services and expertise that's been provided, but I'm very interested in how we keep that going and how we expatiate on it, because we need to continue having a situation where the funding you have is used for your projects at scale. So you mustn't be reliant on the fiscus or national treasury, because we know we're going through quite a difficult period there. So I'm just interested in those issues. And then my last question was around collaboration with DHET. Yes, for the expertise issues that have been asked, but also there's space here to identify some of the top master students and PhD students in the country who may not already be involved with Mintek, but this is an opportunity for Mintek to say to the department, let us know so we can approach not only the universities but these students. And in so doing, you create a pool of, in theory, very, very good talent who you get first pick of. Of course, there's other issues on the finances and meeting the salary requirements, all of that, but it's always good to give a first, I would say, point, right? So that when we're looking at this thing of like graduate unemployment, etc., in fact, graduates in this sector need to be like, Mintek's my first place to look. So I'm interested in that as well. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. There's a reason why Honorable Lorima asked one question. And there's absolutely a reason why I won't ask a question, because we understand where Mintek comes from and where it's going and why it's here. Except to commend the work that you have done, wonderful work. I think I owe it to members to take them to your facilities to see the good work that you are doing for themselves, and maybe show some appreciation of what you are doing practically. They have a first-hand feel of what you are doing. But I'm very glad that they are asking these important questions that they have asked. Please give them a comprehensive response, so that when they come to your facilities also, they put practicality to the theory you have presented today. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I will start with the one of what is Mintek's strategy for the upcoming year. We have developed a 2030 strategy, which the board has looked at, approved it, is there. We're working towards that. We've analyzed our challenges, we've analyzed risk, which we actually do on annual basis. In fact, in November, we're going to have 2 sessions. One session will be looking at the 5-year strategy. We're going to look at our 2030 strategy and say, okay, what have we done? What have we achieved? Now, for the next 5 years, now let's look at the strategy and refine it. The CEO will be presenting that to a special board meeting. After that, we're going to look at the coming year strategy. There's also a date set for that. We will come to the members and present that strategy for the coming year, for the annual year strategy. So there is actually a foundation of where we are going. The map is there. The board is on top of that process. We will brief you on what we'll be delivering in the coming year. And in fact, even the issues of the targets, we'll be looking at them and we'll come and present them to honorable members. Now, challenges in the mining industry. Well, if you look at the mining industry per se, there are multiple challenges, and also it depends on the commodity which we are looking at. Let's look at our gold mining industry. the gold mining industry is having challenges in that our ore resources, our resources, our reserves are deep. We have got the deepest mine in the world, the Boning mine. It's just close to 4 kilometers. Okay? Now, to go and put people there, it takes a lot. It's hot underground. People must travel to the working phases. It takes time. That is why we're experiencing challenges in the gold mining industry. But we still have the largest resources of gold. It's very important. Resources, the gold is still there. What needs to be done as a country is to put research on how to extract that gold under those difficult conditions. And that's where Mintek will be looking at some of those issues. How can we extract gold at 4 kilometers depth? No country is doing it. It's only South Africa which is doing that. So that's one of the areas which we're facing. The coal mining industry, what are the challenges? We all know that there are these issues of transition. It's a challenge, whether you like it or not. Transition, the green transition, it's a challenge. So we have to look at it as a country. It needs all stakeholders to look at it and say, how do we make that transition just, if that's the way we are going? And it's a big challenge for the country. Now we go to the platinum mining industry. What is the challenges there? Also, the issue of substitution can come in there, whereby people are now looking at the battery-driven vehicles, because they will not require platinum, okay? And that is why one of the research which we are working on, which the CEO presented there, of fuel cell, to see how we can utilize platinum in other areas. It's a very important. So when you look at mining, you must look at the entire value chain and say, as a country, we can't just say we're mining. We must actually look at the market. What is happening in that environment? I always say it's competition which is happening there. We talked about rehabilitation of asbestos mines. Asbestos was a valuable mineral at some point, but it is no longer. It has been substituted by other commodities. So our platinum, we have got the largest platinum reserves in the world, but there are challenges. What happens if people move into electric vehicles? We will experience challenges. There will be a demand decline in terms of platinum. So we have got to also work in terms of developing that market together with the industry. Also looking at other usages of platinum is so important. So it's in fact, it's a session which we can come to members and actually discuss it and present it to you, if that's that. Because you need to look at it, look at the mining industry from a strategic point. The CEO talked about rare earth metals, okay? They're very important. And geopolitics come on board there, because countries like China, they're dominating the market. But fortunately, we are part of the BRICS. We can work with them to actually work in terms of rare earth metals. In terms of prior to 2024, who was doing the certification? I will leave this to the CEO to answer that. And also the jewelry issue, where we had the project. What has happened to the jewelry project?
It's a question on collaboration and who is doing the analysis and the jewelry, and the remaining questions. We do collaborate with industry a lot. It's just that I did not mention companies by name, but I gave a general introduction to say most of our technologies were successful and they have an uptake because we work with industry. If we don't do that, we'll be like universities where we do research for the sake of research. So it's a given. Whole lot of collaboration. Just that we mentioned one for the period under review, that Tungela, but we work with a lot of industrial players, both locally and internationally. Give an example that we work with Steenkamp, we're supporting them to really get into production on rare earth elements. The list goes on and on. Higher education institutions, we work with all of them. Actually, most of our senior researchers have dual appointments with universities. University of Venda, Limpopo. Fort Hare, we don't have a joint appointment, but we do work with them. We do work with Northwest. University of Limpopo is known for modeling and simulation, Dr. Putumap. Most of his students actually are at Mintek, spearheading the work of modeling and simulation. So we do work with them without, yes, we're not compromising when it comes to that. We do have a lot of joint projects. Actually, most of the students, because you look at universities, they don't have, also in certain areas, we struggle with mentorship capacity. So we have a lot of joint supervision of students with our most senior people at Mintek. So we will not be able to do this work. We even have certain projects that are housed at different universities because fundamental research is our input into applied research. But if you're going to do fundamental applied, we have finite capacity and Mintek to do that. But also, I spoke about energy efficiency. Some of our biggest programs on energy efficiency, especially for mineral processing, strangely enough, come from EU-funded projects. Not locally EU-funded on research. And also the expertise that exists, because there's no mining major. Mintek is at the center of those technological innovations. Who was doing analysis? Analysis is a service that is offered by many companies. We have competitors. It's not unique to Mintek. It's a space that we're entering, but our differentiation for us is quality that we offer to attract. If you look at the biggest challenge in the rest of Africa, where you have Chinese companies, Australian companies, that analysis, they ship it out to China or Australia, or in some instances, they set up some small operation to do just a rough analysis. And we need to watch that space because it will slowly move in there. It's good for people to come here, but we also need to look at their modus operandi, what they do. French, that's what they did. And where they operated, the analysis, and this is your first indication of potential of the minerals. They don't leave that data in those countries. It goes out, and CGS complain about this all the time. That is the only country that we don't focus on owning. They're supposed to report the results of the drilling and stuff like that. It doesn't happen in South Africa. I'm sorry, I know CGS is coming, so they'll talk to that. Actually, that question also is directed to CGS. Please, let's repeat it again to CGS. They've taken note. Jewelry project. On this one, I need to come back to you because I need to get the specifics on it. But if I need to answer it generically, we are supported by Mining Qualification Authority to do training, and that's specifically that training. We do that. In certain programs, we do submit proposals to mining houses to do community-based economic development. We might set up a cooperative, so we train you, we buy equipment, we incubate you to support you with business development. So it does have, in this particular one, I don't have the details to say what was the intention of that. In some cases, we just offer training because people are saying we're in mining, but we need further understanding of the complexities of the mining. So that intervention will be primarily limited to providing training. It's not that we're abandoning. So there are different programs that we undertake. So I need to come back to that specific one, Chair, if you may allow me. So that will be the first batch. Then the second one will be the one that the Molefe. So we're going to the second one.
Yeah.
If we're completing.
Okay.
Okay.
Beneficiation.
Beneficiation. I have to start with the first one, but it's the most difficult one. Why did you start with that one? It's the most difficult one, and I've been thinking how best to respond to this, and whether we've made it progress, why is it not happening? And there are various stages of beneficiation. If we just look at mining, the mere fact that you take a rock and you produce platinum, you have beneficiated. So that's not what you're talking about. We're going to bury that one. Okay. Now we produce a rock, and we're saying you need to, if you look at what is required, the outputs of mining go into an industry. So the question is, which industry have we developed as a country? Let's take an automobile industry. We do assembly. That's all we do. Now, what will happen is those countries, they'll produce material required, and they just ship those almost semi-finished products. So without our own anchor industries, we will forever be talking about beneficiation. And it doesn't have to be all of them. We can be selective. If you are in aerospace industry, the most difficult thing to do is to produce parts for an aerospace industry. You need to be certified. And who certify you? The same aerospace companies. So they have their own facilities. We develop alloys at Mintek using platinum for jet engines. Jet engines, you need higher temperature, and platinum is good for that. Okay? We could not even get those alloys be tested. We even went to ESCOM and said, you know what, we can assist you even in your turbines. These are the alloys and stuff for stationary applications. There's no anything. Nobody will take that risk. Jet turbine, jet engine is very expensive. Nobody will ever take that risk. So it doesn't matter what you do in certain areas. If you're not in control of that industry, forget it. I can give you an example of a test kit. How we struggled to even go through regulatory. We didn't even have that competency. And I'm going to answer even the next question. Our capacity to develop test kits, it was funded by the state. We produced test kits. We can't even supply them to the Department of Health, our own department. So we don't even support our own efforts. DG, I hope, will talk to this of rehabilitation. I'm adding to that too that you have posted to the DG, rehabilitation. That was the capacity that was supported by the department to do rehabilitation exist. The next department, entity of government says you cannot use your own entity to do that. So even basic things, we're going to talk about complicated things about beneficiation. Unless we really have an honest conversation about what it will take this country to do that. And if you look at even earlier success stories, there was a local uptake of the production. If we don't create that, I'm answering it in a long wind that, but in between there, I'm telling directly to what we need to do as a country. It's not an entity like Mintek alone. Yellow equipment, for instance, we've missed an opportunity. There was a mining sector, big in South Africa. We missed that opportunity. We always make this case. If you look at the mining operation, you use hoisters, lifts. Those are the most complex. We could not even do lateral migration of technologies and build our own lifts in the country. Missed opportunity. So it is those that if we don't address them at structural level, the little that entities do alone, it will not make a significance. We have an opportunity right now. We are working with the department to develop a critical mineral strategy. And there are low-hanging fruits in there. It's quite early, energy storage, battery. Most of the material required for battery manufacturing, we do have them. Nickel, vanadium, lithium. Now, if I give you a story of lithium-ion batteries that we are using in our cell phones, the earlier patent on lithium-ion batteries is South African by CSR. That's a sad story. We're even saying very directly in our documents to say, there's nothing that stops South Africa to inviting lithium-ion battery manufacturers to start with assembly in South Africa. And we can go backwards. We have vanadium, we can do vanadium redox flow batteries assembly. Then we'll slowly incorporate our own products in there. That's a low-hanging fruit. But that will require incentive, it will require a dedicated approach to doing that. It's not an entity that will do that alone. If you go to South Korea, there's no difference between a private company and a state company. Nothing. Kia, all of them, whether GE, whatever, supported by state. If you look at South Korea producing a lot of battery minerals, state-sponsored. In our case, we ask about whether the funding is enough. Actually, the state is cutting even our funding. For the next 3 years, it's 30 million rand that will be cut from a baseline, from the department as well as also from Department of Science and Innovation. That's a reality. So on that term, I'm not sure if I'm assisting, but all I'm saying is maybe I'm opening the space for more engagement, more strategically about this issue. Import a lot of equipment, mining. We have a mining precinct, and this initiative of Department of Science and Innovation, DTIC, to incubate that. Whether we're making progress in that, I'm not sure. Okay. Journal articles? Okay.
Okay. These two issues of beneficiation, I think what is important is you need to look at the value chain of mining. You have got mining, you have got extraction of minerals, which is where Mintek plays a major role in terms of mineral processing and metallurgy. And then you have got fabrication. Produce things like this is now fabrication. So as a country, you need to look at, say, where will you be more competitive? Because as you go down the value chain, especially in fabrication, it's very competitive there. Very competitive. So we need to look at how we can actually get into areas and what the CEO is working on in terms of the self-fuels, and that is the niche markets which we are looking at and say, in this fabrication area, that's where we can come in. But we might actually find ourselves to be very strong in extraction of mineral. What we should actually avoid is to export raw material, raw minerals, like you find chrome being exported out. So that value chain needs to be understood. Now, similarly with the issue of equipment, you need to understand the value chain of mining again, okay? That we'll have exploration, we've got where Council for Geoscience will play a major role. Then we have got Mintek. Mintek will play a major, we've got the CSIR in terms of actually mining and ensuring that research is done in equipment, those equipment you're talking about. Then we'll have Mintek in terms of mineral processing. So the issue of equipment is actually, it falls under CSIR. There's an institution called Mandela Precinct, which actually focuses on that. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable
Just maybe a
Chairperson,
last point, or no?
Maybe if we can switch off and allow one person to speak. DG, you will come after.
Okay. Maybe on the last point on this issue of beneficiation, sometimes when we need to ask the question, what capabilities are required to be able to do this integrate complex products. If we take example of a cell phone, you have plastic, you have glass, you have metal, you have all those things on their own are very cheap. And that's what we master, to make those individual products. When you look at advanced economies, they've built capacity on integrative technologies, to be able to integrate the different technologies, okay? Some are biological, talking with electronic, talking to this, to that. CSR actually realized that and started building capabilities to be able to integrate. So things have to talk, things have to do this. And this is what we are lacking in this country, as a country. We always say we have competitive edge. Minerals don't give you a competitive edge. You have comparative edge just because we have them. But there's nothing more. If you don't have that, that will support this further exploitation, forget it. That's a reality. Okay. The next one is targets. And I'm going to start with this slide, Dr. Mulef. And you look at total number of employees. Actually, we increased from 243 to 249. That's a small increase over 4 years. What we managed to do are those people without higher qualification start to graduate. The number increases of PhDs. But the overall set doesn't increase. Now it poses a question. At what point do those people start to contribute, write journal articles? They still need to establish themselves as researchers, start their own projects, do all those things, start to write proposals to bring money. It takes time. And the question was asked in terms of age. In research, to be prolific and to, I hate to use the word, start to be productive, actually, it's about 40 years. To build that where you start to. So the number in total doesn't give you, in the 80, probably the productive cohort is 40. And some of them are still junior to even attract funding or to be considered expert. So that's why the pipeline is higher, the AO1, AO3, because we're built into that SPMP so that all of them, they can start to be, and that's why you start to see our conference papers are increasing. Because those junior people, we're training them with conferences to be able to write journal articles, to be able to give us more money. So it is that you start with people, then it goes to the outputs. They are linked. We always say that it's not even 1-to-1. Its full-time equivalence is 50%. 0.5, you multiply your whole stuff by 0.5. It gives you half. So expect half of that number in your total output. 1-to-1, we start to use it at professorial level. If you are a professor, we expect you to produce at least 1 to 2 papers or 3, your own. But they produce more because they come from students. So that correlation is not 1-to-1 in that sense. But I take your point also. We need to encourage them to produce more, all of them. So I take the point. Okay. And I think it's linked to the other question that I'll address. Okay. Collaboration again. Collaboration with universities. We do collaborate with universities. I've indicated that. We work with Zambia Copperbelt. We have an MOU supported also by DSI. A lot of programs targeting copper and other programs there. Lesotho. So we do work locally, regionally. Internationally is a given. And I think what the message that I'm taking a lot to is easy to forget that even the good work that we are doing locally need to find the prominence in what we are presenting. So I take the point, yes. Journal articles, access to journal articles, subscription. You can get them, they are published, they are available. If you cannot access them, we can always give you copies from Mintek, so that's not an issue. How's staff turnover? Is it an issue of salary and is linked to market payment? When you grow your own timber, you become a target for recruiters. Mining houses, they don't grow their own timber, so we are a target. The science system in South Africa is very small. Mintek at some point had a very clear role to play in terms of training for the mining industry. It was often said two-thirds, those to 75% of metallurgists in the country, one way or the other, came through Mintek or had a relationship with Mintek or they were Mintek bazaars. So losing them after early 8, AO3, AO1, also it was a contribution to industry, but it's very costly for us. What we are unable, and we have lost people through immigration. New Zealand is the main target for us. That one we can't help. We have lost some few senior people for that. So, but I need to also indicate that annually we do 2 years market survey in terms of salary benchmarking so that we don't pay below that average of the market. So we got that very. Tank bow leaching impact factor, let me answer impact factor, or it was a comment to say is good, but maybe invite Mariki to talk about bio-leaching. At Mintek we can leach anything, that's what I'm told, and I believe that. I've seen that. Mariki, bio-leaching.
Thank you. Good morning, honourable members. Yes, Mintek is really a world leader on tank bio-leaching, but I think we need to remember that it is actually a niche market. So typically where you would apply it would be when the smelter fees would be too high, if you have contaminants, for example arsenic, in your concentrate. So one example is where we've commercialized the technology to treat a nickel cobalt concentrate that contained quite high arsenic content. So there was really no other feasible, environmentally sort of acceptable way of treating it. The other option is, or application is for where gold is locked in sulfide particles, and cyanide leaching won't work. So the microorganisms would then basically solubilize the sulfides and release the gold so that you can use your typical cyanide treatment. So it's really a niche market, but there are still around 15 plants around the world that's been operating mainly for refractory gold. In terms of the bio-leaching, maybe just to add, is currently the focus is really on heap leaching of copper. So we do a lot of work with commercial partners on the development of processes for the treatment of low-grade ores and waste rock. If you don't apply this type of technology, then it would just remain waste. So it's really unlocking resources. And I can maybe just mention that one of our projects is now already at a 7th phase with Anglo American, who wants to apply this technology globally in their operations. So I think the message as well is that we actually do this research in collaboration with industry, so that we make sure that we are addressing the right questions and that the research remain focused. And when you have your stakeholder already involved from the starting point, your chances of implementing these technologies would be much, much better. So I think that is one of our approaches that we're really trying to focus on nowadays, is to get end users involved, or stakeholders, so that we make sure that we are relevant. I hope that answers the question on the leaching.
Yeah, we have taken much longer than we expected. I don't know whether there are questions that were not answered. Can you please switch off that? Dr. Mdugu, are there other questions that were not answered before I give the DG to touch on what was directed to him?
On acid mine drainage pollution,
No, there was one, that one, and then the one of the sealing of the mines. How many mines? Do they monitor them after they have been sealed?
I can quickly address that. Maybe there was one remaining of Igoli, Low-Tech, Honorable Lorima. The intention is to widely make the technology available. The issue is the uptake. Above average, they were ready to start processing. So whenever we get an opportunity to support people who are starting, we're ready to do. We don't even request the royalties from that. That was the intention. But also this is targeted to supporting the SSMMEs, artisanal and small-scale mining, and it answers the question, it's a follow-up, do we develop technologies to support communities? This is an example of that, where the communities are impacted environmentally, health-wise. We do, it's just that we've mentioned one technology, but we have a suite of technologies. If you look at also the treatment of water, it's targeted to municipalities as well as communities. So we have a suite of programs or services towards that. Now, when it comes to sealing of mines and rehabilitation, environmental aspect, let me just say, and we have over 3,500 derelict and ownerless mines. In Gauteng alone, we have close to 770 holdings that we are aware of, documented. If we just take holdings and you take the contract that we have signed with the department, where we're going to seal 40 holes per year, it will take us 18 years, okay? If we just take the contract and the money available to rehabilitate, we rehabilitate 3 mines per year. If you divide that 3,000, it's a money issue. The money is not there. But we can build that capacity to do that. With asbestos, we bury it and it should not be touched. That land cannot be used again. But in other rehabilitation where it is gold, actually you can extract. Unfortunately, with asbestos, you just seal it, should not be touched. The only thing you can do, you can use it for grazing. But even that, it should not be disturbed. I'm not sure if I've answered that part adequately.
Yeah, Chair, no, I was going to make a proposal, if it's okay with the House, that the rest of the questions which are not answered may probably be answered via writing, given the schedule which we have today. Of course, it's a proposal, Chair.
No, let's answer all questions. If we leave at 7, we leave at 7. DG?
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think the 2 questions are straightforward and short answers from my side. There was a question about the department providing assistance to Mintek with regard to, obviously, the adoption or buying of some of the developments that, some of the technologies or products that they've developed, the specific one being the health kits. The department has provided support. There's been many engagements between the department and the Department of Health. Obviously, from a procurement point of view, there were limitations. It is my understanding that with the current Procurement Act, there is provision now that will allow and make it easy for organs of states like Mintek to be able to provide the products that they're developing to other state institutions. The second question that was asked was in relation to why not designate Mintek as an entity that deals with water treatment. I think my response to this one first is that obviously in terms of the water use license, the user is responsible for obviously ensuring that where there is contamination or that from they treat that water. So taking that responsibility away from them could actually in the long run become a burden for the state. But Mintek is not prohibited where there is a commercial opportunity to provide a service to a mining house to actually go after that opportunity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Lorima?
Sorry, Chair, if I may just ask one other question. Is Mintek involved at all in marine diamond technology? In new technologies for extracting marine diamonds?
Offshore mining, sucking like vacuum.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Not at all. We are not involved in offshore mining of marine. That's basically mining because it's basically a vacuum which sucks the sediments under, on the floor of the sea. We are not involved in that. That will actually be CSIR. We should be involved in terms of mining because that research institution is within CSIR. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mintek and DG for that presentation. Like I promised that we will make a plan that honorable members come to your facilities, experience what you are doing there. But for today, let's thank you and your presentation is done. Let me acknowledge the arrival of the Deputy Minister, Judith Nemadzinga Chabalala. Your apology was forwarded and accepted. Thank you very much. We'll now go to CGS for a presentation. So I'm not going to call who is presenting. I'm just going to call CGS, and CGS will see who starts, and we'll take it from there. I made a mistake earlier on of calling Dr. Mutugu in the presence of the chair, so I don't want to repeat that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mahlaule, the chair of the committee, honorable members of the committee. May I also in absentia recognize the Honorable Minister Mantashe and also acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Minister Nemadzinga Chabalala, the DG Ntatembele, the senior officials of the department, and also fellow members of other entities. I'm bringing greetings from the Council for Geoscience. My name is Kilipile Dintwe, and I'm the chairperson of the board. And I'm not all here by myself. I've got a fellow board member also who is a non-executive director, Ntate Mvinjola, Qoliswa Mvinjola, who is also the deputy chair of the board. May I also, Honorable Chair, extend the apologies of the CEO of CGS, Ntate Mabuza, together with the CFO, Ntate Saki Simelane, who both are out of the country on official duty. Be as it is, we are accompanied by a bench of executives in the name of Dr. Tuli Kumalo, who is the executive manager in the office of the CEO, supported along by Mrs. Siphelele Buthelezi, who is the executive manager accountable for geoscientific services. Also, we have Ntate Thabo Mudikwe, who is a manager for supply chain management at the organization. And notably, he was the acting CFO for the period of the performance under review. And it will come clear during our discussion. We are also having Mr. Mbuyisen Ngobo, who is an official from stakeholder and communications. And also we have Ms. Michelle Hovenier, who is also an official from the Strategic Management Office. And lastly but not least, we also have Ms. Nomkosi Mando Sikele, who is the company secretary of the board. I would like to reaffirm our commitment, Honorable Chair and the committee members, as the board to CGS in leading it for its pursuit of growth, sustainability, and optimal delivery of its mandate. And in the previous financial year, or the year under review, we will notice one salient point to highlight is the stellar performance that are considered to be stellar of 91% of performance against what was committed for deliverables by, in an integrated balanced scorecard measure by the organization. And equally also having attained an unqualified audit, which was a third in the row, albeit also recognizing that we had two material findings which we take very seriously that came from the AGSA, and we've since started acting upon them. But one of the underlying root causes from our assessment had to do with the fact that during that period, we did not have a substantively appointed CFO. As I indicated, Ndate Mudikwe and his team, they did their best to where they could. And, but that finding, we've noted it seriously and have undertaken measures to make sure that the underlying structural matters do not repeat themselves. But most importantly also, we have since now appointed a CFO, Ndate Similani, as I highlighted, had hit the ground running and is already on duty with the CEO as we speak. Honorable Chair and members, I think maybe one or 2 points to highlight, which the executives will take us through a detailed presentation. For the period under review, one of the celebrations that we had on our mandate was the establishment of the Exploration Fund, which is about making or ensuring development of mining as an industry in the country. As we all know that mining starts with identifying resources, undertaking exploration up until you do proper mine development. That fund, we find it to be very good, a catalyst that will ensure better prospect and growth of the mining sector in the country. It was entered into official memorandum of understanding between the department, the Council for Geoscience, and also the IDC. One of the undertakings as well in response towards climate change is about measures on how to mitigate the effects of carbon to the atmosphere. And to this end, CGS did in this past financial year begin with a construction that will assist in identifying an opportunity of capturing and sequestrating carbon, including the opportunities for utilization elsewhere in industry. That project will get a better appraisal on it when the executive gives us the details of the presentation for today. We continue as the Council for Geoscience to participate meaningfully, especially on our continent, where to this end we are the substantive secretariat of the organization
of African Geological Surveys, abridged as OAGS. We are leading on that front, and our CEO is the lead secretary to that effect. One of the successful application of CGS capability in assisting our country is also noting the extension of the life of Quebec Power Station that was recently published, which CGS contributed towards all the technical requirements of assessment, particularly on the geohazard or geotechnical and geohazard identifications. And I think Ms. Buthelezi will expand further when it comes to that point. Honorable Chair, I don't want to go beyond this other than to thank the Ministry for their continued support, from the Minister together with the DG and their staff. And it's our commitment to continue supporting the organization as the board, leading them in the right direction. And on that note, I would like to hand over the mic to the executive to start with the presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Before, I didn't want to interrupt the chairperson that was speaking. I think just for noting purposes, Chair, because there's now a trend. Everyone is all of a sudden abroad, and we are busy with PRRR. So I'm just for record purposes, maybe perhaps we need to get these apologies, maybe perhaps in a written form, so that we do have it on our records, because these meetings are planned long in advance as well. Departments and entities knows that we're going to be busy with PRRR, and I think it's just a matter of concern that when we are busy with this aspect of our work, the accounting officers per se are not here, and they are abroad. We have no objection to the ability of the people or the delegation that they have sent to come to us, but however, I just feel it's a matter of concern, DM, that really we are busy with PRRR. The program is long in advance. We need to get these apologies in the written format, because now we're going to ask certain questions here, and then a person is going to say, nobody doesn't fall under me, I'm not the accounting officer, I can't answer, I don't know anything about it. So just in terms to avoid that, let us start on a correct footing. Let's have this in written form. That is my plea. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Noted. The point is noted. DG, you had the point, and the Deputy Minister. Though we have been informed that there is an acting minister, but we have not seen her. It's also a concern, because I think when Minister Mantashe says, I'm going abroad, I'm appointing an acting minister, it is to replace him or to act on his behalf. So if the acting minister also is not available, it's a concern. Let's just deal with that, DM and DG. Can you proceed, Makumaro?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Deputy Minister, board chairpersons and colleagues. As introduced, my name is Tuli Kumalo, and I will be taking you through the presentation of the CGS. My colleagues are here for presenting other slides. This is the normal disclaimer of the CGS, and I'm going to talk firstly very briefly about the strategic focus, because the committee is well aware of this, and some highlights in the annual report and the summary of key achievements. My colleagues will also come in and talk about the financial information. I think this is a very familiar slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but the CGS vision is a prosperous and transformed society enabled by geoscience solutions. We have a mission, of course, that is to provide integrated, systematic, and thematic maps and conduct research on the onshore and offshore geology of South Africa as per mandate of the organization, so that we can facilitate mineral and energy and agricultural development, contribute to the assessment of sustainable management of mineral, hydrological and geoenvironmental resources, support infrastructure development, and discharge the mandate of the organization in a manner that supports transformation and national developmental imperatives. We have a set of values that we align and pride ourselves with. This is a summary of our strategy, basically to say what is it that we do. We now, it is called the Integrated and Multidisciplinary Geoscience Mapping Program, and I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but this strategy was adopted in the 2017-18 financial year, and I'm going to also share another slide that shows how we have progressed over time. Of course, part of it, we have the outcomes that are effective and efficient financial resources management, enhanced applications of geoscience information. We will talk about this further when we deal with the data downloads, improved geoscientific domain through effective knowledge management, compliance with governance protocols, as we also are oversighted by the board, capable human capital, improved awareness of the CGS brand and services and products, and enhanced geoscience diplomacy. I have spoken about the impact statement, or the vision. Our impact statement is a prosperous and transformed society enabled by geoscience solutions. And we have these different areas of impact in this period between 2025 and 2030. We all, as state entities, are focused on economic growth, job creation, energy security, national goals around transition to a low-carbon economy, access to clean water, food security, infrastructure development, and improved collaborations within the African continent and the world. This is our slide. I think we shared it even last time, talking about what entails this integrated multidisciplinary science geoscience mapping program. We have the minerals and energy portfolio. We have geoscience for infrastructure and land use, geoscience for health and environment, innovation as well, and geoscience diplomacy, as I have spoken about. This has been the organizational performance over the MTSF cycle that just ended with the previous financial year. And we have had improved performance over the time frame, and the chairperson did talk about this reporting period's performance, where we also have an unqualified audit, and what we have called outstanding overall organizational performance. I think even in school, if you get 90%, you get an A+. So this is how we have performed as an organization. When we come to the actual annual report, we have published it in 2 of the official languages this year, which is English, and we have also published it in isiNdebele. The other report is the shortened version of the annual report that talks only on the highlights. Last year, I think it was Chitsonga, and we always make sure that each year we have at least 2 of the official languages, the report. And this is just a summary, Chair. I'm not going to go too much into detail on this particular one, because the AGSA presented on our audit on Tuesday, and also my colleague will touch on it when presenting the financial information. But generally, we have received an unqualified audit finding for the year, and the material adjustments relate to the completeness of financial records, which the AG noted as a regression, and the chairperson has addressed in his opening remarks. So this is depicting our annual targets for the year. I'm not going to read what is on the slides, but I am going to talk a little bit about where we have exceeded the targets. Of course, we've achieved the first two, which is audited financial reports, and the next one is audited financial reports when it is relating to percentage from collaborative activities, where we have generated some income in the CCUS project that the chairperson also touched on, and the ESCOM project, where I will also talk about it when it comes to the highlights. We also exceeded the baseline grant received on the drawdown schedule. We have also achieved here the performance in terms of our procuring from the SMMEs, EMEs, and QSEs. And we also exceeded the target when it comes to our ICT systems availability. Where perhaps we've had a challenge was in the staff turnover rate. We've had a few resignations. We lost 3 colleagues in the reporting year. Unfortunately, may their souls rest in peace. We've had also some retirements of some of the team members, and as such, we were still in the process of filling those positions when time for reporting came. We also had some resignations on the people with disabilities because, of course, they left the organization, but we now have come back, and already in the financial year first quarter, we've met this target. We have recruited new people with disabilities. Another slide that I'm showing is on the delivery of the mandate itself. We have exceeded when it relates to the geoscience outputs for minerals and energy. We've exceeded our target by 1 additional output. We also have our targets exceeded. I think I skipped the slide on the peer-reviewed journal articles that were published. I think the committee has an interest on how the science institutions are contributing to the generation of knowledge. On our stakeholder advisory and engagement aspects, we have exceeded targets. We have a stakeholder strategy that we are implementing over the years, and we keep our stakeholders informed, and we are always publishing articles in the media, to keep people informed about the work that we do, and talking about what is the mandate of the CGS and how we meet the objectives of the country with that. We have stakeholder satisfaction level of over 80%. We do this annually to see how our stakeholders feel about the organization, and when we receive those, we also look at what areas of improvement the stakeholders are saying we need to focus on, and we have annual plans to deal with that. We have also exceeded a number of papers published in conference proceedings. We attended the CAC conference in the reporting year, and we had quite a good conference proceedings from our young scientists as well, supported obviously by the senior and chief scientists. This slide just shows in terms of the MTSF priorities that we've had in the period. I think now it's called MTDP. It was called, this is how the CGS programs linked to the overall country priorities on the MTSF, and we have made significant contributions on all of these pillars of the MTSF, as I will start on the highlights now. The chairperson also spoke about the CGS role in national exploration initiatives. Of course, we do provide the geoscience knowledge that forms the base because you need to know where to start exploring in the first place. But we have been part of the establishment of the Junior Minerals Exploration Fund with the department and the ITC, and we're part of the signatory of the MOU itself that was signed here in Cape Town. We are also piloting an empowering provision in our Act that enables us to undertake exploration, And the implementation of this provision is part of the reimagined exploration boom in the country, linked with, I think members would know that there's now this huge appetite around critical minerals, and we are operating also in that space, providing the information and also contributing to local economic growth. And also I think the critical minerals are, because of this worldwide discussion around climate change and commitments for different countries who are signatories of the agreement towards net zero emissions. We are participating in that space. We have, over the reporting period as well, increased the mapping coverage. And during the previous year, we have produced 77 of the 307 maps that we committed to produce. And the offshore coverage of mapping has increased from 0.05% to 0.3%, which is very important, as this remains one of the most fundamental building blocks to uncovering future mineral resources in the country and unlocking the blue economy to enhance community safety and land use across different areas from the geological hazards. I think the chairperson also spoke about the carbon capture utilization and storage project. We have a site in Leandra where we have completed the drilling. Previously, the understanding was that we would be able to sink about 5 gigatons of carbon, but the study has revealed that in actual fact we can sink up to 34 billion tons of carbon within a 25 kilometer square radius. This project we did in partnership with the World Bank, and it really places the city as an important player in ensuring that we achieve the national climate change mitigation goals under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And we also attended last year the COP28 in Dubai, where we presented this work, and there's quite some interest in it in the sector. We have made significant contribution as we supported ESCOM in the safety case for the renewal of the Quebec nuclear power station license by doing geoscientific assessments. And we also have worked on the Danfontein site for future nuclear capacity installation. I think, Chair, it's important to say that we stand ready as an organization in our own contributions to overall energy security and energy mix in the Republic. We have contributed as well to national disaster management activities with the Geoscience hazard mapping. I think those slides, those pictures show what can happen when you put infrastructure in highly hazardous areas. And this year we've also concluded initiatives around the multi-seismic hazard assessments, where we have mapped active faults and landslide susceptibility. This, over the past 5 years, has enhanced the geohazard database and developed thematic maps for seismic risk, sinkhole and landslide assessments, so that land use and planning takes this into consideration. And as a result, we support municipalities and policymakers to ensure that we do not put critical infrastructure in hazardous areas. In the area of building towards capable human capital, in the Republic, we've had a few graduates. Maybe this is not a few. I think 11 PhDs is a lot. It's not easy to complete one. And Chair, we pride ourselves, 7 of those 11 were females, and we have 13 female master's degrees also of the 23. This reflects our commitment to advancing geoscience knowledge and expertise. And these academic achievements are don't only enhance the research capacity of the organization, but also strengthen our role as a leading geoscience institution in the country. I think the graphs also shows how many overall staff have these different qualifications, percentage of staff, and how we've grown the human capital expertise over the reporting period. This talks about our research outputs for an improved geoscientific domain through effective knowledge management. We have increased research outputs in the reporting year. We've got peer review articles, which are also have increased. Conference papers. We also have in-house publications, Chair, that we also put on our intranet for those who visit our website. We get a lot of requests from the media as well to share. I think the most common one is when there's an earthquake that media houses wake us up in the night to say what's happening, how intense is this, and all of that. I have spoken a little bit about the stakeholder satisfaction survey, and as you can see, we always try to improve on the aspects that the stakeholders are saying needs attention. We have a Geoscience portal where members of the public can log on and download data free. We see an increase on the number of requests and downloads for the data. We are a national custodian for geoscience data. Of course, as it is for informed decision making, we are empowered by the legislation as such. And I think previously the committee asked what support we need on this. It's to ensure that we remain that custodian. But for the previous year, we had over 30,000 downloads for data. And also on the slide, we show which type of stakeholders downloaded this data so that we can get to understand who our main where our main data needs come from. We've got engineering. As expected, mining is the highest one. Research institutions, of course, we have partnerships with different institutions. And education, as you would expect. Of course, we also have internal people downloading the data for different projects. For GIS, for a number of applications that the geoscience data is used for. Thank you, Chair. I'm handing over to my colleague, Tabo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the members, Deputy Minister and the DG. I'll just take you through a few slides of our financial information. The first one there, we basically just show our revenue streams. We show that we get money from the grant, collaborative revenue, and other revenues. And that basically, we're just showing that 67% of our revenue is from the grant, 28% is from collaborative efforts. However, as the CGS, we are mindful that the fiscus is constrained, and one of the things that we are focusing on is to viciously and vigorously pursue collaborative work so that we can augment our finances so that the CGS doesn't come overly reliant on government, especially given the fact that we just had budget cuts. So over the MTEV, we've had a budget cut of about 195 million. So we really want to up our efforts insofar as augmenting our finances. And that's basically our expenditure. That's where we spend our money. You'll see personnel cost. It's the big ticket item there, bursaries, collaborative project costs, and operational costs. And then that just shows our financial overview. This is just an extension or an expansion on the numbers that we have shown previously. And then you'll see that in terms of our expenditure, 55 to 60, it's on personnel cost and then operational expenditure as well. That also, members, that's just an explanation that shows our personnel cost, collaboration, and operational cost. And then the Council for Geoscience is a going concern, and we are in a position to honor our financial obligations. However, it's important to mention that the funding that we get from government is very important. And also, like I said, we need to pursue our collaborative revenue efforts and streams so that the CGS remains sustainable. That also, the slide is just for emphasis. It talks to the revenue from government, collaborative revenue, other revenue streams. This one as well, members, it just talks to us as the CJS, and here we are just saying that in terms of exploration, we also want to venture into that because we've seen there's potential for the CJS to actually diversify, and that can also become a stream of income for the Council for Geoscience. Thank you. That was as far as the finances were concerned.
Chair, I just have only one slide on the concluding remarks, just to emphasize what has been said, that the systematic expansion of the Geoscience mapping program is beginning to yield results, enabling identification of mineral targets that are being prioritized to optimize the contribution of Geoscience to the exploration strategy as we have detailed, and also to the South African economic reconstruction and recovery plan. I think these are important aspects for us to be contributing to. Alternative commercial activities are being explored, as my colleague has said, to augment the financial stability in the medium to long term, on the first mover advantage in developing and applying innovative geoscience products for both collaborative and knowledge generation purposes. We continue to implement a purposeful program to invest in a critical mass of our young, diversified and world-class geoscientists towards growing the capacity of the state and beyond. We have strategic partners that we collaborate with and stakeholders to implement programs and that yield positive outcomes as well. I think lastly, Chair, is just to emphasize that investment in geoscience promotes sustainable mineral and energy development, which contribute overall to national economic growth. Thus, baseline appropriation stability is important to enable medium to long-term planning and sustainability of the organization. Yes, we augment the resources, but certainty is needed in this regard. Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Chairperson of the committee, that sums up our presentation, and I think we may hand over for your guide in terms of the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Council for Geoscience. Honorable members, that's the presentation. Any questions? I take it there's nothing. When I say any take, I expect hands. Honorable Ntangwini, Honorable Mufukeng.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for me to not ask a question in a meeting, it's a disciplinary issue. So I must ask. So it cannot be that I don't ask anything, or what am I going to also say there at home? What did I come and do at work if I ask nothing? I must be able to prove that I was in fact at work as well. On slide 17, and thank you for the presentation. On slide 17, you speak to and it speaks to the area. I don't know, are we having the same slides? Because in between the way you were presenting, but to me, it showed on slide 17 on the sinkholes and the landslides assessments that you are doing. And we had numerous of that, maybe in KZN, and lately, now of late, as well, there was one in Cape Town, Sea Point. How do you do your assessments, and how often do your assessments in terms of in areas? Because I can see on your presentation you only have 5 offices. In one of your slides, you only have 5 offices in 5 provinces. So how do you cover also those other areas and provinces pertaining to doing these assessments in terms of sinkholes and landslides, and maybe to an extent, I don't know, does this one fall under you, the dolomite in Pretoria area, in the military base area, and things like that. And then you have a slide that speaks to food security, economic growth, your impact assessment for 2020-25, and you say this is, it derives from the NDP, that you are taking those information or those types of priorities from. Now, I want to check in terms of economic growth. We know, or it was reported within the Eastern Cape, that it went through a recession, and and I see economic growth as one of your, and food security as one of your areas that you will focus on. What is your immediate plans to address that aspects? Because I see that you are having that on there. And then on the side as well, on the data that you are saying, it seems that libraries are, there's no library have access and museums have access, or ask or research some of your data. Does that include as well university libraries and things like that? And does that also, how do you track that specific in terms of data analysis of how does people access your data? Because we do know these days, most of us rely, we don't know sit anymore in libraries, we rely mostly on our internet. So I just would like to check on that one. And then the last one is yet again, and then I think Mintek didn't get to answer me there on that aspect, on the one of the dust area in Port Elizabeth, in those communities, per se the environmental aspect of those dust in those communities where mining houses are and there where trucks is. And lastly, I see you are saying you are venturing also in exploration as well. Which exploration sites, where, and by when? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation from CGS. I have 2 questions on this presentation. In the 2023-2024 financial year, CGS recorded a budget underspending of 49 million, which is a concern. I would like to get an explanation from CGS, what are the root causes of this underspending. Secondly, Chair, during the current financial year under review, CGS achieved its annual performance target on the percentage of total procurement spent on goods and services from small, medium, and micro enterprises. And in this light, how much was the total procurement expenditure on goods and services in the monetary value? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Towards the last, on your conclusion remarks, you mentioned that CGS would strive to contribute to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And in doing so, in 2017 and 2018 financial year, you adopted a IMMP, which is Integrated Multidisciplinary Geoscience Mapping Plan, which you committed yourself that out of the total expenditure, exploration expenditure in the globe, in the world, you want to be a beneficiary of 5%. How is that coming? In the total 5% that you had planned, how far are you now? How much have you secured? It would be interesting to know that if we are serious about exploration, surely some 2%, 2.5% since 2017 would be registered. And yeah, the other point I want to raise is that CGS strive to have the total cost of its personnel as low as possible. And we see that that annual performance target has not been achieved in terms of the staff turnover. And I heard Makumalo saying 3 people died, others retired. I'm not interested in those. I'm interested in those that are leaving because of competitiveness in the market. And I know you have tried to close that gap by upping the game in terms of remunerations, which is good and commendable. But should you be putting this as a target? Because the scientific space, and it goes for Mintek as well, but they are done. Scientific space and engineering space seems to be competitive, and you'll always strive to pay more salaries so that you are competitive. Is it a wise thing to put this as a target, performance target? Because surely you're not going to achieve it. You'll have to balance it. It's a dilemma. I want to live, or I live, you pay more. Once you pay more, the costs go high, you are not going to achieve what you wanted to achieve. So is it a wise decision to have this as a form of a performance target? Now, CGS has been licensed as a national key point, meaning that the PIA comes to the fore. And CGS has said they strive to make sure that they adhere to their labor relations practices, as well as basic conditions of employment. And I know there were 16 instances of non-compliance, either by your employees taking information that they are not supposed to take information out, or any other thing, because we know previously before you, by the way, part of the reasons why you applied to be a national key point is that you would go drilling, mapping, and your employees take information to big companies, and it did not become competitive because it goes before you even publish it. So you applied that because you wanted to prosecute people when they do that. Can we get the details of these 16 that we found non-compliance on? Thank you. Chairperson?
Chair, can you forgive me if I ask a question?
Just a minute, yes.
My apologies for speaking after you. I've just had a different thought, if you'll allow, in the form of a question. So, yeah, I know we can't see each other. On slide 13, CGS, you're talking to piloting, 1.3. You're talking to piloting and empowering provision in the Geoscience Act that would enable you to undertake exploration. I just would like some elaboration on that. Do you mean that the Geoscience Act is being amended? Or if that is a success, I assume you would work in partnership with other entities who do similar work, such as PetroSA. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. All the questions have been noted. The only challenge that I have here is about coordination of which ones do I pick first and then the executive comes after. So if I may I request the executive to go and deflect what they can't, especially those that are detail orientated, and then I can respond appropriately. To coordinate, maybe Mashenge, would you go and cover a list of all the technical questions that were raised, and then we'll come to Dr. T.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honorable members, Deputy Minister. I will jump around. If there are some that I've missed, we can go back and I can respond. On the question of landslides and sinkholes in terms of incidents that we've had in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, and also in terms of dolomites. We are responsible for conducting work prior to any construction, specifically on dolomites. So it is a requirement that anyone, before they do any construction, they would get a geotechnical report from the Council for Geoscience that outlines the stability of the land that they plan to build on. In as far as sinkholes and landslides, we have a department called Infrastructure and Land Development. However, I would say maybe there's a gap in the legislation that empowers us to enforce our involvement in terms of outlining which areas would be suitable for development. So we are constrained by a legislative limitation, if I can say, in as far as being mandated that any construction prior to beginning would mandate the CGS to then do this work and then advise accordingly. But the capacity is there. But we are mainly focused on the dolomites, which is currently where we are enabled. On the data access, you asked about libraries and museums if they have access to our data. So our data portal is accessible by anyone. It's free access. The information is free. It's downloaded from the internet. We also still have walk-ins, the option of walk-ins, where if people need information, they can come through to the CGS in any of the offices and they can get the information. It does include universities as well. So you would have seen on the graph that I think the top 4 downloaders or users of our data, it's exploration or mining houses, it's research institutions, and it's the land, and it's the infrastructure industry. So that speaks to the free access of all the information. I think libraries and museums it speaks to their use of our information. So maybe then that is an area for us to focus on. We do have a library and a museum as CGS, so we do keep quite a close contact with that part of the industry, but the information is accessible and downloaded by everyone, as demonstrated in that graph. On the question of exploration, on which sites we are exploring and by when, there was no, maybe it will take into consideration also the last question. There was no recent amendment in the Geoscience Act. It's a lever that has always been there. The CGS has just then pulled the lever to be involved in exploration. But we are piloting it through our involvement in the Junior Mining Exploration Fund as well. So we do have some projects that we are doing in the Northern Cape currently for manganese and iron ore. That project has been ongoing for a couple of years now. We have been able to move and de-risk the project from exploration phase to a phase where it's quite feasible. So how it would work, to touch also on that last question, the CGS's work initially involves mapping, multidisciplinary mapping, which speaks to geological mapping, geophysical mapping, chemical mapping. All of that information is used by potential explorers to, first of all, confirm the availability of a resource and then check their appetite or the risk into going into furthering that project. So what this now means is that we are moving into the exploration phase where we are involved in de-risking exploration even further through conducting groundwork exploration, if I can say, because there's a certain curve on the exploration value chain that we would then have to exit, where we have de-risked the project and then investors or mining houses carry on. So that is to improve or increase interest in exploration in South Africa, where it de-risks it and it makes the finances of it much less, as CGS would have then engaged in some of the exploration. On the spend of the global exploration expenditure, the 5% target, we can revert back with the exact numbers, but I can confirm that we are not there yet in terms of South Africa capturing the full 5%. It's a multifaceted approach, in the sense that, as I've mentioned, that it's a value chain in terms of what attracts investors into investing in exploration or mining in South Africa. So our involvement is in the beginning in terms of making sure that the scientific information is there to inform investors of the decision. However, it's a countrywide initiative, in the sense that investors don't just look at are the minerals there. You know, they look at the geopolitical conditions, they look at energy sources and reliability, they look at security of tenure. When they've applied for their license, can they confirm that they have it and they can maintain it? So it would need for us to look at all of those in collaboration, but how we then view our progress towards that is through the mapping coverage, to say if we have at least mapped most of the country, or if we are progressing in our goals or in our targets to map the country. There's a map that Dr. Khumalo showed that shows our coverage. That is mapping at a scale of 1:50,000. That is mapping at a scale of 1:50,000, which you will see that it then speaks directly to, this is the information that explorers and investors would be looking at, because it's quite detailed and it allows you to then make decisions to say, is there something worth going to explore? And that would contribute into them investing and making sure that there is that expenditure into exploration in South Africa. I would have covered the response to how do we undertake exploration and the questions on the amendment of the Geoscience Act. I will take direction if maybe there are other questions that I have missed, and I can come back to them, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Masheng, our contribution towards food security in terms of our specific project.
We're looking at our contribution towards food security when you talk of fertilizers. So phosphorus and phosphates are elements that are used in the manufacturing of fertilizers. So that would be the CGS's contribution when we're looking at then the availability of such minerals and our ability then to ensure that farmers have access to that material. It is maybe manufactured locally using the minerals that I've mentioned, which would have been identified. It's not a part of our goals that we have maybe focused on, but we do need maybe to look at more contributions to that. But it's around the area of fertilizers. And in terms of economic growth, we are, you mentioned the Eastern Cape, yes. In terms of economic growth, we are involved in an initiative with the DMRE that looks at small-scale mining, where we support small-scale miners in terms of technical support. So we would be involved in such, but mainly, I think, as Mr. Mudiko had also mentioned, we are looking at this involvement in exploration and the Junior Mining Exploration Fund as our main driver to contribute to the drive for economic growth.
Thank you very much, Masheng. Honorable Chair, the other question associated with environmental pollution monitoring, referencing the dust in the Eastern Cape. If I may, I think it lies in the maybe DG. I don't know if I'll be crossing the lines from a, because it's a mining activity related monitoring, and it's not within our direct space. We're more on the geosciences, and it could be around landslides than anything else if I was to bring it closer to the point you raised. So noting the point, I just wanted to raise it out that the ambient air environment would not be in our competence. I think there were questions that you could answer directly associated with procurement in terms of the exact monetary value, underscoring the percentages that were declared, and also the query about the underspend in the preceding years. And then we'll continue with others.
Oh, thank you. With regards to that 49 million deficit, so we went on a brand awareness drive as the Council for Geoscience because we realized that the Council for Geoscience is not known. So what we then did is we developed a strategy for marketing and communication that we took to the board to say this is how, as the Council of Geoscience, we want to brand the Council for Geoscience and bring more awareness. So on that particular item of marketing and communication, we spend a lot of money there. So as a result, that led to oh, sorry about that, Chair. No, I was saying we had a strategy to do brand awareness for the Council of Geoscience because we realized that the Council for Geoscience was not known. We then spent a lot of money on advertising, workshops and marketing and so on. So as a result of that, we found that we had overspent on this item and it led to a deficit. Insofar as the figure is concerned, I cannot remember that figure at the top of my head, Honorable Member. If it's okay with you, I can get the figure and I can provide with it. I hope that's acceptable. Thank you.
Dr. T, do you have coverage?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I think the questions have been covered, Chair, except the question to us whether it is a wise target to put the annual staff turnover. We'll take it home and think about it, because this is now a new MTDP cycle, and see how best we reflect that, and because we do want to track whether we are retaining our staff and so on. We just need to find a way of putting it that doesn't I think we take the advice, in short, and we're going to have a look at it and how best we can deal with that. The 16 instances of non-compliance, Chair, if you would indulge us to bring a written report on that, so that we give the necessary detail on these non-compliances that Chairperson has picked up. I think that would be all, Chair, according to what I recorded.
Thank you, Dr. T. A few that I would like to provide an overlay on, Honorable Chairperson, if I may.
Did I miss the 5% response?
Oh yes, Mashenge did respond to that.
Or coupled it with that?
Yeah, so she explained that it's a collaborative effort, which we are at the beginning of it. And that national mapping progress is one of the primary inputs from our end to stimulate that. We take note of that, and as the board, we will also try to establish a measure on how we can start monitoring towards that 5% undertaking that we outlined there. But on the main, we know that we are at the inception stage, and progress is underway.
Make an overview summary so that we step off the CGS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think you raised the point about the national key point on the data breach. As an example, obviously, since that matter was fully investigated internally, and it came to a conclusion, and there are now measures in place structural to ensure that we embolden our cybersecurity as well, along with other controls which are in place. So it's part of our risk metric consideration within the organization. I did comment about the exploration spend. I don't think there's anything beyond, except that I just diverted a question to the DG. I hope that I was in order.
No, you did not divert it. You just acknowledged that it's not within your purview. That question, Honorable Ntangweni knows that was asked during the week, and there was a commitment that it will be answered through some legislation. If you remember, it will be covered there. So let's step out of it and see if the legislation will cover it, because we made a plea that let it be looked at, because it's a serious issue. Honorable members, that is those are the answers from CGS. And if you agree, I think there's more focus on exploration and mapping. If you agree as members, when we go for oversight and we visit CGS, maybe we must insist that they take us to their mapping sites, where we will see how they do geological mapping, if they agree. But we will try and indicate that we would want to see it practically, where they work and how they do these things, so that the English that they are speaking here, that sometimes we don't understand, in terms of the layers of rocks and all of that, we appreciate what they are talking about. Thank you very much, CGS, for this presentation. And we commend you for getting an unqualified audit. My wish is that opinion or those opinions disappear again so that you go back to where you were last financial year. It's understandable that in the absence of the CFO, some things may not really get into a place properly, and we appreciate that. Now that there's a CFO, we must go back to where you were. Thank you very much. We are stepping off CGS. Honorable members, if you want to, we're not going to take a tea break. I know there's a tea break here. Anyone who wants to take a tea break, step out, grab your tea or coffee, come back, because I want to squeeze SDT before we go for lunch on the program. SDT, can you come closer? Like I did with others, I'm just going to say, can we get a presentation from State Diamond Trader for fear of tampering with your protocol in your institution? Can we get that presentation, please?
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Minerals and Petroleum Resources. My name is Aibi Chikane. I have only recently been appointed the chairperson of the State Diamond Trader. I would like to convey our CEO's apology. She is on the same visit to China with the minister. And as a result, we have a team here of executives who will be presenting, comprising of the company secretary, Mr. Mhlam Ngu, and of course the chief financial officer, Madam Somikazi Madolo, and the operations manager, Mr. Conrad van der Roos. I'm not going to say much because I'm only 2 weeks in this position. Suffice to say that the meeting that one has had with the chief executive officer is such that it highlights a few things which are very critical. Among other things, I think one should commend her for the fact that the organization, under very difficult conditions, that she and her team were able to achieve a clean audit from the Auditor General. And secondly, that the State Diamond Trader is a going concern. And not only that, it is very liquid. And most importantly, that in terms of the Diamond Act number 56 of 1986, as amended, tasks us to focus on beneficiation and, of course, the transformation of the industry. And I think it's important to mention that at inception, when this was conceived by the then Department of Mineral Resources, DME, and right at inception, when in 1994, even just before that, when there was a talk about beneficiation, there were skeptics who didn't believe that the diamond trader will survive, at least not for a year. My colleague Abim Gomezulu was reminding me, I think he was the Director General within the Department of Mineral Resources. And also there was a research paper that was prepared by the Harvard group of scholars who were retained by the National Treasury, who produced a report about diamond beneficiation. And basically they argued against the establishment of such an entity, but not only that, the whole concept of beneficiation. And the fact that the state diamond trader still exists almost 17 years later is, I think, something that is very important to be recognized. And I think it is on that note that one would say, because we haven't even had a board meeting as a board, we'll only be meeting next week on the 24th as induction and 25th as our first board meeting. I think it's better to present to you much later what our vision is, which is not necessarily going to change from what we have at the present moment. Hence, on that note, may I hand over to our team to present our annual report. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, Honourable Deputy Minister, it's an honour to be here. I think as the Chair has indicated, the entity has been around for the last 17 years. It's a Schedule 3B entity, which basically means as well it does not get money from the fiscus. It derives its revenue from the margins it makes in the sale of rough diamonds. Those are important factors to mention on the onset. So for all intents and purposes, State Diamond Trader is a business, is a trader within the diamond value chain. Can you go to the next one? Please go to the next. So our vision is, and I think as Chair has indicated, it's a whole buzzword about value addition to our raw material. So we thrive to be the heartbeat of beneficiation. And why is State Diamond Trader bold enough to state that? Is the fact that in your current South African diamond industry, majority of your producers do not do direct sales to manufacturers. Majority of these goods are placed on tender or auctions, and that then also then tells you that only those that have got enough money and have got enough global reach will actually access goods. State Diamond Trader has then been established in order to then get goods from the producers up to 10%, based on the factor of us agreeing on price. So it's a willing buyer, willing seller strategy. And we purchase from the producers in order to make rough available to your manufacturers. So we do direct sales. Our mission, of course, is to be the catalyst to ensure that there's an inclusive socio-economic participation. And transformation becomes important. Pre-2017, when 2007, when State Diamond Trader was established, the only time we saw black people on the market was the fact of lunchtime, 12 o'clock, because they were manufacturers. So it was necessary to actually change that whole scene. And the status quo would have still remained. State Diamond Trader was established, came into being, and that landscape has changed. We can to date say that we've got black-owned manufacturers within the diamond space. I won't go through our values, Chair. We can move to the next. We've got three overarching mandates in effect. It is to ensure equitable access of the country's mineral resources. It is to do necessary research and development to support that. It is then also to facilitate growth within the diamond beneficiation space. To date, we are talking about the increase of historically disadvantaged South Africans. We do believe that in order to address inequality, our approach has to be unequal, and hence we will allocate to HSA clients first, and that's our main focus, to balance out this inequality. We know that mining has been happening in South Africa for over 150 years, manufacturing have been over 70 years. But the fact that State Parliamentary is only 17 years old means that manufacturing by black-owned companies are only 17 years old. From the revenue that the entity derives, it actually invests its own money back into the development of the industry. For the last 9 years, one of the pillars for any enterprise to be successful is access to RAV, access to finance, and access to markets. State Diamond Trader has invested over 8 million rand into ensuring that customers are participating at international shows like the Hong Kong show to actually sell their product. And to date, we can say that clients were able to sell polished diamonds to the value of 120 million. Good investment. But besides the investment, it was also important to reclaim the South African branded diamonds. In our initial stage of assessing whether to exhibit in Hong Kong, we done a fact-finding mission. And the fact-finding mission revealed, number one, that the Chinese market, when you talk about diamonds, they think South Africa. And number two, the rest of the industry was capitalizing on that fact, as was demonstrated by some exhibitors only having photos of Table Mountain, but have never set their foot in South Africa. And then our fact-finding then said, no, we need to really be in these international spaces to reclaim our brand, which is South African polished diamonds. When we're talking about the development and growing the industry as well, we have launched our enterprise development program in 2015. And I know there's always confusion with enterprise development program and when you're talking about supply agreements or supplier programs. This one is really in the need where we saw it's an aging industry and not young people are coming into the industry. But more importantly, black young people are not coming into the industry because they didn't know that an industry like this existed. We launched our enterprise development program in 2015, which is a 3-year program, almost like an apprenticeship, in which we impart knowledge of the industry, technical knowledge of the industry, and through partnerships, we are able to also send these participants to the likes like India, Thailand, to further their training within the space. As an outcome of that investment, and we invested about 3 million in that program, as an outcome of that investment, and today there was 27 participants, we had 5 businesses established that are still operational. We had 9 from that program actually employed. One of the ladies are actually the first lady in South Africa to actually man a special laser jet machine. One is a specialized polisher for fancy cuts. We're talking about the heart-shaped and those, very specialized cuts. So there are some success stories that come from it. We relaunched it in 2023, where we took on another 5 participants, and they've actually just recently come back from China, where they were introduced for a month into that jewelry side. The legislation says we need to buy up to 10% of run of mine. Run of mine just basically means all category of goods and sizes. But over the years, our analysis have proven that in reality, 85% of that by volume cannot be economically manufactured in South Africa. It makes it then challenging that only 15% is what you've got access to. And the reason for that not being suitable to be manufactured in South Africa is, number one, economy of scales, when we're talking about labor cost. Majority of the 85% is really polished in India. It is said 9 out of 10 diamonds gets polished there. So majority of that is polished there. If you look at India's labor cost, it's about $35 to $40 a carat. In South Africa, you're talking about $100 to $150 a carat. So in order to change that trajectory around, is most probably investment into the creation of technology that allows for the manufacture of more of the product, but of course that then won't speak into job creation. Here's the next one. I'm not going to touch much on our governance part, but and move on to our human resource. We are a very small entity in terms of number. We got a staff complement of 27. I always say it's a class staff complement of 27, but is having a huge impact as a disruptor within the industry. And of the 27, we are being led by strong women in this male-dominated industry. About 60% of our staff complement are female. During the previous financial years, we did have people with disability employed, and however, we trained them to such a level that they were scooped up by one of the producers. We are sad about it, but at the same time, it says that we are doing something right in terms of skills development. Please. So the operations of State Diamond Trader is really the core is divided into the fact of the acquisition of rough diamonds. So that is fulfilling legislation, your purchasing side. We have got the production side. That's main role is really to unlock the value of the goods that are actually purchased. And then the next we've got the sales, client relations and sales. Client relations, of course, as the name indicates, is to ensure that clients are compliant in terms of legislation, having a valid beneficiation license, tax clearance certificate, operational factory. And then you have sales, whose responsibility is to allocate and sell these goods with the objective of making profit. And then going into the performance, I need to indicate that the previous 2 financial years, the entity reached a milestone in which it actually achieved R1 billion sales and R1 billion purchases. And we were quite happy about that. And it's true what they say, you know, where the sun is out, make hay, because we anticipated there to be a slowdown in the market for the following financial year, that's 2023-2024. And as you can see that in our results indicate that slowdown. The fact that State Diamond Trade is a state-owned entity, it does not keep it immune from the impact of global markets. The diamond industry is a very susceptible industry to macroeconomic factors. The fact that we are talking about oversupply of polished on the market, slow demand from consumers for finished product, based on the fact of global economic slowdown, which then pushes up global inflation. And we know that if consumers got less money in their pocket, buying luxury goods is not on top of the agenda. So all of that then has got a knock-on effect of supply of rough diamonds. So that has a knock-on effect of whether you're able to sell that rough diamonds or not. And hence, you see the dismal results of that. This continues to be exacerbated by your global geopolitical issues happening. The Russia-Ukraine war's taken place. Russia is the producer, contributes 30% to the global industry. Israel-Palestine issues happening there, Israel as a manufacturer. It then has an impact on consumer confidence of how do you determine then what is conflict diamonds and not. And then, of course, all of those factors is then also threatened by the fact of the introduction of lab-grown diamonds. That has become a threat to the natural diamond space. In that lab-grown diamonds, although their prices have dropped by 60%, if you are able to get an alternative, same size and same characteristics, you would then, and you got less money in your pocket as a consumer, you would be looking at lab-grown. And they've done a very good job in being very aggressive in their marketing. But the natural diamond space have then also come up with aggressive marketing to protect the natural diamonds. From an inspection point of view, what we've also noticed is the fact that, so that's the inspection of the 100% of compliant producers meaning those that show us their 100% production. We can see a decline in that of about 29% by volume and 37%. So if there's a decline within what we are inspecting, and we can purchase up to 10%, subject to us agreeing on price, it will then, of course, impact the revenue. One of the biggest challenges for State Diamond Trader is the fact that we are heavily reliant on one of your major producers, which contributes about 60% of our revenue. And we've seen that with the fact of them wanting to go underground in order to increase production levels, but that hasn't had a positive impact on what they are producing currently. It then impacts our revenue. Please move next. So we have to buy up to 10%, and for 2023-24, State Laboratory is only able to purchase 4%. From a sales perspective, we can see as well that there is a decline in the sales that took place. As much as there's a decline that took place, we're quite happy that it's actually we performed much better pre and during COVID, where for that year we sold about 235 million. This challenges that we're experiencing now will continue in the next 2 years. Positive side for this financial year is that the first 2 quarters we've already reached that 235 million, but we need to increase that as well. Thank you. Our State Diamond Trader on average over the period have made about between 1 to 5% profit, and people are always asking, yes, but can't you make more profit in terms of if you make 10% profit? But the reality is that if we get more volume and you are talking about a 5% profit, it means you are generating more. From an assessment point of view, where they have assessed the profitability of the industry from your mining and right down to your retail, within the diamond pipeline, the ones that are really making the double-digit profits is in your mining companies and then your retail. Where State Diamond Trader sits is your trader. And on the global analysis done, it's an estimates that those that sit in that section makes about 1 to 5% profit. State Diamond Trader then also segments its clients in order to ensure that we've got a tailored approach to the needs of specific clients. Equitable access, growth and transformation, and niche is the segments that we actually have got, and we've just segmented them further. Equitable access is your 100% black-owned companies. Your growth and transformation segment is businesses that we've identified within the equitable access that we believe have got the capabilities of growing when we are able to offer them consistency of supply. Your niche and large is then less than 26% ownership. We will notice that your niche and large have actually got contributed about 56% to our sales. Those are our cash cows. State Diamond Trader is a trader. When the market declines the way it has, your small to medium companies then will resist purchasing any goods because of their limited capital. They need to buy, process, sell, and get money back in. If they're going to purchase at a certain price and manufacture that, they need to turn around that quickly in order to continue as a business. What happens normally in these type of markets is your small to medium will then look at rather trading goods instead of manufacturing because they need the money like yesterday. I did indicate at the beginning that one of the pillars is access to finance, and financial institutions have not yet even looked at the diamond beneficiation space to support businesses within that space. It's a capital-intensive business. That's the reality of it. So the access, limited access to finance really impacts then the growth and really having a positive impact on in transformation and inclusiveness. Please go to the next. We focus, like I said in the beginning, on HDSA clients on the same basis, like I've said, to address inequality. Our approach has to be unequal. And we can see that where the period where we performed well, the HDSA clients also performed well. That's 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. We can see a decline happening in the year that we are reporting on, 2023, 2024. But of course, all other factors then that deals with trade will see this downward trend for that financial year. I'll hand over to our CFO to continue with the performance and then the finances. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister and honorable members, good afternoon. In terms of the performance against strategic objectives, unfortunately, due to the depressed market conditions, we didn't do well in terms of our performance. We had a target of, we had 12 targets in total. We managed to achieve 5, and unfortunately, we couldn't achieve 7. This is just a breakdown of our annual performance report. And in terms of the targets that we achieve, normally, in order to ensure that we enable our clients to access markets, local and international, we normally host events where our clients get to exhibit their rough diamonds. So this target was achieved. It was actually overachieved. We also had a target of hosting the diamond show, which really, as a state diamond trader, we want to showcase natural diamonds, as we believe that there's still a space for natural diamonds. We didn't host the show because of the depressed market conditions, and we are planning to host the show in this current financial year. Some of the targets, actually, the reasons that we didn't achieve some of the targets is because most of the targets were linked to the market performance. We had a target of purchasing 7.5 of rough diamonds inspected. We couldn't achieve the target because we purchased 3.9 because of the depressed market conditions. In terms of the volumes, that is the carats of rough diamonds supplied to clients, we didn't achieve this target as well because of the same reason. You can move on. We also had a target of sales, the value of rough diamonds sold to 100% HDSA. Mr. V has already mentioned that we struggled here as well. We couldn't achieve the targets because this is just the segment that struggles to buy when the market conditions are dire because of affordability. We also have, as Mr. V has mentioned, an enterprise development program where we partner with De Beers and we train these young people. This target was achieved as we trained them during this financial year. In order to improve our governance, we ensure that when the internal auditors and the external auditors raise findings, we ensure that we develop an action plan and we make sure that we clear or implement all the audit action plans that were raised by both internal audit and external audit. It was unfortunate that we didn't have a board. As a result, some of the issues that were raised by the auditors, we couldn't resolve them, and they were related to policies. We also had a target of a 2% net profit margin, and this is a target that is linked to the performance in the market, as if we don't generate gross profit, then the net profit margin gets affected and we don't achieve our targets. If you can move on to the next one. We monitor our liquidity because the state diamond trader is a trader and it's actually driven by working capital. So we had a target of working capital that is 10:1. unfortunately, we couldn't achieve this target because of a client that paid in advance. And in terms of the accounting standards, we had to recognize that that advance payment as a liability, and our ratios were affected. One of our targets is to make sure that we have a lot of our suppliers are SMMEs, and we try and ensure that we pay them within 15 days. The normal target for entities is 30 days, but we try and make sure that when we receive an invoice, we process it quickly. So we overachieved that target. And I'm happy to announce that we had a clean audit. We moved from an unqualified audit opinion, and in this current financial year, we had a clean audit. In terms of our HR, human capacity development, we also achieved that target because of the training and the bursary programs that we have. In terms of the financial performance of the entity, Mr. V has already mentioned that the entity is not funded by the state. We generate, or we are funded, the entity is self-funded. The entity used to have an IDC loan about 4 years ago, but post-COVID, we paid off the loan, and we are solely funded internally. So this current set of results it just presents a mixed picture, because we did make a loss. If you see the financials in the income statements, all the arrows are pointing down, because when we compare 2023 to 2024, in terms of net profit, we had a net profit of 37 million, but this current financial year, we generated a loss of 10 million. Can you move on to the next slide? This is just the same slide, next one. This is just a graph that shows our net profit, and the net profit is actually showing, it's related to the performance in the diamond market, because during the peak was during post-COVID time, when we managed to generate a revenue of over 1 billion, as already mentioned. So as a result, our bottom line also increased. So what we're seeing now is that due to the depressed market conditions, we're back to pre-COVID levels, where our net profit has declined significantly. Next one. Next. This is our balance sheet, or the statement of financial position. Despite the net losses that we have incurred, the state diamond trader continues to have a strong balance sheet, and our balance sheet is actually driven by working capital, mainly cash and cash equivalents. If you see, during 2023, we had 113 million in cash, and that actually increased to 282 million. And we strive to preserve our cash so that we can continue to be a going concern. Same picture. This is just the part where we have equity and liabilities. And as already mentioned, the trader doesn't really have liabilities, because we did pay off the loan that we owed IDC about 3 years ago, and the only liabilities that we have is customer advance payments. And in terms of long-term liabilities, we only have liabilities that relate to the lease for the rental of the office building that we occupy. This is just a graph that shows the trends in terms of cash. As during COVID, if you see 2019, 2020, 2021, 2020, 2021, in terms of cash, those are the years during COVID where we generated the least cash, and we have turned that around. And 2021, the years from 2022 up to 2024, and the graph is going up to show that we are generating cash inflows. This is just a summary of the statement of cash flows, and it's just a repetition of what I've already mentioned. This picture shows our commitment to good governance and a strong internal control environment. As you know, at a leadership level at the State Diamond Trader, there was a bit of a volatility in the past 3 years because the CEO left, the company secretary left, and also the CFO. So despite those changes in senior leadership, we managed to get unqualified audit outcomes and a clean audit. And we are committed to continuing this trend to ensure that the entity is well governed. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I think just to sum up of the challenges that we have got, the fact that America is your #1 consumer of loose diamonds and diamond jewelry, we know the inflation issues that they have and the slow economic growth that side. The fact that China slow recovery post-COVID and still they haven't recovered, it becomes important for the industry because they're the second largest consumer of diamond jewelry. In the last couple of months, we've seen that India has actually overtaken them. India is strategically placed because they manufacture and they consume. So from a strategic point of view, we need to increase actually consumption, whether it's South Africa, whether it is SADC, whether it is Africa. We need to look and invest into emerging markets and not be reliant on one or two markets. And what we're also doing from the fact of South Africa's decline in production levels, legislation does provide for State Diamond Trader to look outside of the borders as well to acquire goods, and we've done a feasibility on that, and we're hoping to pilot it, present it to the board. The positive about that is the fact that we can basically purchase selected goods that is required by clients to manufacture, unlike purchasing run-of-mine, which means you've got to basically trade 85% by value, volume of the goods. So, Jay, in a market like this, we are consolidating cost containment, but we're also becoming innovative in trying to find other ways and means of actually acquiring more goods or looking into investing in research and development. Because we do believe that the industry's return will come, and we need to be ready for that upswing. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I thought the chair is going to hand over back, but it's okay. Honorable members, that's the presentation by State Diamond Trader. Any take? Honorable Molefe, Honorable Lorima, Honorable Ntangwini, and Honorable Tsotet.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Chief Rep, on your recent appointment. And thank you for a very comprehensive presentation under the circumstances. I'm just very curious about this diamond market. And my understanding is that it's a very limited understanding of the market. My understanding is that the diamonds market has two main segments. And the first segment is the one that you've been talking about a lot, which is jewelry and what I call the vanity side of it. Because other than just wearing a diamond on your finger, there is really no other practical value to owning a diamond. And then the second one is the industrial use, because diamonds are probably the hardest carbon. They are used to cut, and they have numerous industrial uses. So when you say the market is depressed, which side of the market is it? And what is the proportion of your activities between these two uses? Because I would imagine, I hope as South Africa, what we're trying to do is gravitate towards industrial use and the industrial market rather than the vanity market, because I don't think that the vanity market is sustainable. It's actually surprising how long it has been sustained over the last 100 years or 200 years, where people have just been made to be convinced that a diamond is a lady's best friend and diamonds are forever and so on and so forth, that people can wear diamonds just for the sake of wearing diamonds, well, also to get married. That is the first one. The second one is that on this vanity side, there is a mineral that is now coming out of Africa, in Tanzania, tanzanite. Have you found that tanzanite is a viable option to diamonds, and that the tanzanite is now eating into your market for polished diamonds, because it is being marketed as a very limited resource that is available only in one part of the world, and it will run out very soon. So the better you buy it as an investment, the sooner you buy it as an investment, the better. So do you think that, and they've been saying this for the last 30 years, by the way, and it's not running out. So do you think that it is beginning to eat into your market? And also, if you know, what are the other uses of tanzanite other than the vanity market as well? I mean, does it compete on the industrial use for diamonds? And then, CFO, I have a very, very limited knowledge of finance. My knowledge of finance is actually very dangerous. But I found the financials very confusing, because the working capital is very low, and yet you've been able to pay the creditors on 15 days. So where do you get that money? Because I saw your working capital is 2.78 to 1. That has been achieved against the target of 10 to 1. So which means you've got much less cash than you would like to have. And I don't know if that has not impacted your ability to pay creditors, number one. Number two, but then your working capital is very low, and yet you have cash reserves of 182 million. So what are you complaining about? Because on the other hand, you've got money in the bank, but your working capital is low, and so are you paying the creditors out of the cash reserves, or what is, yeah, if you can explain that to me. Like I say, my knowledge is very limited. And then, is this working capital change a structural decline in the business? Can you expect it to continue like that? Because I see it is on the back of a huge drop in profits as a result of market changes. Now, do you think if this huge drop in profits continues, will your working capital requirements become worse? And so is this a structural decline? And if it is a structural decline, and this huge drop in profits, because that huge drop in profit is not insignificant, have the auditors expressed a concern about the company being a going concern? Because if a company used to make profits and now it's not making profits, and now there's a possibility that at that rate of decline, it will start making losses, have they said that if you continue like this, you will not be a going concern? And then the 182 million, where is it? Where is it invested? And what is the return on capital on the 182 million? Is it with the CPD, or is it with the commercial banks? In which instruments is it invested? And then, yeah, and just curiously, for the company, what is the weighted average cost of capital as approved by the board? I believe that in your policies, you have to approve every year the weighted average cost of capital. I don't know if you have done it, or and what it is, the weighted average cost of capital, because you need to brief my chief rep as soon as they have a board meeting about that. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question. You're predicting or hoping for a turnaround in the diamond market in the first quarter. Is that happening?
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps to the newly appointed board chair and maybe to the DG as well. There's a trend on other entities that they have reached at least 70% of their targets, and for some reason or reasons, you have only met 42% of your target. I'm a new member in this committee, so I'd like to know why is it like that, and what is the plans in terms of assisting them, DG, in order to get also on par with the other entities to turn around so that they can reach their targets or at least be above, in line with the other entities. And then I think you have partly covered me in terms of the struggle in terms of the economy, in terms of the geopolitical economy, in terms of the struggle, in terms of Russia and Israel and Palestine. That aspect, locally, is there any, in terms of the local challenges that we are having, in terms of extortion and things like that? Do you experience that within the diamond industry? And then maybe perhaps the last one, what is your work that you are doing or your plans for small scale diamond producers? Do you assist them in any way or form in terms of being at the same level of your large or reputable companies? Because there's a issue here, Chair, that we are saying there's illegal miners that are mining, but there is a market somewhere, and it means somewhere they are selling those diamonds too. So what is in terms of that scale of work, what have you have done in terms of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the leadership of the SDT. Just a quick one. You keep mentioning that DBS has went underground and they're not doing well currently and so forth. How will that change? How will it change your business model if they do well? Or is it just a case study that you are making, indicating the negatives of doing the same? I don't understand how will that. Maybe you'll put us into the loop. Now, you have you've inspected 6 productions presented to you by Alexco, purchased only 5 of these productions and declined 1. Is there any expectations of why one of those productions of Alexco was declined by yourselves? Now, the other thing, the last one is that to which extent have you tested the continental market? Your presentation speaks more about political developments at the international front. Is there an extent to which you've tested the continental market? Of course, it may not be that big, but is there any extent to which you have tested it? So I think another question was asked there to say, okay, it was about your plan, in case your plan is not succeeding, which was asked by Honorable Lorema. Let me not repeat it. Let me just deal with those ones. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. So, you obviously did not achieve 7 of your annual performance targets, and the emphasis on the depressed market is overemphasized, whether right or wrong. But make me understand this. You have around 133 productions presented to you by your 35 compliant producers, okay? You go on to purchase only 80 of the 133 and leave 53, decline them. Not because of availability. It's there, it's presented to you. You decline it. And the decline, you are declining it on the basis of either size or price. But availability is there. Meaning there is production. To me, that is an indication that there may have been a depression of a market, but not to an extent in which you are overemphasizing. Because there was availability that you did not take. Can you enlighten us why you didn't take that? Because it resulted in 42% of the overall decline of your performance. What was wrong with the size? And because you are not a miner, you are a price taker when you buy. Why couldn't you negotiate the price? Because it was there. It was not fake, it was there. And you are saying the problem was the size? I just don't understand why we can't deal with this one. There was availability. You declined it. But the overemphasis of price, of the market decline, does not match with what we are seeing here. That you declined. You could have negotiated for a price because you are a price taker. And I'm not saying it could have resolved your issues, but I'm just saying let's focus on this one. It was there, availability was there. You just declined because of size and price. Couldn't you negotiate for? Because even the miners themselves, I would imagine if I was a miner carrying diamonds and come to sell to you, and we don't agree on a price, I would suffer as well. So the negotiation there was supposed to happen because it's loser, you lose, they lose. It's not only you who is losing. Both of you are losing if this transaction does not go through. So tell us what was wrong with the size and why couldn't you negotiate the price? Now, your annual performance target relating to the implementation of combined audit action plan was not achieved, and you are citing policies that were not yet approved by the board. I do know that the board was just assembled now. Was this because there was no board? Did it happen at the time there was no board, or it was a similar, in fact, let me not go there. Where was the board? I want you to explain where was the board? I do know that there was no board. There was a time where a board was appointed, or I'm looking for that story that was there. And with regard to outcome goal 1, you registered an achievement of 33%, and the spend was 68%. I understand the depressed market and all of those things that you were, CFO, you were citing. But do you care to explain the disjuncture between the two? Beyond the overemphasis of depressed markets. That question was asked by Honorable Tsotetsi about the continental exploration, whether you have explored getting into Africa. The UN has just reviewed its stance on the diamond trading of the DRC. And we all know there are diamonds in the DRC. What plans are there to go to Africa and get diamonds? Because there are diamonds in Africa. An excuse some years ago would have been, no, we can't trade with DRC because there are issues. There are no issues now. The market is opened. Why are you not going to Africa and get diamonds? Can you please give answers to that, Chairperson, through you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I request the team to tackle, financial issues and, of course, operational issues. I don't know if the company secretary would like to deal with governance issues from the point of view that there was a time at some point that we did not have a board. In this case, it's 1 year, but previously I think we've had the same experience. Can go in that sequence.
Thank you, Chair. I will handle the question on working capital from Honorable Mlife, and in terms of working capital, what we target is that because we are a trading entity, we shouldn't keep money in inventory, because we do buy diamonds from TBS and they are in our inventory in stock, and we don't have much debtors and creditors. So the whole principle is that when you manage working capital, you should make sure that the working capital is liquid. So what happened at year end, when we did our planning, we targeted that the ratio of our working capital, which is current assets to current liability, should be 10:1, which means there should be more current assets than current liabilities, so that at any point in time, specifically cash, at any point in time, if we need to purchase diamonds from TPS, because there are instances where we have to pay an invoice for 65 million, which is a lot of money. So it means we should always have cash. So what happened at year end specifically is that we bought a production from TPS, and then we negotiated with the client, and the client paid for that production in advance. That was 60 million. so that throughout our ratio of working capital, because in terms of accounting standards, we have to recognize that cash payment from the customer as a liability because it's not our money. So that actually made us not to achieve our working capital ratio. But to assure you, we do manage our working capital. In terms of, one of the questions that you raised is that if we continue with the trend in losses, will that not affect the liquidity or the working capital in the long term? Yes, in the long term, definitely. If we continue with the losses, it will have an impact on our balance sheet. But what we are projecting, which is one of your questions, is that if, as the market is depressed at the moment, if we don't trade at all for the next 3 to 5 years, because we've got a lean staff complement and our costs are low, we will continue as a going concern for the next 3 to 5 years. In terms of the technical definition of a going concern, what the auditors do is when they come in, they audit going concern, and the technical definition is that you should be a going concern for the next 12 months. So they don't really look at 4 years and the long term. So their focus is that you, as an entity, if you're preparing your financial statements, you prepare them on a going concern basis because you expect to be operational in the near future being 12 months from the reporting date. There was a question also on the 182 million that we have in terms of where is it invested. It is invested with the commercial banks. In terms of the PFMA and treasury regulations, there are strict requirements in terms of investing the public funds in other financial institutions like private equity funds. So the requirement is to make sure that you do your due diligence and make sure that you invest in financial institutions that have a high credit rating. So in terms of compliance with the PFMA, we make sure that we invest with commercial banks. In terms of the work, we haven't really calculated our working average capital ratio figure. And normally when we use that work, normally in business, work is used when you invest in a project and you make sure that the cost of capital, whatever project you invest in, the returns should be more than it's costing you to get that capital. So now we are, with the new board, we are going to get back, and the expansion into Africa, which Mr. V is going to talk about, we are going to get back to the IDC loan, and we are looking for an overdraft from FNB. So that is where we're going to determine our cost of capital, so that we will make sure that whenever we invest in projects, whatever projects we invest in are viable, and our cost of capital is not more. Thank you.
Chair, through you. The honourable member's question around the diamond market. The fact is that we in State Diamond Trader is in the luxury product because we're looking at value addition. We're looking at beneficiation, the transformation of rough diamonds into polished diamonds, and then subsequently that then into jewelry. So that's a space where we play in. I think that honourable member said the vanity space. But it's a very important space from the point of view of bringing revenue into producing countries. The question as well was in terms of the industrial space. And from State Diamond Trader side, we did do some studies based on that, because we know industrial diamonds used for the mining aspect, especially cut in marble, used in the windows of airspaces, just because of its characteristics. What makes that difficult now going into that space is the fact that lab-grown diamonds are being done. Synthetics have always been developed and are basically being used now in terms of industrial purposes. What the industry has done is certain elements within what we would call the unsuitable goods to be manufactured, the Indian type of goods, they are actually polishing these now as well. If we look at the brown type of diamonds, and they are marketing these as champagne diamonds. And your brown diamonds used to be actually used for industrial purposes. So there's very little in terms of the cheaper end diamonds going for industrial purposes, as guys are using synthetic diamonds to actually do that. The next question is around tanzanite. Tanzanite is a semi-precious stone. So tanzanite also goes into diamond jewelry, well, into jewelry as such. And whether we looked into that, I think State Diamond Trader was established to look at the rough diamond space and not to tanzanite as it, or semi-precious stones. The question around where is has there been a turnaround in the market in the first quarter? The answer is no, there hasn't been. There hasn't been, and the challenges persist. I think the fact that it is basically been forecasted that production levels globally have dropped 50%. You are looking at imports into USA that has dropped as well. Polished exports out of India has dropped as well. So all of those factors then basically states to us that there is the recovery of the market will take longer than a year. The positive side is that there is still pockets of activity happening for certain sizes. And that's what we have seen with our trading activity for the first 2 quarters. The next question is around the case of, have we seen any challenges in the local space, extortion and etc. And with State Diamond Traders, no, it hasn't. But we know that from a illegal mining perspective, we know that has taken place, and that is a challenge for the country as a whole, because it has longer lasting impacts. We are signatories or members of the Kimberley process. And we have got legislation, and we have to comply with the minimum requirements that enables us then to trade and export with other countries. And if there is not effective approach done in terms of illegal mining, it could impact the fact of whether we would be able to actually export our rough diamonds. And I think that's why that collective approach in that is very important. What we've done to the small-scale miners, the one thing is that small-scale miners are extractors of the raw material, that's it. They do not know, they know very little in terms of actually value, and have got tender houses that actually place a value on their goods. For some of the small-scale miners, what we have offered as State Diamond Trade is the fact of valuation of their product. And here we're talking about the small guys that have got 20 carats and 5 carats and etc. And we are looking at partnering with the Harry Oppenheimer Diamond Training School to actually then support them to get rough valuation courses for the 2 weeks, but still offer that course. Because if the producers, your small-scale miners, are getting the best value for their product, you know, they are able to invest that back into their mining, and hopefully then produce even more goods. So that's as far as the State Diamond Trader can assist. I just want to make sure I've covered all of them. And what we will do as well, Chair, is we will write all of these questions down and also do a submission to those responses. And remember, the reason why we say De Beers is important, De Beers is one of your largest producers. State Diamond Trader access 10% of what is being produced by De Beers. It contributes about 60% to our revenue. So if the business production declines, it then automatically has an impact on our revenue as a large producer. In terms of the acquisition from Alex Co, and maybe it will even touch on the question that the chair raised. When I say that every state diamond trader is a price taker, it is transactions with producers are based on willing buyer, willing seller. What happens is the producer will have their price and offer to state diamond trader. We will go and value the goods. You have got over 3,000 price points within rough diamond pricing. So when we invite the GDV to come and verify the fair market value of the producer's price, that becomes your third layer of pricing. And if GDV has declared it fair, producers are reluctant to negotiate with state diamond trader. They are reluctant to negotiate, and we know for a fact that producers will inflate prices in order not to sell to state diamond trader. And those are some of the challenges that we have got there. The fact that when we have declined from Alex Core is the fact that we didn't see value in it. We disagreed with the valuation that was put on there. And I think it would have been irresponsible of us to purchase those goods and then record a loss. Because the entity, the entity is basically driven by the margins that it makes. So if we are uncertain of whether we're going to make profit, we would rather decline that, because that's much more damaging to the entity. In how we have tested the markets, State Diamond Trader is supporting our shareholder as a member of the African Diamond Producers Association. And there's an active alignment and discussion taking place within that forum of inter-Africa trade. And also being part of the Kimberley process, we are engaging with our African counterparts, whether it's the DRC, whether it is Central African Republic, whether it is Botswana, whether it is Namibia, to do a proposition in order to have the goods marketed through South Africa. Because at the moment they are marketing the goods through Dubai and Belgium. And what could sway them is a fact of transparency. Transparency in the process of us selling their product, in the process of them knowing at what prices people are offered for the goods, etc. Because at the moment, when they are exporting those goods, it's in the hands of a third party that's actually doing that marketing for them. So we have done the feasibility on basically all African producers, and based on our capacity, we are focusing on one, which is to purchase from Botswana. And the reason we're saying to purchase from Botswana is that they were also negatively impacted by the negative impact of the market. And we know that Botswana depends about 80% to 90% of the diamonds revenue goes to the GDP. So they are currently sitting on a lot of stock at the moment. So we are keeping track of all of this. But the challenge is not just buying the product, the rough diamonds, it is selling it as well. So there's that interlink happening. We can have access to over 100 million carats. But if there's no demand in purchasing some of them, that becomes the challenge. And when we decline in terms of the sizes, also to your small-scale miners, when they're producing on average about 10 carats, and we say, State Diamond Trader, you got access to up to 10% of it, it becomes very difficult to then actually select 10% within that smaller producers. And the fact that we depend on producers, we then actually decline and look at it as an investment that the producer will then produce actually more as time goes on. And actually remember, when State Diamond Trader did this, which means we'd have access to more goods. We are not, as State Diamond Trader, here to actually impact small-scale miners negatively. Some of the small-scale miners will find 1 5-carat in a parcel of 10 stones. And that 5-carat can mean much more to that producer in terms of actually extracting more goods instead of us accessing that 5-carat. So it's an investment back into those producers. Yes, Chair. So in terms of the DRC, we are working quite closely within ADPA in looking at advancing inter-Africa trade, but also when we're talking about transfer of skills, Africa-based, South Africa-based place in the fact of its history in the diamond space, in the beneficiation space. So we are trying to access actually opportunities through those platforms. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My is to answer the question on how the combined audit action plan was not fully implemented, and you will recall, Chair, I think it was explained that the tenure of the previous board ended in October 2023. That simultaneously coincided with the internal auditors reviewing our policy registers to see whether we are keeping up with reviewing policies timelessly. And then there were a number of policies that were due to be reviewed. With us not having a board, management could only review them but not submit to a non-existing board. So as a result, that audit finding was identified, and we could not rectify it because at the end of the financial year, the board had not been established. However, that has now been rectified, and the policies will be subsequently be submitted to the board for approval. But what I can confirm that those policies, in terms of the policy register, they were reviewed but not necessarily approved by a board. Thanks, Chair.
And Chair, if you don't mind, just the last point one would like to make, responding to your question about the African continent. First of all, start by saying that locally, Venetia, as per this report, is encountering problems, and South Africa has slipped from being the 5th global diamond producer to the 6th. And secondly is that in terms of the legislation, I think the new board will have to deal with challenges such as, for instance, the legislation determines that we should buy run-of-mine. I can only imagine that had they not done that, the producer would have taken us to the World Trade Organization and some similar organizations. Hence, we buy a percentage that is cuttable, economically cuttable in South Africa, and those goods that are not cuttable, what are sometimes referred to as Indian goods because of the cost of labor and other reasons. The other thing that is equally important is that on Africa is that it is interesting that Russia is the largest diamond producer, followed by Botswana. And immediately after that, you then have countries such as, they are in Africa also, which is Angola, the DRC, Zimbabwe, Namibia, etc., Lesotho, and so on. If it were possible for these countries in terms of even SADC protocol and communication, that we have a hub, a beneficiation hub in Southern Africa, that would support, what South Africa is trying to do. Incidentally, Botswana is doing relatively better than us for some other reason. But I think if we worked together, that would help. And secondly, that there are certain countries that are diamond producing, as you referred to, Chair, as the DRC, for instance. The legislation also talks about buying from diamond-producing countries. But some of these countries, their diamanteers would rather not deal with their countries, their governments, in other words, for all sorts of reasons, trust, this and the other, and also tax issues. So hence, they always export to Belgium, for instance, instead of considering South Africa. The other thing is that even our own tax regime is not necessarily progressive in that sense, so they would rather still do business with somebody else and not South Africa. But just looking at the figures, you'll find that if we were to work together in Southern Africa within the context of SADC, even within the context of AU, and not only that, within the context of BRICS, and beyond BRICS, of course, like you said, the United Nations, there is an opportunity here that we could actually turn Southern Africa into a beneficiation hub, which is not the case at the present moment. You have most of the African goods moving to Antwerp, which is Belgium, and other centers of the world. So these are some of the things that I guess the new board will have to deal with. Among other things, we would like to engage the South African Revenue Office on the tax regime. We incidentally, even though one is only for 2 weeks, we have already sent communication to the minister for his signature to consider whether or not we cannot increase our production by looking at, for instance, Alexco in particular, which is 100% owned by the state, that it should actually work with us very closely, bring their products to us. Transhex, for different reasons, the legislation also allows the minister to renegotiate the 10%, whether with DBS or any other entity that is a producing entity within the South African environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SDT, for your responses. I think that's just about it. We've got the gist of some of the things that we wanted to understand. Highly appreciated. We will now break for lunch and come back at 22:03 to continue with the regulator as well as CEF. And then we call it a Friday. Let's adjourn for a bit. We'll come back after 45 minutes. Lunch is just outside. Let's help ourselves there. Thank you.
You're too old for what? Too old for these questions. Dr. Ramonji. Mapolo. We must come see it. Judge did that as a big. Yeah. But from the day to the next day. Yeah. Good. Is this the only document? It's policy on fees. Fees, yeah. Which one? How much we expended, how much will you give us a letter and say, board members have been paying so much money? But we expended to give other support services like chairperson coming in. We will say meeting and you can come in. So we pay. So we just clarify this. How do you pay for a rental? Yeah. What do you pay for? So we say
That wasn't the blocks.
Something like this. Why did I trigger you?
Chair, you're still going to be with us in this session?
No, actually, we have been asked to leave. That is where the company is. I'm not sure about you guys. Because there's a
Oh, it's a CEF.
Yes.
Oh,
So they said we can leave.
I'll listen to the SADPMR and then I'll leave after that. But they're coming after the SADPMR, so wanna listen. We'll talk later.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks. You too.
No, it's 50. No.
No, we're by the airport.
And
our things are very straightforward.
The nyama is so minand. Let me go and put some more.
Second.
The meat is nice.
Is it?
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, thank you.
The lamb.
Right.
Oh, the mic is on.
The mic
So to serve, because you're not here, we're starting at 22. We're resuming at 22. So some of the members are gone because of that. Not gone, they are doing other things in the precinct. So we'll start at 22. So the member we're waiting for has arrived before 22. It's commendable. It's highly commendable, Honorable Ntangwini. You are 3 minutes early, so we don't have any reason not to start. We'll shoot straight to our continuation with the regulator for the presentation. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, committee members, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm Abiel Mgomezulu, the Chairperson of the South African Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator, popularly known as the SADPMR. As a board, we were appointed in 2 days' time. We'll be completing 1 month in the organization. And our presentation outline is as follows. We'll have a general information, performance information, HR information, financial form information, highlights, and then conclude with the challenges. Our executive team in the organization consists of the CEO, who I've already indicated his unavailability today, Chair, and members. And then we've got the General Manager Governance, which is Advocate Paul Mutsipe, our Internal Auditor, Ms. Matlabe, GM Trade, Mr. Conrad Blondo, who retired post the financial year. And then we've got GM Corporate Services, which is Ms. Linda Nkumishe, GM Regulatory Compliance, Mr. Tebogo Mutlong, who will lead the presentation today together with Ms. Yalegile Lusiban, who's our CFO. Chair, before I hand over to Tebogo and the CFO, considering that the committee members have gone through our annual report, which we did bring extra copies if they're interested to have a paper. I would like to touch on the following key 3 points that I think are very key for our presentation and also for our annual report. The first issue is the good performance achievement that we had, which is 95% of planned work, especially in that it is in our core business, which is our core business is just the issuing of licenses, where we've been able to issue 100% of licenses in almost half the required legislated time of 60 days. This has been upped from 65% achieved in 2 years back. This was achieved due to the reorganization or a rationalization program that we had we undertook in the organization, which involved retraining of our staff and making our staff to refocus on the core business. Nobody was retrenched. The second issue I want to raise is the relationship building with our stakeholders, mainly with those that we regulate. To an extent that we have now a voluntary partnership with them in assisting historically disadvantaged South Africans in developing their own enterprises and also to help them in their skills development. I would like to emphasize that this is voluntarily, as there is no legislation that covers it. It's because of the good relationship there is an organization that we have with those we regulate. The third issue, which is of serious concern, is our financial position as an organization due to a decline in production in the industry we serve. We are experiencing financial losses and thus has forced us to tap into our reserves. We are, however, hopeful that the Minister will soon gazette our amendments to regulations with the purpose, which the purpose of is to review our license fees. All the documentation necessary has been forwarded to the department. The license fees were last reviewed in September 2014, which is now 10 years back, and this is long overdue. These three factors are actually our main theme of our presentation. I will therefore now hand over to Tebogo Mtlong, who in the presentation will go further into details with our CFO. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, and honorable members. This slide simply just indicates our footprint across South Africa. We are accommodated in Cape Town by the department. We also are accommodated in Durban office. We were also in Kimberley, but we had to vacate because of financial constraints. The chairperson has already alluded to the financial pressures that we are undergoing. But we are looking at going back again after a series of negotiations have been concluded with Provincial Department of Economic Development. Of course, our head office is based in Johannesburg. Just the slides really intends just to remind ourselves that we are responsible for administering primarily the Diamonds Act as well as the Precious Metals Act. We do as well play a role as far as the diamond export levy is concerned as well. In terms of the legal matters, there are two cases that we are currently dealing with. The first one is the African Shades matter. This one is critical for us because at the heart of it, it involves really the autocatalytic converters industry. They are contending that when they get these products that used to be final products, as it were, of autocatalytic converters, and then they crush them into powder form, that action itself falls outside the ambit of the Precious Metals Act because it does not involve abstraction or refining or melting as required in terms of the Precious Metals Act. We argue differently, and that's what we are dealing with because the impact and the consequence for us are very dire. So that's one case that we're dealing with, that we're defending, and then we've got obviously the other case of 3 former senior managers who were dismissed because of breach of internal policy issues. We also continue to work closely with the National Director of Public Prosecutions as well as the Special Investigation Unit to provide the necessary information, whether it's in terms of assistance, in terms of interpreting the provisions of the Diamond Act, for them to prosecute matters of state capture as it arose out of the Commission of Inquiry on State Capture reports recommendation. In terms of performance information, the chair has already indicated that we will deal with that. It's just to indicate that we've got 2 business units that are essentially core. It's the regulatory compliance, which is responsible for processing and issuing of licenses, as well as monitoring in compliance, as well as enforcing compliance. And then we've got trade, which is managing all trade activities for diamonds. Then we've got support services, corporate services, governance, and finance. We'll deal with all of them. In terms of performance, the chair has already indicated we have improved to about 95% relative to the previous performance. Out of 59 performance indicators, out of 59 we achieved 56. We did not achieve 3. We will just deal in this slide with the reasons for those 3. The first one relates really to the indicator that talks to percentage of women in the organization. Our target there was 62. We managed to attain 60, and the reasons were that the 3 female employees that we had left the employ of the SADPMR. The second one is number of repeat audit findings. Our annual target the previous year was 0. That one really refers to the year before the previous one, because we then have to report about it now. And all issues really regarding repeat findings have finally been addressed. And then the last one talks to number of board assessments that were conducted. We conducted 1 out of 2, and the reason is that we received a directive from the department to the effect that all board internal assessments must be halted. And then I'll start with diamond valuation in terms of performance issues. And again, perhaps my previous colleague, Mr. van der Roos, has already set the scene in terms of the difficult situation that we are facing as the diamond industry, particularly. This slide really intends to set the tone for understanding the context of some of the performance matrix information that we will be presenting. That it must be understood against the backdrop of the fact that we are recording a decline in diamond production from 9.6 million carats to 5.8. Similarly, in terms of the dollar per carat price, we are experiencing a decline as well. These issues obviously would then have a bearing as far as our revenue is concerned, because we derive our revenue from the service fees. So when there is a decline in production and companies are not coming to export, it means that then we're losing money that would have been due to us in terms of the service that we're rendering to them. Similarly, if the dollar per carat is declining, is at a low, and the rand, as we have seen, is strengthening, it means that we're getting less than we would have gotten if the dollar per carat was strong or the rand was weak. If it is weak, it's good for us in terms of service fees. Again, this is just to reiterate that diamond production decreased by 46.54%, and that's primarily from DBS Group and Petra Diamonds. Again, my colleague from SDT did go into detail about the reasons why there is such a decline in production. In terms of performance issues related to diamond valuation, again, our colleagues did indicate earlier on that they are responsible for administering that Section 59B, in terms of which producers are obliged to offer all of their production to SDT. And what the law then says is that the government diamond valuator ought to evaluate those diamonds and ensure that they are traded at a fair price. So during the year under review, we valued just over 6.1 million carats of those diamonds, and they were valued at just over 788 million. What we do as well is that we do also provide assistance to the South African Police Services when they do confiscate diamonds or any other objects which appear to be diamonds. they would then consult with us for purposes of us verifying whether indeed those objects are diamonds or not. If they are diamonds, then we've got to determine the value thereof as well. So for the year under review, there were just over 4,800 objects that were confiscated by the SAPS, and just over 2,200 of them were determined not to be diamonds, and 2,542 were determined to be diamonds. And the carriage thereof was then pegged at 793.38 carats, valued at just over 6.9 million. And then we also then have a division, the Diamond Exchange and Export Center. Many of you would be aware that any diamonds that must leave or come in the country, they must go through the DEEC. So what is happening here, we're tracking the numbers of beneficiaries that have managed to access the DEEC. As a regulator, what happened is that we had a discussion with industry as part of our mandate to promote beneficiation, and we agreed with them that we should have this special tender that is specifically dedicated to diamond beneficiaries, and that's what we are reporting on here. And again, the numbers there, you would see, even though the decline is marginal from 133 the previous year to 127, but then again, those numbers again are indicative of the difficult headwinds that we are facing as the diamond industry. In terms of clients accessing DEEC, in terms of the law, you would be aware that before any diamonds are exported, South Africans are given de facto rights of first refusal. They must be offered here so that those who are able to buy can buy them before they are exported. So for the year then under review, again, we are seeing a decrease in terms of the clients that accessed DEEC from 2,784 the previous financial year to about 2,351. Again, these numbers must then be understood against the backdrop of that decline in the industry, as we indicated earlier on. And then in terms of rough diamond trade activities, again, we are seeing that trend of decline also permeating as far as this aspect is concerned. For the year under review, we then valued just over 4.5 million diamonds relative to 5.2 that was valued the previous year. And as I indicated again, that it's again that general decline as far as what we're doing is concerned. And then as far as this slide is concerned, we simply wanted to share with you in terms of the exports, where these exports are headed to. Predominantly, as indicated in that pie chart, they are headed to UAE, and then it's followed by Botswana, and then EU, and the other countries are 5%, which would include your China and the other African countries. In terms of the quantum of exports, it came to about 6.65 million carats, valued at just over 1.1 US million. And in terms of the imports, again, we imported 57 of those that were imported. They emanate from the UAE, and then followed by EU, and then Botswana, and the other follow as well. In terms of polished diamond exports, we thought we should share the numbers as well with you, just to note that we don't regulate polished diamonds, but we are just sharing for purposes of information. For the year under review, a total of 101 carats of polished were declared for import at a value of approximately 1 billion. In terms of polished diamond imports, it was about 74,000 carats, that were declared, valued at about 230 million US dollars. And then in terms of synthetic diamond powder imports, we received and cleared just over 49 million carats of synthetic diamonds, valued at approximately 1.5 US dollars. And then my colleague talked about lab-grown diamond as well, which is a challenge as well for the diamond industry. Again, the obligation on the part of those that deal with them is for them to declare them, and that's what they are doing. So a total of 10,000 carats of synthetic diamonds, valued at just over 2.2 million, were imported. The numbers there are not correct. The correct numbers are those in the narrative. And then again, we're a KPC focal point. Just to give you the numbers again, for the year under review, we issued about 963 KPC certificates in terms of exports. Again, we are seeing that trend in terms of the decline there. It's relative to 1,433 for the other year, which is symptomatic of the depressed market that we are facing. And then in terms of performance for regulatory compliance, suffice really to indicate, as the chairperson has already indicated, that we have managed to ensure that we issue all of the principal licenses within the prescribed legislated times. Sometimes it's way ahead, as the chairperson said, that sometimes it would even be within 30 days for most, if not all of them. We're just giving you then the total numbers in terms of diamond licenses and permits that were issued. It's about 715 relative to the 497 the previous year. The issue with the decline in numbers as far as licenses are concerned, in this instance, there is no direct correlation here, because we are seeing people still apply for licenses, notwithstanding the difficulties that the industry is facing. So in this instance, there is no direct correlation between the numbers that we issue for licenses and the state of the industry. We are also responsible for issuing licenses in terms of the Precious Metals Act, and there as well we managed to achieve as well. But you'd see that the numbers there are low relative to those for the previous year. It's about 200, whereas the previous year was about 238. And then in terms of tracking the HDP ownership of these licenses that we are issued, out of the 915 for both diamonds and precious metals, 94 of them were issued to HDP-owned entities or individuals. And then in terms of gender composition, you'd see that 22 of them are males and 72 of them are females. Perhaps the other point to note is that most of them seem to be operating in the jeweler's permit, jewelry manufacturing, which is it's relatively easy in terms of costs. Also, it's not that difficult relative to the others, as well as the diamond dealers, and the numbers are low in the other type of licenses because of issues such as the technical requirements there that are concerned, as well as the finances there. And then in terms of transformation, we continue to assess transformation. This issue must be understood against the backdrop of the fact that the High Court in Pretoria set aside the mining charter, and therefore the enforcement of transformation for the diamond and the precious sectors, at least as far as the downstream part is concerned, which is where we are, was derived really from the charter, as was incorporated into the Diamonds Act and the Precious Metals Act. And pursuant to that, the board implored on us to continue to assess transformation just to get a sense of whether the industry is transformed or not, to what extent are they continuing with transformation imperatives, and we continue to do that. And we are glad to report that indeed industry continues to submit data so that we are able to assess the different matrix for transformation. But obviously then our assessment that we made is always made subject to the caveat that we are not able to authenticate or to really say that the data is correct because it is submitted voluntarily. So we can't force them, for instance, to say we want this, we want that, to verify whether these numbers are correct. So we take them at face value, and we take that they have submitted the correct information. Nonetheless, we appreciate that they still submit the data when we require it. Critically, then there is also the issue of enterprise development project. Again, my colleague from SDT did indicate earlier on that we're dealing with two issues that are proving to be barriers of entry for young entrepreneurs, particularly those that were historically disadvantaged, including women, youth. And so as a result, we then started to embark on this program together with our industry partners, which is intended really to ensure that we provide the necessary training, technical training, business training, and our industry partners also then provide the necessary metal so that those that are aspirant entrepreneurs can begin to be taught on how to manufacture jewelry. And industry partners also assist in terms of loaning them the metal. Initially, for instance, for our flagship silver mentorship program, which is now a silver gold mentorship program facilitated by Rent Refinery, they would then loan them gold or silver, and then they would then have to refund it as soon as they make sales of the product that they produce. Rent Refinery also assisted in creating a store at the Monte Casino where they are able to sell all of their products there. And so far it's doing well in terms of partly addressing the issue of access to markets, because then it gives them the avenue through which they can be able to sell their jewelry products. I'm not going to go into the others. It's just a lot of them that we are involved in, and industry is really coming to the party as far as this is concerned. And then, again, the Hong Kong Gem Jewelry Show, we also took about, I think it's 3 entrepreneurs there the previous year as part of our efforts of dealing with this issue of access to markets for them to go and showcase their products there. We hope that it has had a wonderful impact, and they were able to make the necessary impact as far as accessing those markets there. And then in terms of diamond beneficiation, and again, my colleague did indicate that competitively speaking, there are diamonds which are not economically, which cannot be economically beneficiated here, mainly because of labor costs and other related costs, because there are other jurisdictions where similar diamonds can be beneficiated at a relatively low price. So those are the dynamics that we are dealing with. We're working with industry as far as that part is concerned, also to ensure that those challenges that they are facing, we assist them as well, whilst at the same time ensuring that diamonds that can be beneficiated locally are indeed beneficiated locally. But the point here is just to make the point that, again, the beneficiated diamonds, again, have declined relative to the previous year. This is just to indicate that we continue with our engagements with the necessary law enforcement activities, engagements, the NCSMT, the NOC, POC, all of these structures really, it's a coordinated and interdepartmental structure through which we deal with issues of illegal mining as well as illicit trade. So we continue to take part in those engagements. And then, as far as monitoring and enforcement compliance is concerned, what we thought we should highlight here is that for the year under review, we continued and we conducted about 61 joint inspections for both diamonds as well as precious metals, together with law enforcement authorities. In addition to this, we also conduct our own normal inspections, both in diamonds and precious metals premises. And for the year under review, we did issue a number of non-compliance notices, but we have not really suspended or cancelled any, because all of them, after we wrote non-compliance notices, such breaches were accordingly remedied. We will deal now with human resources and financial information. CFO will take us through the slides.
Thank you, Mr. Mklong. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, DG Chairpersons and colleagues. In terms of the human resource statistics within the entity, we have a total number of 113 employees. In terms of the split of gender, 60.1% are females, 39.8% are males, and we have 2 employees who are with disabilities, 1 female and 1 male. And in terms of gender, we have 92.9% who are African, less than 1% of white, 3.5% who are Indian, and 2.65% who are colored. And then in terms of senior management and executives, we've got 16 employees, 6 of which are females and 10 are males. And we are working in ensuring that there is balance where that category is concerned as positions are being vacated. And then in terms of employees who are professionals and skilled employees, we have a total of 68. 43 of those are females and 25 are males. Semi-skilled employees, we've got a total of 21, 13 of which are females, 8 are males. Under the unskilled employees, we have 10 split into 50-50. And then in terms of our internship and work integrated learnership program, we had, for the period under review, 17 interns. And we also had 16 learners who were funded through TETA, the transport sector, through the partnership that we have with them. I'm now moving to the financial information, starting with our approved budget for the period under review and the year before. In terms of our revenue, focusing on 23-24 financial year specifically, our grant that we received from the department is 63 million. We have raised our own revenue where service fees are concerned, particularly where the diamond trade is concerned, of 49.3 million. I'm sorry, this is the budget. 49.3, that's what we estimated. And then in terms of license fees and permits, we had estimated 2.3, and we also had estimated an interest of 2.3 from our cash balances. Other receipts were estimated 155,000. In terms of the expenditure, we had estimated 85.6 million on employee cost, office lease 7.6, audit fees 2.7, other expenses at 21.2 million, giving us a total of estimated expenditure of 117.3 million, with a very minimal surplus that was projected of 14,700. And the actual outcome where financial performance is concerned, we received the grant as it was. We also had the other grants that I referred to, the TETA grant that we received for the learners. We also did not perform well where rendering of services is concerned. We were only able to raise 40.7 million. In terms of license fees, we did better than planned. We were able to raise 4.1 million. Our interest as well was much higher than projected at 6.7.
Sorry. Sisi, that's a pathway. Can you put it somewhere? People pass there. Can you put it somewhere else? My apologies, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of expenditure, on employee cost, we spent 88.1 million, office lease 7.6, audit fees 2.7, non-cash expenses 3.8 million, other expenses 28.4 million. We reported a deficit of 14.3 million. I must indicate, though, that part of that deficit is from expenditure that was funded from the cash that we had applied from Treasury to retain to fund some of the projects that are operational in nature, which we could not afford in our own budget. In terms of the audit outcome for the past 2 years, we have obtained clean audits, which is an indication of good governance and compliance to prescripts within the entity. I will hand over back to Mr. Mklow.
In terms of the highlights, the first one really talks to our involvement in enterprise development. The 7 enterprise development projects that we embarked on ultimately translated to the advancement of about 56 candidates. And so these are the candidates who ultimately got to have their jewelry permits, and they are now busy with their own enterprises, which is our own contribution to ensuring that at least we deal with the issue of unemployment to some degree. And again, the chairperson has already touched on this. 100% of all applications for both diamonds and precious metals were finalized within the legislated period. What for us is key is that the strategy to combat illicit trade was approved by the board the previous year. And this was really on the back of the fact that we had realized that we do not have very coordinated and very cogent efforts and strategies of dealing with this issue of illicit trade. For us, the concern is around the fact that as illegal mining continues, it means that there is a potential that that illegal metal may find its way laundered through our refinery licensees. And as such, it was important for us to come up with a strategy of how to make sure that we employ the necessary strategies intended to prevent such laundering of illegal metal via our licensees. Notwithstanding the depressed diamond market, as we indicated, we still managed to see diamond exports happening through the DEEC, albeit at decreased numbers. And the fact that also for the diamond valuator, they're continuing to provide training for valuation of rough diamonds. For the year under review, the group consisted of 5 women and 5 young males that went through diamond valuation training. In terms of beneficiaries, as I indicated earlier on, the decrease there was marginal, but we take pride in the fact that there are still beneficiaries who are able to come to this special beneficiation tenders. In terms of the challenges that we have, let me allow the CFO to speak to this slide.
Thank you, Mr. Mklong. So I think as indicated by the colleagues who presented before us and also Chairperson and Mr. Mklong, that the diamond industry is currently depressed, and that is reflective when you look at the slide where we're talking about rendering of services. For the first 6 months of the financial year, we projected that we would have raised revenue of 27.2 million, particularly where rendering of services is concerned in the diamond trade. But we have seen a drop of 10.1 million, which has cost us to report a deficit of 8.9 million in the first 6 months of the financial year. So if you consider that at the end of March, we were sitting at 14.3 million of a deficit, it looks like by the end of this financial year, our deficit will be much higher as a result of that. I would also request members to also note that in terms of our expenditure itself, we are not over what we have projected. However, the main causal factor of the deficit is the diamond industry that is not doing well. Also, the rand that has been stronger in terms of the exchange rate when compared to the rand. So what we did as management after the first quarter of the financial year, realizing that the rand is stronger, production still declining and all other factors, we then revised our budget downwards. We have reduced our budget. We put in place also cost containment measures, which include positions not being filled, including some of the positions that have caused us not to achieve our target where females are concerned. After those colleagues left, we could not fill the positions. We remain freezing positions at this point. Whatever positions that will be vacated between now and the time the situation changes, we've taken a decision not to fill them because we're trying to cap the amount of deficit that we're going to report. Also, in our audit report for end of March this year, the auditors have raised a concern that we may not be a going concern in the future on the basis of us reporting a deficit, not necessarily that our ratios are negative, positive as they are, but there is that concern because the projection is that the industry is likely to remain depressed for the next 2-3 years. And because our grant is only about, at this point, 47% of our revenue, and the rest is what we should raise on our own, and we have not been able to reach our targets. So there are those concerns and challenges that we're faced with. And also to indicate that we have decided to not renew or enter into new contracts for some of the services, including employee wellness program. That's how bad the situation is within the entity. We are unable to honor bursaries for our students from 2025 moving forward as a result. So we thought we should just highlight the situation to the portfolio committee, but we are hoping that with the approval of the regulations that the chairperson spoke of earlier, there will be some improvement when our service fees are adjusted upward. It may not be 100% turnaround, but it will make some difference within the space. Thanks.
And then in terms of the other challenges, we've got VAT on diamond imports, which are really having a negative effect as far as our competitiveness is concerned relative to the other countries, particularly our neighbors. So what is happening, and this is affecting primarily your small guys who are still coming up, although we understand that VAT is refundable, but the turnaround time is normally too much, such that by the time it is returned, some of these small guys would have already closed shop. So to address this issue, we have had discussions with National Treasury from a policy perspective to determine whether they can't exempt some of these VAT on diamond imports as well as diamond purchases. For instance, if the foreigners come here and they want to buy jewelry, they want to leave, it's also subject to VAT, and it's really impacting on our competitiveness. Treasury has indicated that they would be willing, provided of course that a scientific study was done, which was done, and we are continuing to do that. We hope that if that is done, it will improve the competitiveness, our competitiveness as far as that is concerned. We also have the declining level of diamond and precious metals beneficiation. We think that this can be handled twofold. One is that we need to also engage with the department to see what are the other strategic minerals that can be regulated. In terms of the Precious Metals Act, the minister does have power to declare any mineral a precious metal. And in our recent discussions, we're looking at, for instance, chrome, because chrome is creating a whole lot of challenges. But that will then also assist in terms of the declining levels of beneficiation. And then the issue of precious metals also from a legislative point of view, we're also presenting proposals in terms of how beneficiation there can be made sort of compulsory, similar to what is happening in the diamond sector, but we will continue to engage with the department as far as that is concerned. Limited access to markets and funding, we're dealing with that via enterprise development, but we're also then creating a bridge between ourselves and these candidates and the other state financiers, small business department, so that we assist as far as we can in order to address this issue. And then there is an issue of G7 sanctions. My colleague has already spoken about that. It's a matter between ourselves as well, but the department, we will have to play a very critical role, the Department of International Relations as well. And then the issues around transformation in the sector has indicated that the mining charter has been set aside. We think that perhaps issues around transformation must be handled through our legislation, the Diamonds Act and the Precious Metals Act, instead of the mining charter, which was done in terms of the Mineral and Petroleum Development Act. So we continue again to make the necessary, we'll continue to make the necessary proposal to the department. Then there's the issue of our current Diamond Act and Precious Metals Act, as we've already indicated, have not been reviewed for quite some time. And the idea is that there are things that are happening currently and we are not able to respond to them, or the legislation is not able to respond because these things were not anticipated 5, 6, 7 years ago. And until legislation is reviewed, we will continue to lag behind. But we continue, we have already made the necessary legislative proposals and we are confident that they will be processed very soon. In terms of significant decline in revenue because of service fees, again, it's on the back of these macroeconomic factors, decline in production, as we said. I think the CFO has already spoken to this. We've already made the proposed revisions in terms of this. And the funding partially, the fact that we are funded partially, whereas the founding legislation does provide for us to receive 100% from the fiscus. It's something that we're engaging with the department on as well. And that brings us to a close, Chair. I will hand back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. That concludes our presentation of our annual report, barring only one slide, which was slide number 48, where we talked about our current financial situation as year to date. We're highlighting it because it's quite a serious concern to us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Regulator. This time I'm starting because there's an issue I don't understand about the department. So the regulator has got an annual performance target, which is a board assessment, and they have 2 of that. They conduct an assessment on one, they make a submission, it goes through. When they are busy with the second one, when they are done, the department issues a directive that they must stop with the internal assessment. Which slide was that again? So that DG does not look confused. Yeah, there. You see number of board assessment conducted. The annual target was 2. The actual was 1. What is the reason? DMRE issued a directive in October 2023 which cancelled submission of board internal assessment for 2023-2024 financial year. What was the reason? I can't ask them because they got a directive from DMRE. What was the reason to stop to cancel the submission? Because surely it affected them not to reach all their targets. I mean, you can't wake up in the morning and just issue a directive. What was the reason? It's a question, DG. Yes, we're in questions now. If you answer me that one, then I can proceed to
Chair,
other
unfortunately,
questions.
you didn't give me a chance to ask a friend, but I will check. But what I know is that the boards for the entities were coming to an end, and normally when there's an issue with the board assessment, the request will come from the entity. The department will not actually issue a directive. The board or the entity will write to the minister asking either to defer or to delay. I'll just have to get the actual details from the colleagues and then I can come back.
Did you make a request? I don't think you can respond because you were not there. We were chair at that time.
Chair, don't disappoint me.
Okay.
I was there, Chair. I was just
I need to hear you change, you swap things, so you won't know who is where. You didn't?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
We just received the directive.
Did you maybe a chance to gather information because it really doesn't make sense to me.
Chair, I've got a colleague who works with entity oversight. If you allow, he can explain the details.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very important.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Jack Pora. I'm responsible for the SO oversight within the department and to members. In of the annual calendar for the SOEs, they are supposed to submit a external board assessment, which is done by an independent service provider, and as well as the internal one. So the internal one is the date for submission is November. So they couldn't submit because of the term of the board ended with effect from 1st of November. So that is the reason why we requested the entity not to submit, because of there would be no board at that point in time. Thanks, Chair.
DG, can I give you time to go and look at this? Because it says here they have conducted the assessment. Only at the time they must submit. They must submit, they were stopped. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but there's some discrepancy somewhere, but let's leave it and pass. So, Mr. Mutloung, when you assisted the enterprise development project, you assisted how many enterprises? 13 or 3 to Hong Kong? It will bring me to my next question.
If I remember well, Chair, it should be just less than 10. Yeah, or is it 13? I'll have to confirm, Chair. Like my colleagues, I'll have to confirm.
I know it's 13.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's 13.
Okay. Sure.
So how many of the 13 were black-owned? 1, 2, black women-owned. 3, black youth-owned. for black-owned by persons with disabilities. And the last issue, you have done very well on reaching 100% issuing of licenses. That you have done very well, and we commend you. But how many jobs were created by this, ranging from the precious metals licenses, diamond licenses, as well as diamond and precious metal beneficiation licenses on that financial year? Honorable members, questions? Honorable Lorima, Honorable Zondi, because Honorable Ntangwini says it's automatic. If she doesn't answer, she will be fired. If she doesn't ask, she will go to DC. You'll be number 3, and then Honorable Molefe and Honorable Hassan.
Thanks, Chair. At the beginning of your presentation, you spoke of 2 court cases. What happens if you lose both of them? Does that affect your financial viability? Second question, and it's a long-standing one. The position with VAT on diamond imports. I mean, this has been going on for years. And every time we talk about it, we get told the same thing. No, that we're talking to Treasury. Do you never get the feeling that Treasury is just stringing you along and they're never going to give this concession? Is there something that gives you hope? If there is, please tell me. Please explain the value chains. I don't quite get it. I mean, why are we importing diamonds from the UAE? What happens to those diamonds? Do we cut and polish them here, or do they just get re-exported? And how does that work? I've heard a very cogent argument for the establishment of a second DEEC in Cape Town. Apparently there is an increasing amount of business being done in Cape Town, and yet all diamonds still have to go through Joburg, which I'm told is a security concern. There's also a view that we could take a lot of the trading business from Dubai, because diamond traders would much rather come to Cape Town to do business than go to Dubai. Cape Town being a much more attractive tourist destination. So is that something that you're contemplating? And if you are, or when's it going to happen? And if you're not, please tell us why. The final one is to do with illegal diamond mining in Namaqualand. I'm not sure that you have any monitoring and detection function, but if you do, is that something that you're able to assess? Has that gone up considerably with what seems to be an increase in illegal digging there? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have 2 questions. The first one is with regards to synthetic diamonds compared to natural diamonds. Now, from what I've found, these 2 are chemically similar, or in terms of, materialistically, they are similar. So I wanted to know what makes natural diamonds more valuable. Is it because obviously the cost to extract those would be much more than synthetic diamonds? But maybe your outlook with regards to synthetic diamonds in South Africa, will they have a larger share of the market in future, and what are the threats for the industry in South Africa? Then the second one is with regards to the financial sustainability of the regulator. I do see here that there were proposals to maybe look at some of the regulations as well as tariffs to increase those. Do you think this is sustainable? Because what happens if the market stays depressed? We cannot rely on upping tariffs in perpetuity in hopes that the market does, become better in future. And does this not maybe eliminate small players in the industry if those tariffs are going to be a bit higher? And then another one was, I think I saw that to tackle the revenue issue was to expand the scope or the mandate of the regulator to other metals that may not be covered. I'm not sure about the feasibility of this because, for example, with scrap metals, for example, I think they're regulated somewhere else. Would that not then be a clash? Thank you, Chairperson. That will be all.
Honorable Njangweni.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to find out, I see that you have 4 offices. You have closed the Kimberley office. How do you determine in which province are you having your offices? And then I can't anticipate that in Kimberley it can be so expensive to rent an office or even buy a property to have an office. But nevertheless, how do you determine that? And then on slide, which is my page 13, you say there was a decrease in production to De Beers and the Petra diamonds. I'd just like to find out what was the contributor, the attributor factors to that low production. And then on my page 15, you say you work together with the police in terms of finding or there's illicit diamond trading and so forth. To some extent, you also mentioned illegal mining and how that can impact the whole value chain. But there is people that are buying these diamonds, and there's no way that you can say that they are illegal miners. Maybe somewhere we are failing to regulate it properly. So there's somewhere or something that is wrong, because the big companies do buy these diamonds, because where do they sell it? They wouldn't mine it if there's no market for it. It just don't just disappear. And then there's a one on page 17. You say before you sell off the diamonds that you are finding, you first put it in the South African market and ask if there's any buyers that wants to buy them. Where do you market it? Which public participation do you do to ensure that the South African players do get the first bite to buy or these diamonds, and at valuable cost? And then at page 29, the assessment on transformation, and that is pertaining to a court outcome. And I think maybe perhaps, Chair, that speaks to us as lawmakers, per se, to what is our role, per se, to that, because tomorrow these mining houses will tell us that they can't adhere also to the SLPs. So if a person just say you in an informal manner, what are the transformation plans, it means there's no legally binding, they're not legally binding to adhere to it. So maybe perhaps it speaks to us as the committee. And I think I did speak to the illicit trade. Then on page 39, you spoke about your interns that you are having, and you're having the numbers there. I'd like to find out in which fields are those interns, what are the specific roles that they are doing or industries that they are in. If you don't have that information offhand, I will appreciate if I can be forwarded that information as well in terms of the internships that you are having and in which categories within your organization, and also your bursaries. How do you market your bursaries? Which universities are you working as well with to ensure, because I see that you have 4 provinces, maybe perhaps you are working relations with some of those universities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the diamond regulators for submitting a comprehensive report. Just to add on to the Chair's question earlier, I hope that the decision is then that we will get the written response. And if I may ask, Chair, that as to why the board evaluation was not done, or there was an instruction not to do it. But if we can also, accompanying the response, also get the original, a copy of the letter from the department to the diamond regulator saying, please don't do the board evaluation. It struck me that the diamond licensing fees have not been increased for 10 years. I think I heard something like that the licensing fees have not been increased for 10 years. I'm interested to hear as to the reason why. Because with De Beers being the biggest player in the market, and Petra, it looks like those are the beneficiaries of the 0 increase in licensing fees. Now, inflation in South Africa is positive, and during the last 10 years it was averaging around between 4 and 6%, which means that in fact in real terms licensing fees have been decreasing by about 4 to 6%, or maybe an average of about 5%, while your costs have been increasing in line with inflation. I know that your costs have been increasing because even when you showed us the costs from last year to this year, or the previous year to the year that ended in March, the costs were increasing. Staff costs were up, general costs were up, and all sorts of costs were up, including audit fees. So it means that we've actually been transferring money to De Beers and subsidizing their license by not increasing license fees, and in fact reducing their license fees, because in real terms they've been reducing by about 5%, which is 0 and plus inflation, which is minus 5%. On the case of the catalytic converters, I know that you're in court, but I want to know if you are then contemplating to change the regulations so this does not repeat itself. It will not apply or may not apply to the current court case, but for the future, that we update the regulations so that this anomaly does not exist anymore. And then 3 employees, female employees left, and your target was 62. So I just want to get a sense that before they left, how many employees did you have? How many female employees did you have? And then 3 left, but how many did you hire? Because I didn't get that sense. I think there was missing information. Because if you hired 0 and 3 left, question is, but there must be natural attrition. So how many were you planning to hire for the year? And so how many were recruited? So it should not be that 3 left. It must be that we failed to recruit to get to 62. But I just want to get a sense of how many you hired. Maybe you hired 10 and then 3 left and you're still below target. Then it paints a different picture. I'm also interested in the reasons for the reduction in diamond production by DBS and Petra, and whether you're considering sending this to the Competition Commission, because it looks like if they are dominant players and they can control the price of diamonds by varying production, they would then at different times increase production, different times reduce production, but that is anti-competitive behavior. So I don't know if you're investigating or if they should be report this to the DTI for anti-competitive behavior by DBS and Petra, because it looks like the source of our problems, even with the previous entity, the diamond entity that was here earlier, is because their revenues are declining because the production is gone down. And now what you have done is confirm that it was actually production by DBS and Petra, whose license fees are subsidized by the state, to the extent that you receive money from the treasury for the money that you are short of for your revenues. Yeah, also the question on why we are buying diamonds from UAE. I also wanted to know, why are we buying diamonds from Botswana? Or why is Botswana buying diamonds from us? Yeah, the lease has increased, the surplus has reduced to 14,000, and the auditors have said that you are possibly not a going concern. And yet, for 10 years, there has not been an increase in lease fees. So your existence is at the threat, partly because DBS and Petra license fees have declined over time in real terms, number one, and number two, they have now reduced production, and we still need to understand the reasons. I am curious to find out also, how much cash reserves do you have in the bank? And where are you investing those cash reserves? Are they with the Commission for Public Deposits at the Reserve Bank, or are they with the commercial private sector banks? And the strength of the rand is one of the reasons why we are blaming the problems of the regulator, that the prices are come down because the rand is now strong. Well, that is one of the benefits of the GNU, has been that the rand has strengthened. So I don't know if you are now painting a different picture. Yeah, also in the charges, I was wondering why you did not list license fees as a challenge. Chair, please remove from the record my reference to the GNU. I think that was just tongue-in-cheek, and you don't have to answer about that. Thank you.
Fortunately, I did not hear it. Fortunately, I did not hear it. There are things that my ears automatically don't want to hear. Comrade Fasia?
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, the rand has strengthened over the last few months. since the 7th administration has been in office. So I thought I'll just add that to the record. So we're there with the GNU elements. Right, Chair, I just want to ask a few questions. The first is actually following on Honorable Ntlangweni also spoke to slide 29. For me, it was not clear on slide 29 what that transformation, what form it's taking, yeah? Because I see the bar graphs, is this 29, right? But I wasn't sure how many women, how many different people in terms of racial group, age, etc. So I was interested in that. On the Silver Mentorship Flagship Project, or program, you talk about 16 candidates, but you've only broken down 10. So you've said there are 4 women and 6 men. So what happened to the other 6? If we can just get an update on that. Also on the HR matter, it's good to see there are interns. I would assume they'd be under the age of 35. Therefore interested in pathways to full-time employment. So internships, we recognize, have a role to play, but if you speak to a young person on the side of the street, they'll tell you they want full-time employment because we're now developing a group of young people who move from internship to internship to internship, and then they're 35 and then they're stuck. So I am very interested in that. On slide 49, it's about the challenges and the progress made towards them, 4.9. Yeah, I think it's point number 3 there, where it talks about collaboration with industry partners. I'm interested to know which industry partners you're fostering that enterprise development with, and what does the collaboration look like? I don't want to hear that it's a handful of meetings and that's it. You know, we want something practical, something impactful. And then my last point, Chair, is actually to the DM and the DG. I think it's on one, can you go one more slide forward also to the challenges where it speaks to the legislative issue? Okay, maybe it's somewhere there. Okay, there we go, the Diamond and Precious Metals Act. So DM and DG, it would be important for us to see the proposed amendments that this entity has sent to you. It's also because, apart from us wanting to see it, we want to push you in terms of timelines. If the market is as depressed as we are seeing on paper, we need to act faster, because if we don't arrest the situation and close the gaps where there are some, we're only going to see an entity fall into further financial, okay, ruin is dramatic, but further financial decline. So I'm very interested to know about those proposed amendments and when the portfolio committee can see it, even if they are draft. It's okay for it to be a draft. We can give our views and then you can come back with a more finalized version. But it is important for us to hold you accountable and to push you a little bit on that. Thank you, Chair.
Actually, a direct question. Where is the Diamond and Precious Metal Act? The review, where is it? When is it coming to Parliament? Those are the questions, regulator. Can you give responses?
Thanks, Chair. I'll ask the team to answer the questions, and then I'll sweep at the end. But maybe this one, because I think it's a bit critical for all of us to understand the proposed documentation on it and regulations. It's still with the department, and therefore it's not yet a government position. I think it will be not correct for the department to bring into the committee something that is not a government position. I'll pause there and ask them to answer other questions. Thanks, Chair.
No. So we've been tracking legislation that needs to be passed. So if it's still in the department and they are conducting hearings themselves, they must tell us. We need to know where is it, because it affects on our 5-year plan. Whether it's a government position or not, we need to know where is it now, the status, so that we plan. For instance, the cabinet has just approved 3 bills. 2 of them coming to Parliament, 1 of them has just been approved to be publicized for public comment. So we know we need to plan for two for public hearings and one next year. So which one is coming? Is it part of that? That's all we want to know.
Thanks, Chair. I think we were talking to each other. It's the position where it is supportive there.
Thank you, Chair. As far as the question on the composition of the 13 that went to Hong Kong in terms of gender and so forth, 6 female, 7 male. Of the 11 are youth, so it's 6 female and 5 males, and we do not have anyone with disabilities in that 13. Black, all of them are black.
Richard, if 13 went and 6 were male and 5 were female, and the other 2, because 6 plus 5 is 11.
It's 6 females.
The other gender.
Can you see?
Oh.
It's 6 females and
Didn't-
7 males.
Did he not say 7 males and 6 females?
Yes. 6 female, 7 males.
Yeah. No. Maybe you had 11 youth. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was a question on whether we don't think that Treasury is stringing us along in terms of the VAT issue. Well, our view is that initially when we engaged with them, they wanted us to do a scientific study so that they can determine whether the benefits of foregoing VAT revenue outweighs the benefits that would otherwise derive from the imposition of the VAT. And Mineral Council then assisted us in terms of sponsoring a study to that effect. And we then went back to them with that study and we said that this is what can happen if you remove VAT. And then on the basis of that, then they said that they would engage with us further. They needed to interrogate that study that we presented to them. And I think if I remember, it's not so long ago, so I wouldn't say that they are stringing us along, because at least after that they said they would come. And we only are now going to have our next quarterly meeting, I think in a week's time, as ourselves and the Mineral Council, together with the Diamond Leadership Forum, to determine whether it's now time for us to go back to them and say, have you had time to go through that? Because someone indeed raised that issue as well, that perhaps we need to pressurize them now. They have had time to look at that report. But then we said, let's talk about it in the next meeting. But we certainly didn't get any sense that at least they gave us a hearing, they talked about a study, we did that. They just wanted to be satisfied that the benefits for removing VAT would be offset by the benefit to the industry. In terms of the import of diamonds from UAE, most of these imports from, generally imports of diamonds, most of them in terms of, it's just that I don't have the numbers as we speak, most of them come here for certification, for grading, for scientific work. And then thereafter they get exported back to their countries of origin. I will get the numbers, Chair, in terms of exactly how many come for imports, but that's the sense that we have, that most, if not all of them, really come for technical work. And then The issue of whether we're contemplating DEEC at Cape Town, we have had engagements from stakeholders. It's not so long ago. In fact, coincidentally, it was about 2 weeks or 3 weeks back. There was that request that would we be amenable to such a thing, and we said we will go back and talk about it and decide whether. So we're talking about it. So I'm not in a position to say whether we are amenable or not. That's something that has certainly come through to us. In terms of the illegal diamond in Namagwa land, what are we doing? It's increasing. Again, our view is that the issue of illegal mining, whether it's diamond, it does not really fall within our purview. However, our concern is that the illegal diamond or metal is not laundered and legitimized through our licensees, and that's why that strategy comes into being. We will create the necessary mechanisms and the checks and balances to ensure that we are able to pick up any anomalies in our analysis of registers. For instance, when we pick up that you have traded so much, but what is happening, there are anomalies, which would then, in the absence of any legitimate question, then lead to the conclusion that there may be laundering. But we are busy now implementing that strategy. So far, in the period that we have implemented it, we have identified those that we think are risky refinery licensees together with Diamond. And for those that we have done so far, we have not really identified anything that can give us a sense. But again, it's early days. So we can't say conclusively that at the end of the year, but our preliminary opinion, at least as far as the audits that we have done in terms of register analysis, there isn't anything that shows otherwise. And then in terms of synthetic diamonds and natural diamonds, I wonder if my leadership, are you able to assist me on that one? The synthetic diamonds, difference between synthetic and why is, I think that it was asked. Okay, the chair will assist as far as that one is concerned. And then the issue of financials, the issue of us raising fees, does it not eliminate smaller players? I think you have heard that these fees have not been adjusted for quite some time. In fact, for us, we don't think it will do that. We don't think it will do that. These fees are quite low now, considering that inflation has been on the upward trajectory for some time. And then, in terms of the question around the expanding of the scope and then the scrap metals, they're regulated somewhere. I think our proposal are not really to deal with scrap metal, as we know, falls under SAP. Although in our proposal to the department, there was a time when the department wanted our views on how this issue can be handled, the illegal mining issue and the laundering. We were of the view that if the regulation of scrap metal can be transferred to the regulator, it would make our things very, very easy, because that's where this whole laundering thing actually, that's where the loopholes are. Because you'd find people buying from the scrap metals, and then they come to us and say, I bought scrap metal from this, that's why these numbers are not, and we are not in control of the other side. So we think that if that can happen, it will close that loophole, and it will enable us really to regulate the entire stream, and we will be in charge of regulating even the scrap metals, how many were brought in, and how many therefore were taken to the refineries. So currently we are not in control of the other one. But we are suggesting that the scope must include, it's not talking to scrap metals, but it's talking to, for instance, your chrome, which is a serious problem currently. In fact, when we talked about this the other day, the suggestion was that perhaps we should look at chrome, but we then said we will engage with the department as well, because the minister has got powers in terms of the Precious Metals Act, and it wouldn't be just us expanding the scope for the sake of expanding the scope. There must be a strategic imperative that involves why that mineral is declared strategic. And we think chrome is one of them. And the other critical minerals that are also here as well. Perhaps it's time to look at that as well. And then in terms of our offices, how do we determine that, and the Kimberley one? Basically, we look at where the activities are, and whether in terms of our licensing and precious metals and diamonds activities. These 4 provinces are predominantly where our activities are. Kimberley, as I indicated, the idea was not really to close it, but it came because of the financial pressures. And as I indicated, we are reopening it because we have had discussions with the Provincial Department of Economic Development. They have promised us, they've promised to accommodate our officials at relatively low prices. So I think we were supposed to move in there mid-October, end October, I think. Yes, so it will be, Kimberley will be reopened again. Okay, and then in terms of who is buying these diamonds that are mined illegally, it's $1 million question. That's why for us it's about analyzing these registers. That's why it's important for us to make sure that in terms of combating illicit crime, we identify high-risk licenses, we conduct audits on them in terms of registers, and we conduct joint inspections with law enforcement authorities to close all the loopholes and ensure that they are not laundered. All of that illegal metal and diamonds are not laundered through us. And then the intents, their fields and industries and categories, they straddle all of them. There are those that are in technical fields, for instance, because we deal with people in the metallurgy space. There are those that are in support services. Others, we place them in our industries, your rent refineries, your precious metals refineries, they are technical, but it's across all disciplines, basically. Okay. Have we contemplated changing the law in terms of to bring the autocatalytic crushing? Yes, we have. The proposals that we have given to the department include exactly this issue, to close that gap. So we've done that. So should the law be amended, that issue will then be clear. Reasons for reduction of production, we really can't speak on behalf of the miners. However, what we're observing is that globally, it's not just a South African problem. It's a global, there's a global economic downturn. There are serious macroeconomic factors that are affecting the global diamond industry. So it's not just South Africa alone. So for us, it simply makes sense that when there is a decline, when there is an oversupply in the market and the prices have gone down, and this is happening with the platinum industry as well, coincidentally. They are going through a lot as well, and they are talking about slashing employment precisely because the economy that is not doing that well. And as indicated, it's cyclical. It is known that mineral commodities are cyclical in nature. There will be moments where they are high. There will be moments when they are down. So it's nothing new, really. So from us, we don't see anything sinister. De Beers, I think, SDT already indicated that they have actually even moved from open cast to underground to try to bolster production. But what we know is that there has been also technical problems experienced there since they went underground, and things have not improved. So in our interactions and with them, that's the sense that we get. And again, having regard to what is happening in the diamond industry, both locally and globally, it makes sense why there is that decline in production. And then, yeah, so I guess that then covers the issues of the threat, partly because De Beers is manipulating the prices and what have you. How much cash reserves and where are they being invested, CFO?
Thank you, Chair. We had, by 31st March, 62 million in our reserves. However, those remain contingent liability because by law, we are not supposed to keep any surplus funds without the approval of Treasury. We've made a request to Treasury to retain all of those funds. We are awaiting their response. In terms of where the monies are kept, a bulk of that is with the CPD. We had received an instruction in 2022 already not to invest in any commercial banks. So a bulk of that amount sits with the CPD. If I may as well talk to the issues of financial sustainability, it is correct that the revision of our fees and license fees and service fees will really not make much of a difference where viability is concerned. So what we believe is that, or what we're hoping is that we can eventually be funded in terms of the legislation, because as a Schedule 3A entity, we should be 100% funded from the revenue fund. We believe that's what will work for us not to really eventually get to a point where we shut down. If I may also talk to the issues of bursaries, the bursary programs that we have currently are only concentrated in our internal staff. There are no bursaries for external candidates. In terms of our training and development for external people is only the learnership as well as the internship. If I may also talk to that, we have a few that were eventually employed within the regulator. Some were employed by our clients, as Mr. Mklong indicated, that they will be placed at some of our clients and eventually get employed there. But unfortunately, there are those that eventually we let go at the end of the 2-year period. And then in terms of the breakdown that has been requested, we can provide that in writing, but they are all in the category of youth. It's people who are fresh from varsity, and then where learnership is concerned, those are students that need the 18 months experience before they can complete their diplomas at the TVET colleges. I think that's about it. Thanks.
And then as far as the strength of the rand, our service fees are dollar denominated. So when the dollar is weak, and then you've got the rand that is weak, it essentially means that we're getting less money. I mean, it's strong, we're getting less money. So if it is weak, and it's trading at 20 rand, that means for us, we're getting more money. So that's the logic for us. But of course, we know that does not apply somewhere else. We're just saying that for us, it works better that way. But of course, if you are exporting, is something else. That's that. And then challenges, why not include license fees? I think we did include, we covered it under generally the issue of review of legislation, which includes the issue of revision of the fees. For us, revision of the fees are very simple and quick because they are captured in the regulations. So it's a question of the minister publishing the revised fees for comments, and then the department just considering those comments and then ultimately publishing. So for us, those were the issues that could be resolved very, very quickly. Yeah, I think in terms of which industry partners are we partnering with, as I said, it's basically the refineries, your Rand refinery, metal concentrators, then there are others in the diamond space as well. DBS as well is part of this work with us. So it's the very same people that we are regulating. I must also hasten to indicate that we're also having challenges there because of the industry is not doing well. So some of them, in fact, are now saying to us that we are no longer able to assist you because we are taking a knock from the state of the diamond industry. Chair, I hope that I have talked to all of these issues. If not, I will be advised accordingly, Chair.
Just a minute, Chair. Honorable Molefe.
Just a follow-up. Did I hear you correct to say that you did request the fees, but the minister did not table the fees? So it was the minister's decision not to increase the fees?
No, I didn't say that.
Firstly. Secondly, on the exchange rate, if your main income is from dollars and your expenses are in rands, there is a way in which you deal with that financially. You hedge. Have you taken out any hedges to protect yourself against the fluctuation of the currency?
Can answer that?
We are not allowed to do hedging with our funds legally as a Schedule 3A.
You're prohibited by Treasury? Are you prohibited by Treasury?
Yes, sir.
Third. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I think there are two questions that are outstanding. The first one was the issue that we have at the Labour Court. I know in law you cannot say you're 100% sure that you're going to win a case. However, I just want to make the members aware that this case that is pending in the Labour Court, the two employees didn't contravene the policies of the institution, but they contravened the law of the country, which is the founding legislation of the organization. So the chances of them winning against the law of the country are very slim. And then when it comes to the issue of synthetic diamonds and the natural diamonds, I think we're all aware that the natural diamonds are something that is from the ground, deep down in the ground, under a very high pressure. In fact, they are comparable to carbon as well. And the synthetic diamond is what we call, it's a fake diamond. I mean, you can imagine my wife having bought me a diamond ring and I go around and say, look at my fake diamond in my finger. And then I would say, I wouldn't entertain that question, Chair. And then I would be going around to people and saying, look at my fake diamond. You know, I really love my husband, I really love my wife, she bought me a fake diamond. So you can see why the natural diamonds take a better stage rather than a fake diamond. The issue of license fees, I think we've talked about it several times, but I just want to make everybody aware that it's one of those things that went through the cracks. Okay? As an institution, we were supposed to have done it either on an annual basis, do that assessment, or at least say every 3 years if you feel for our customers. But then it just happened, and then fortunately the previous board, when it came, it realized this problem and said to management, let's react to it and forward it to the minister. And I know the minister in due time will be able to gazette the regulations, and we'll have a better financial situation on our side. Thanks, Chair. I think that concludes our reply.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, that indeed concludes your presentation, and we want to thank you very much and continue doing the good job. We won't stop asking difficult questions even when you are doing well, so that you can do much more better than you find yourself. But we appreciate that you came to present. It's up to you whether you want to stay or you want to leave, but we are done with you. We don't want to hold you hostage here. You have been here since morning, so you can leave. It's your choice, but we will now deal with CEF. We will deal with the CEF Group. Can I hear, honorable members, you don't need a 5-minute break for CEF? Can I advise that you take a 5-minute break? Thank you. Honorable members, the 5 minutes has expired. Can we settle down? Ms. Boss? Ms. Boss, can you assist me with Honorable Molefe and Honorable Zondi? Did you get Zondi? Okay. Honorable Zondi is coming. Let's proceed. Welcome, Central Energy Fund. The members, honorable members, the Deputy Minister will be leaving shortly, and with some commitments and flight issues. She has requested that she makes some comments in 3 minutes before she leaves. I have decided to grant that, though it's in the middle of presentations. Because once we start with CEF, I can't allow, you'll have to sit until they finish, which I'm not sure you are prepared to do. So it's either you speak now or you wait until we finish.
Good afternoon, Chair, and honorable members. Of course, the SOEs in its leadership, and of course, CEF with its entire family. I think, Chair, perhaps let me reserve that. One for me really is to appreciate having to come and listen, and I think I found value in the listening. And thank you for perhaps granting me to leave when I have to. We'll sit through, and obviously we'll leave gracefully so we don't disturb the proceedings. We'll sit through, Chair. I think I'll rather reserve what I would have prepared from all the SOEs in terms of observation, of course, at the level of the ministry, policy levels, SGDs, NDPs, But of course, the APP's chair, it's an opportunity for what we regulate, for it to come before the portfolio committee for an oversight. And of course, you need to hold us accountable, taking from the ministry itself. Hence, it's important for us to come here and form part of this oversight, Chairperson. APPs also gives us the opportunity, including the public, to really account to the public funds and how we run the institutions in terms of leadership and the challenges that persist in the industry. Safe to say this is a very most important industry, especially the SOEs that would have presented earlier on. The observations that I had from my end was that I wanted to also, leave with the portfolio committee chair to say that there's a number of things that I think when we ponder and you continue to do the oversight, the role of the SOEs are quite important, of course, within the value chain, but most importantly, the economy and what we term at a policy level, where we want to see South Africa being great developmental issues of unemployment that we need to deal with, so we can pin them there. It will be, matters such as, you've got the Presidential SOE Council. And I'll tell you that as it's there that we know about, and it's meant to really wind down the 700 SOEs that we have, not really wind down, but also structure them properly. The most important question, I think, for this committee that it needs to deal with is to say, where do you find that specifically to the ones that are related to this sector and this portfolio committee, because they're quite critical. So as that happens, another perhaps gray area will be issues of shareholder compacts that are quite important in the middle of all of that, so that you enhance the issue of accountability. Another issue that I find there, where you look at SADP and SDT, issues of state-to-state, public-to-public collaborations. It's quite critical at the level where I'm speaking at this point that we might want to also enhance those type of collaborations while there's that council going on, and ensure a tight niche of a relationship from a finance market point of view, trade to trade point of view. And I'll give an example. I, for one, was excited when Alesco was coming to this department, of course, from my other scenes of being in the public enterprises for 4 years. And I can tell you that Alex has got serious potential, and so forth and so on. But the point there is how you pin Alexco and with what would have transpired with SDTs insofar as them doing trade and so forth and so on. And that's where I'm saying that there will be those type of, and it's quite important, that collaboration, so that we are able to give the state-to-state enhancement, the work and so forth economically. Maybe, Chairperson, as I said, because you granted me this opportunity, there's a number of observations. They also have got lots of work. They are quite important. They have potential. Clearly, the state has potential. Limitations is the issues of funding and the funding models, and of course, the lack of adequate, financing. And we understand where Treasury is, but you would have very most important things. And I'll just quickly speak around issues of your rehabilitation, the Mintex, the issues that we spoke about, whether it was asbestos mining that were rehabilitated. And you've got lots of rehabilitation that needs to happen in different sectors, whether it's in gold, whether it's in what have you. We've not even gone close to that. And then for me, those are the most important stuff, because at the heart of it should be the service. It should be about communities that live around those areas, the issues of environment, the health, the sand as well. Those you see, when you see those mine dams, the sand, they have an implication going forward with those communities. You go to Soweto and what have you, that live around those. And if that is not attended to, they've got other replicating effects, the closing of holdings and so forth. And I think I did speak about it earlier on. And I was just making an example with it. I'll touch on the research part of it, that you would have, what is that research institution that we have that reported after Mintek? the one that work with Mintek? CGS. You have also CGS as well. The capacity that the state has around its own research and how they too as well collaborate in terms of projects and the work that they can do also together, as much as you would want to also open them up to other sectors of the state. That matter that says that the state has got this, but it doesn't afford or give another state institution the work, different value chains, different department. It's also something that I would have noted. Maybe let me close by saying, Chair, you said when we started that you were told as an acting minister. I want to say Minister landed yesterday from China, so effectively when he lands in the country, I would like to think he's the minister. So he has attended the special cabinet meeting. I note what Honorable Ntlangweni said around matters of apologies. You're correct that they should be written from especially executives when we come to do annual performance, because this is about accounting the performance of their institutions or other entities. It's important that accounting officers at the helm of it, they should be there financially and so forth. So I agree that there should be those apologies, and I would like to think that they've taken that note to make sure that those apologies are done. But it's not just about apologies, that to check in terms of calendar, what is scheduled and so forth, so there's reprioritization. That's why the DG never left, I guess. I'm just speaking for you. I don't know if that's the reason you didn't go. The last point here, you asked, there was an important question that was asked around the legislation. When is it coming through? What is the cycle? You're correct. You need to know, because if we don't do that, then we're going to place Parliament at a time where Parliament administration closes. The next thing we want to deal with legislation, you're unable to plan for it, so that when it comes and you are able to process it. You know that last year, because you've been in this committee, that it was there, it was going through, it had to be pulled out because the timelines were quite, were rounding up. Now I'm told within the department, but DG will speak to it, I guess, at the time, that is within the value chain as well. They would have given the institution, the entity, to also give their comments at this point, so that the department is able to do and run through the processes of doing consultations. And I'm hoping through that legislative document that you received, we are able to speak to the timelines. Of course, how it's done, it might be, Honorable Fasia, a bit somewhat to also bring and brief the portfolio committee while those processes are ensuing, but I guess it's issues of governance. Let me also congratulate the two boards that have been obviously 2 weeks old. The other chair who's here, it's quite important. There was just one point that was raised there around the reason why the board could not be enacted for the entire year, and was that there was a what do you call it, audit that was happening. That's why it didn't. No. And I think that a better reasoning should be given to that effect, so that it's not just left as something that is just said. It is through governance structures. It can only be on issues of annual or performance, what have you. But even that's the case, when that happens, there is a minister in office, then that you need to make sure the processes ensue. You just don't say because of this and that. I'm just saying that, Chair, that needs to be put correctly as well as we move on. So yeah, that's myself. To all of you that you have not met me, I thank the Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee for bringing me here so that you can meet your Deputy Minister. Thank you so much, Chair. Ndoribo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. I was continuing, Honorable Ntlangweni. Thank you very much. At the time you depart, we'll take it you have said you are leaving. You have asked to leave, and you've got permission from this side. Honorable Ntlangweni, can we move to serve with your permission?
Chair, because the minister will leave, right, and she won't hear what, and I don't want to say it in her absence. so that it might look like it's a gossip. As you have allowed it, and we are agreeing with your leadership in terms of allowing her to leave. But really, next time such mustn't happen, that both the minister or the deputy minister is not here for this important PRRR reports by entities. And even as the minister have just said, even she have just met some of them here. So it's quite problemsome, you know, and embarrassing to some way of or form. But I think next time, this should not be allowed. But we agree with your proposal. The minister is excused, but flights can be changed. We have, as members of parliament, we have flexible flight tickets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntangweni. I will now hand over to Ms. Noah, the chair of the CEF Group.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Appreciate. Let me start off by greeting you, Honorable Chair of the committee and honorable members. Also to greet our Deputy Minister, Honorable Nemadzinga Chabalala, the DG next to her, and also the DDGs and the senior officials from the department who are here, CEF board members who are here today, and also the chairs of the subsidiaries who were able to come. Group CEO next to me and the CEOs of the subsidiaries, and also the executives, senior management, ladies and gentlemen, again, good afternoon. My name is Ayanda Noah. As I have been introduced, I'm the group chair of CEF. And I believe that today we are going to be sharing a very positive story that we have to tell on our performance. Honorable Chair, I think always a good starting point is just to highlight the importance of the mandate of this company, which is very critical, and it is really about ensuring the security of energy supply. And that is to support, to power the economy of South Africa and make sure that we support government in the delivery of the priorities of government and also in the recovery of the economy. And therefore, we don't take our role very lightly. We really take it very seriously, and we make sure that we execute it with diligence. I must also point out that there are many noble women and men at this organization who tirelessly work throughout the clock to make sure that we make a difference. It is our mission to make a difference in the country. We want to make sure that the ordinary South Africans can rely on us in making sure that energy is accessible to them and it's also affordable to them. And therefore, it is with that in mind that when you look at the board of directors, you look at the executives, the senior managers, the employees at all levels of the organization, together with organized labor, you know, we partner in making sure that we deliver on this mandate. There are many people that are not able to be here today, but they play a very critical role in making sure that group oversight is focused on planning, strategic focus of the organization, human capital, and all facets of the business are taken care of. So we do all of this, of course, to make sure that the long-term desired end state of the company is met and also government is supported. It is therefore very befitting of me to, at this point, introduce our Team Ubiquity, as I call it, because you can see we are a large and formidable delegation. And maybe let me start with Chair Figlen. I'm not sure now we've moved to Chair Figlen, who is a CEF board director and also the chair of the legacy board of IGAS, SFF, and Strategic and PetroSA. Unfortunately, Chair Swanepoel was unable to join us today. We have Chair Rupa, who is sitting with his CEO at the back. Also behind me, Chair Mkhize, who is chairing the SANPC board. And next to him is Mr. Muahi, who's the CEO for the SNPC. And then, of course, next to me is the CEF Group CEO, Dr. Pulo, and CFO for CEF. And then also, just to mention, Mr. Bitswe, who is the CEO for AE, Mr. Fusi, who's acting CE for SFF, and then last but not least, I guess GM operations. Chair, I'm not mentioning everyone. There are many people in the room, colleagues who have come here and will support us with the question and answers. But I thought just the ones that are going to be leading the presentations, if I could just have them raise their hands. Another point I just wanted to reflect on is that Askis, I think that instruction probably was muted from my side. They were supposed to raise hands as I look at them. Apologies about that. I don't know if I should make them do that again so that at least you know who they are. Chem Kiza, did you raise your hand?
Yes, Chair.
So who didn't? Mr. Moahi, did you raise? Mtatepes. Chair, I'm beginning to think they raise their hands.
I'm at the high table, I see everybody.
Okay. Chair, Mr. Fusi, Chair Rupa, Dr. Mukoka, Chair Mkhize, Mr. Muahi, Mr. Fusi, Mr. Ephraim. And then, of course, Chair, as I've already said, there are many other colleagues. There are some from PASA, for example, sitting next to you there. We've got a board member, we've got Mr. Makanya, and many others that I don't want to take a lot of time going through the introductions, but they will certainly assist us. And there are also others across me from PetroSA and also from CEF. So if I just go to my next point, which I wanted to make, and that is that when you look at how organizations succeed or achieve their objectives, it is really through the interaction of human activities and also the processes of the organization. But you cannot assume that those things actually happen or are present on their own. They have to have people who get up every morning to do work, to sacrifice, come to work, commitment, and also making sure that there is consistency in that tireless exertion and fervent stewardship of these dedicated leaders of the CEF Group of companies. Now, we were here in March this year to present our integrated annual results for 2023 to the Portfolio Committee at the time of the 6th administration. And at that time, we advanced the argument that if you look at what is happening in the world now, you can actually see that there's an emergence of new situations, and we also see a number of conditions that are creating a lot of chaos and a lot of instability for us. And we have to navigate that environment. We also spoke to the acronym BANI, which is B for brittle, with multiple disruptions, anxious, constant information flow, nonlinear, where nothing is certain, and incomprehensible, with inexplicable global events. And right with that, you can think about the global North wars, just as an example. Now, with this BANI model, we do believe that it also presents a lot of amazing growth opportunities only if we decide to adapt and disrupt ourselves and adapt, bringing forward innovative solutions. Therefore, it is really against this backdrop that we want to also advance that the notion of performance of state-owned companies being so poor that private sector has to take over, we don't subscribe to it at all. And in fact, underlining what the DM has already said about the role of the state-owned companies that it plays in supporting government and ensuring that the developmental mandate is executed. We really do believe that we have a very positive story to tell, and we are one of those SOEs that if you look at our journey, from 5 years ago, under the guidance of this committee, under the championship of our Minister Mandashe, and the departmental officials, the team, CEF boards, and also the management teams, we've actually really driven the execution of the key outcomes, and hence we are able to say today that we are able to talk to this positive story. As we reflect 5 years ago, we started with our recovery and growth trajectory, and you'd recall that around 2019 we really had a challenging time with a litany of strategic challenges, financial difficulties, no positive shareholder value, and really no prospects of sustainable long-term commercial viability. However, when we look at where we are today, we can really safely say that we have clawed back on some losses. We have also looked at the realignment of the group through our group operating model. We also have our parenting strategy to ensure that we have a positive relationship with us, our subsidiaries, and also strengthened accountability and oversight. But Chair, of course, we're not out of the woods yet. There's still a long way to go, and we are very conscious of that. But what is important for us is that we've got a plan, and we're working that plan. It is also important that I just highlight some of the pillars of the group's transformation over the past 5 years, and really just looking at, what are the key characteristics of the matters that we're focused on that have helped us to be where we are today. I think the first one being really just setting ourselves long-term and very ambitious goals and making sure that we create value in the process. And secondly, making sure that we actively drive the strategy on several levels right across the group, and ensuring that there is group integration and also alignment. And making sure that, as a third point, we move very quickly in strengthening our project and growth pipeline. We've got a very strong pipeline of projects worth about 65 billion, and we really make sure that we focus on it and we execute with speed. Laser focus on our priority initiatives that we have across the group, making sure also that we have a culture that fosters change and also high performance as an organization. In fact, we were awarded the top employer status, which we shared when we had a workshop with yourselves recently. And also just leveraging the group synergies. I think that is actually very important, where we have things like the shared services to make sure that we pull our strengths together and try and deliver through innovative and ways, and also having very good and solid strategic partnerships. Chair, if I could, in line with the parenting strategy that we have, I think let me just highlight a few matters that we have been seized with as a board. The first one really talks to the direction of the group growth agenda, which really again talks to our federation's adaptive strategy, which focuses specifically on making sure that our portfolio approach towards growth and investment is solidified. The second one is the SANPC enablement, Honorable Chair and members, and as you know, we now have the CEO, as I've introduced, Mr. Muahi, who is now overseeing the SANPC and also the move of both the assets and the employees through Section 197. And then the third one is really just strategic oversight and stakeholder management, where we, through our own governance processes, we've strengthened our regular performance dialogues through the Chairs Forum that we hold on a quarterly basis. It really helps us to bolster oversight, monitoring, and evaluation. And then the fourth point is PetroSA stabilization. I mean, that is a very big one for us because PetroSA is the biggest subsidiary in the family, and it's very important that we keep focusing on PetroSA to ensure that we have stability, we have sustainability in terms of commercial terms, and also that we preserve the going concern status of Team PetroSA. I think it's important also to highlight that other areas that we are looking at, PetroSA is reducing operational costs, improving the bottom line, and also to find permanent feedstock specifically for the resuscitation of the refinery in Mossel Bay, which is a top priority at this point. Perhaps, Chair, at this point, just for the sake of transparency, I should just mention something that is in the press already in terms of the latest developments. You are aware that we have suspended the PetroSA CEO. It is related to operational issues, and there is a process currently underway that is being undertaken. And I just wanted to be open about it and really just make the committee aware that we are managing the situation. We are looking at a pragmatic and transparent way of really resolving the issues, and we do appeal that we be given time to deal with the issue, and further feedback will be given at the appropriate time. I can also assure you that other matters that require consequence management and also investigations throughout the group of companies are taken care of. And when it is appropriate and those investigations are concluded, we'll be in a position to then talk to those, to the committee just to share the information. If I can just move to the next slide, just to highlight a few other points, Chair, as I am almost concluding. I've got a few points that I just wanted to share, which are all captured on this slide. The first one really to say that we outlined in the 2024 performance period that we still had those strategic challenges, throughout the environment, which are both driven externally and internally. However, we have had to find ways to just continue with our responses, which are focused and also organized, in ensuring that we integrate across the business. Just looking very briefly on what is on the screen, you can see that in terms of employees, we have 1,548 people in the company, in the whole group. We made a net loss of 522 million, which is 2.3 billion less than what we made last year. And there are a number of reasons for that, which the team will talk to. We do have 7.6 billion in total assets in terms of the group, 15 billion in terms of cash and cash equivalents. And I think what is significant here is that there is a 14% increase when you compare that number to last year. In terms of liquidity and solvency, we are really in a good position in that we have sufficient cash to meet our obligations. I think an area of concern for us, which we are working on, is the fact that PetroSA's rehabilitation provision is still underfunded, and we are looking at some solutions to deal with that. Again, the refinery is still under care and maintenance since 2020, and we are currently engaged in initiatives that will ensure that the reinstatement happens speedily. We also have progressed in terms of the extended continental shelf claim project, which resides in the PASA domain. Klepwortji mine project operationalization is also on track, which is in the AEMFC domain. From a safety point of view, we have also done well in that we haven't had any fatalities. We do believe that it's important to get our people to go home safely to their families as they come to commit their resources to the country. And then, of course, another important one is the acquisition of the SAPREF refinery in Durban, which is really going to be significant in mitigating against the country's declining refinery capacity. And then just two more points, about 16 million on skills development and capacitation of the organization has been spent or invested. And then we've installed more than 22,000 solar water heaters as part of the program that is active in 13 participating municipalities. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think at this point I should hand over to the Group CEO to lead us through the presentations. And from a timing point of view, Honorable Chair, I don't know if it would be appropriate for us to also have the chairs doing their opening remarks as the subsidiaries do the presentation, or would you prefer that we just flow through? I think with that, Chair, I would like to hand back to you just for that clarification. Thank you.
No, let's flow through. The
Let's
group chair has spoken on behalf of everybody.
Thank you. Dr. Pullo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair of Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues, all honorable members, all protocol observed. Thank you very much. Honorable members, Chair, through you, this slide actually tells a story. It looks a bit sleepy, but there's a lot behind it. And if you may, and on other slides that one perceived to be easy read-throughs, I will not waste time, and unless there's an issue to be highlighted on a slide in order to try and save time. On this one, Chairperson, you would know that you would notice that the CEF was enacted in 1977, but to put context to it, it was when basically consolidation was kind of taking place. Actually, this year, the group is 70 years old, if you look at the initial SUCORs and the like. So the group is 70-year-old. It has continued to play a role in the South African economy, especially in the carrying out of its mandate of ensuring the security of supply. Chairperson, in that 70 years, the group should be basically praised for its role, given its strength at the time upstream, in the upstream value chain, and also in the downstream, would say, and the midstream, in a sense that at the time, entities like Sasol were actually incubated by this group, and they became what they are, and many others. And if you were to also unpack it further, if you look at companies, for example, on your left-hand side, under EQF there, you would notice there that there are companies like your clean energy company, which deals with issues of renewables at a time when it was not even fashionable, and at a time when things like the wind energy were actually things that were not common. At the time, we were already testing such technology and deploying them at a reasonable scale. Amongst those, issue of methane extraction and using that for energy generation have been in place, such as you have with the Energy Joburg. Those are old initiatives, and sometimes we are viewed as the group and as the department as people who don't balance these energy sources, and facts will tell that it's actually not true. We've been pioneers in some of these initiatives. And further than that, Chairperson, we are a Schedule 2 company. What it means, basically, we don't receive funding from the fiscus. We are self-funded. We generate our own revenue to run our own operation. It means that basically the commercial sustainability is our license to operate. What we find to be a challenge, though, in the space, sometimes we get to be treated as if we are funded from the fiscus, to an extent that the issues of pricing needs to be disclosed or demanded to be disclosed by some, which inevitably
puts us at a disadvantage from a competitive point of view amongst others. So those are things that we continue to try and educate and share, that we are actually a competing government entity that's not funded by, I mean, a simple thing, Chairperson, such as us even supplying ESCOM. We are not being allocated. We're responding to tenders, be it on Transnet and all. It's unheard of a bit, but that's a fact. When we are participating in those state-owned entities, it's because we are responding to tenders like ATOM, A Dick and Harry. So, Chairperson, those are realities that we are building with. One of the important things for us, Chair, is that we are also mandated to ensure that we minimize reliance on IOCs. And we've seen when they decided to pull out on the refinery, we are on our own. As a result, every time there are market failures, we expected basically to step in as a state-owned in that regard. Next slide, please. Chairperson, on this slide, basically I want to focus on the strategic objectives that we basically have got 6 of those, which is consolidation and turnaround. Now, on the turnaround side, Chairperson, I think we need to emphasize that it must be understood why we are so preoccupied with the bringing the refining capacity back online. The fact is, the CEF Group used to receive 90% of its revenue from the PetroSA refinery. So if you are to really grapple and have the heavy lifting in terms of turning around the group, your focal point needs to be in ensuring that we put every effort that we have in ensuring that we bring back that refinery at Mossel Bay back to line, and we capitalize on the SAPREF 1 to ensure that is operationalized as soon as possible. Because once that happens, not only us as the group benefit, but the country at large will benefit. Amongst those issues of governance and transformation. Where do we come from, Chair? If you look at your extreme left of the presentation, that's where we come from. And some of these issues may look a bit easy, but the truth is to work on this and keep balancing on this volatile environment, especially an entity like PetroSA. I think there's much to celebrate than to actually have any other view, as we see that indeed there's progress on this. The fact that we have not gone to the Treasury and said we need some bailouts, and in fact we don't intend to. All we normally do, and we are doing that now, engaging our department, is basically non-monetary policy intervention so that we can regain our advantage in the market as the state-owned entity. On this slide, Chairperson, I'd like to say that we looked into our strategy and had 3 strategic horizons. We had, for example, a phase where we were dealing with the reset of 2022-2023, and we've seen quite a lot because our focus at that was that we don't have enough cash reserves, and therefore how do we do it? Let's look at other financing instruments, including the option of opting for high gearing, so that we can then strengthen over time our balance sheet and make sure that we are able to refund as well or refinance some of the initiatives and make some improvements on the bottom line, as it were. And I think that approach seems to be working for us as we project our bottom line into the future. So issue of acquisition became a drive, and strategic partnership proved to be yielding results. The second phase was there for the scale for growth, 2023-2026, which is where we are still, Chairperson, with the projection that if we do that by 2026, moving forward, we will be seeing the returns as you have there of basically having about 16 billion operating profit with basically 25% of overhead cost reduction, target that is beginning to yield result due to shared services initiative as a result of the establishment of the SNPC, amongst others, Chairperson. Next slide. Next one. Chairperson, these ones that I'm skipping, I think they are easy reads. Unless the members feel I need to go back to them, I will. And it's not with disrespect that we are moving in that way. The next one. Because all of this, they explain basically the rationale behind our strategy. Now, in terms of the group strategic risk, Chairperson, is that we obviously are guarding against this one, Chair. We know we are not where we're supposed to be in terms of financial stability, mainly at PetroSA, and therefore it remains a key risk and a focus point in the group to ensure that we don't slip, because any slight dip in that space could potentially sink the whole group, Chairperson. Failure to execute the measure, I think we are doing well in managing this risk, Chair, given the progress that has been made in the SNPC with the establishment of the subcommittees of the board and the commitment to continue to populate that structure and ensuring that we attract new business as per the business case, Chairperson. You would know that the approach and the thinking there was a kind of an approach where we're saying you have the toxic asset with PetroSA. How do you then separate it and deal with it separately whilst you are building this new entity that could attract further investment? And we are thinking, in our view, that approach is yielding result, given the fact that with the same kind of inputs on our business case that we've made with Romco's, with SAPRE, for an example, are informed by such, and we believe that it's yielding result because it becomes a better story to some of our financiers as we move forward. The issue of ensuring that we protect our, or ensure that we execute a mandate on the security of any supply, Chairperson, we are guarding that, and we know the risk involved, especially on the supply side, Chairperson. Hence our drive for reviving these entities and ensuring that we have enough storage here in order for us to address this as a stopgap measure, whilst we are getting to a state where we would be able to produce our own molecules, Chairperson. So issues of reputational damage, we seem to be progressing relatively well, though sometimes due to sinister deployment of information on the media. For example, what we've learned is that when you have competing companies, the one that lose tend to basically go rogue, in our view, by raising all sorts of allegations from time to time, but it's issues that we don't ignore. In fact, we are looking at every allegation that comes, and hence the Chairperson was making reference to the fact that we're looking at this thing, and at the appropriate time, those that needs us to come back and report, we will do so, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is the 65 billion project pipeline that the Chair was referring to. I would like to touch on three. It includes the GTL reinstatement. Of course, Chairperson, we are not happy with the pace of work, and we are pushing very hard to ensure that we review those dates so that we are able to implement the return of that refinery back online. The issue of SAPREF, I think it's exciting us, and we are working on it, and it's all systems go, Chair. By 1st of November, the latest 1st of December, we should have taken over completely the operations at SAPREF, and basically beginning to do the work in terms of returning that refinery back online. The SNPC merger, we are making good progress on it, Chairperson, and like we say, we should be able to come back to the committee, and there will be progress shared even today on the work done, where the committee could see that we are making a quite good progress in that regard. Next slide. In terms of our overall performance, Chairperson, we have met our target. The concern, though, is with the rates. When you look at the rate where we haven't basically achieved, almost all of them, there's an element of the effect of the pull down by PetroSA, and we know why, and we are working on such. There have been one, though, that SFF will explain later on, where we had to pay Treasury 1.2 billion, which then affected the bottom line of the group overall, and of SFF in particular. But again, it was also out of a good contribution by a state-owned entity in terms of cushioning the issues of price at the pump level. So those are good initiatives. Hence, we are saying at some point there needs to be policy instruments that enable entities such as ours, basically, so that we can do more and strengthen the position of the state in the market, as it were. Next slide. Chairperson, this particular slide basically shows where we come from 2020-21 to the current financial year. The commercial sustainability, like we said, is mainly in 2023-2024 would have been different, especially if SFF had not or was not in a position to, or was expected to pay that 1.2 billion to Treasury. It would have been a green, basically there, except for PetroSA, which is an isolated one, Chairperson. But when you look at our improvement financially as well, I mean, we were projecting something in excess of 3 billion, and our net loss came to around just over 500 million or so. It shows that, Chair, it was not going to be bad had it not been for that one particular transaction on the SFF side. And as of the rest, Chairperson, performance organization, we have improved a lot on the way in which we are contracting on that side of performance with the AG, and there have been quite significant improvement on it. Next one. Chair, if I may summarize basically our audit outcomes report, allow me just to stick to the last two, 2022-2023, and only get to AE. AE received a disclaimer, but they were able to basically, through hard work and dedication, Chairperson, to move to an unqualified. The previous year, the disclaimer pulled through to the group, and hence the group received a qualified one. So the improvement also assisted then with the group to move back to unqualified audits with findings, Chairperson. Next one. Chairperson, I would like to stop on this because SAPREF was the one I touched on as well. But this particular slide, Chairperson, all it says that we've closed 10 material findings, Chairperson, and we only have got 2 material audit findings, as it were, which shows progress, Chairperson. And there was basically condonation from the board of AE of 1.8 billion in irregular expenditure. And this, Chairperson, could be alarming unless you get the details of it. And AE could come in as well later on and explain that. But the essence of it, what I term the limitations on the PFMA side, because when evaluation was done, it was found that actually there was value derived from this expenditure, but the constraints perhaps, as it were on the PFMA side, could have led to that finding, Chairperson. Thank Thank you very much as we continue.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister in absentia, DG chairs and CEOs of subsidiaries, executives. Oh. Deputy Minister in absentia and Deputy Minister, executives, directors of boards. Chair, on this first slide, we're showing the asset element of our financial position. I think as mentioned, our assets have increased. If you compare to the prior period, the 6% increase was recorded there, growing from 35.5 billion to 37.6 billion. And the positive movements is mainly attributed to the following three items in the main: the increase in the aqua investment, and the stock that was held at the end of the financial year by PetroSA was high, and also the increase in cash that we have generated for the period. On the next slide, Chair, important to note is that much as our assets have increased, also our liabilities increased, and the main contributing factor there, I've indicated that PetroSA held high stocks at the end of the financial year. That stock of finished product was bought on credit, and thus resulting in an increase in the trade payables. And there's also loan payable that increased as compared to the previous financial year, mainly due to the arrangement in terms of repayment of the loans in relation to Romco. And then what is anticipated as well going forward is that the DVSA loan in relation to funding Aqua is going to be paid going forward, and that is why we have also an increase in liabilities there. And there were also recalculations in terms of taxes, and there was according to the calculations at the end, then the tax payable was adjusted up to cover some of the miscalculations that were done previous year. Chair, it has been highlighted by the previous presenters that we have a challenge at PetroSA in relation to solvency, where the total liabilities are more than the total assets. This is as a result of a shortfall in the rehabilitation provision of 6.6 billion. However, I need to mention, Chair, that plans are in place to make sure that the 3.3 billion that we have for rehabilitation is invested in the products that are going to give us enough money to cover the deficit. And you look at group level, that downside notwithstanding, the group is solvent and liquid as recorded at the end of the financial year, and we recorded the net asset value of 12.4 billion. On the next slide, Chair, we're showing the financial position. As indicated, we have recorded a negative 522 million in terms of losses that we have recorded for the group. We also show the contribution of individual subsidiaries to this aggregated financial performance. Important to note is that CEF, AE, IGES, PASA, OPCSA recorded net profits, and PetroSA and SFF recorded net losses. Those are the subsidiaries that are operational. You look at PetroSA as indicated, the challenge there is a GTL refinery that is not operational, but at the same time we are incurring high fixed costs on it. And as indicated, there are initiatives in place to rectify that situation. And on the SFF, the loss is mainly due to the fact that there was an amount that was paid over to National Revenue Fund to alleviate the pressure of the petrol price or fuel price, assisting in that regard. But another element that resulted into net loss is because the market conditions remained in the backwardation position, and as a result, it became unattractive for the traders to store their crude. They rather opted to sell it instead of keep it in SFF tanks. And there are a couple of entities there, CCE, ITA, CEF Carbon, that are not operational, and they have recorded net losses there. I'll elaborate on them at a later stage. On the next slide, Chair, I have spoken to all reasons that resulted to the aggregated net loss that is recorded, and I'll go to the next slide. Under the cash flow, it's important to note that our cash flow, our net cash balance at the end of the financial year increased by 14% from 15 billion to 13.2 billion. And you look at the elements of this cash flow statement and you notice that there were positive cash generated from operations that led to the situation improving. And I'll highlight a couple of areas that recorded substantial variances as compared to the previous financial year. You look at the group in terms of operating activities. You look at the previous financial year, the group utilized 1.9 billion on its operating activities, and then in the year under review, it's only 138 million that was utilized by that particular item. And then you look at your interest income was higher as compared to previous financial year, and the dividends received in relation to ROMCO also were higher as compared to the previous financial year. And under investing activities, the variances that are recorded there, you look at the previous financial year, there were substantial investment at ROMCO where 15% additional shares were acquired, and also we had advanced a loan to CMG to acquire their portion of 15%. But then when you compare to the current financial year, the items that I've spoken about are once-off in nature. And in the current financial year, what happened, there was a carry-through effect in terms of the loan that we have sourced from DBSA to fund aqua investment. That's what is appearing in the year under review. And then on the variances that are recorded under financial activities, there's a spillover on that one as compared to the item that I have already indicated, the investing activities. In the previous financial year, we received substantial loans for ROMCO asset. And then in the current financial year, the only amount that we have received there is the loan from DBSA in relation to aqua, which is lesser than what we have received in the previous financial year. On the next slide, we're looking at our financial governance and the irregular expenditure. The total irregular expenditure recorded, this is cumulative irregular expenditure, that was recorded at the end of the financial year is 5.188 billion. And then the bulk of this amount is historical, and we are dealing with that. But there was a 2.6 billion recorded for the financial year under review, and the bulk of that amount was coming from AE. And then it's important to note that this irregular expenditure recorded at AE was actually a carry-through effect of contracts that were concluded in the prior year, which is the year ending 2023, is not new cases. And I think the CEE has touched on the condonation that was implemented by the AE board after a thorough analysis was done, and the investigation revealed that value was derived from this particular expenditure. It could be just the steps that were missed in a procurement process. So we continue to address the remaining historical cases, and then we address that through the Loss Control Committee. On the next slide, we have recorded a total of 37 million cumulatively for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And important to note is that we have recovered 6 million, and we have also reclassified 280,000, and we have only written off less than 1,985,000. And we are continuing to implement consequence management and to recover whatever amounts that are remaining that were historical. And I'll now move over to financial performance of the parent company, CEF. Chair, we have recorded 126 million in net profits as compared to 169 million in the prior year. And this is mainly, the decrease is attributed to impairments that were recognized on PetroSA loan, and also the operating expenses that were higher than the previous financial year. But it is important to note that the increase in operating expenses were not necessarily going to consumption expenditure. We had spent a lot in terms of transactional advisory services to develop the projects that are going to assist us increase our revenue streams. And we also spend a lot around the major costs for the establishment of SADPMR. Chair, on this slide, we are showing the scorecard of CEF. Important to note is that there is a direct correlation between the financial performance and non-financial performance of the CEF parent company. And then you would note, Chair, that we have achieved an overall of 4.29 out of 5 as an entity. And then at the start of the quarter and going into the third quarter, there were some of the themes that were lagging behind, but there has been a coordinated effort to make sure that we close the performance gaps. And that is why we have ended at 4.29. And we have achieved, important to note is that we have achieved all performance on all our targets as a parent company. Chair, on the next slide, we just want to highlight the corrective actions that we are implementing in terms of addressing the financial, audit findings that affected our audit report. We've had one material finding on material misstatement of financials emanating from casting errors. And what we are doing is to try, by all means, to make sure that we strengthen our reviews. We also rope in internal audit to assist us with the reviews. And the team that is working on finances are sent to IFRIS training on a continuous basis to make sure that all transactions are treated accordingly in terms of the accounting standards. We've had one finding on performance information in relation to commercial sustainability. There was inconsistency between the objective of this particular item on the objective and the measure itself. So that resulted into the finding of the measure not being useful or reliable. So what we're doing currently, we have roped in internal audit to review all our key performance indicators to make sure that they comply accordingly. Chairperson, on the next slide, we're just showing the outlook of the parent company going forward into the planning period. There are a couple of items that we want to focus on, and these items are going to make sure that we are strategically relevant and also we are financially sustainable when we implement our activities at the group level. And the first focus area that we are going to be attending to is to continue to implement the parenting strategy to strengthen the oversight on strategic priorities. And as indicated by Chair and CE, we focus on PetroSA commercial stabilization and also GTL reinstatement. And we are going to lead development and execution of supporting strategies for partnerships, investment, financing, and development. And we are also going to lead the CEF entities to scale up for growth in line with our strategic direction. And we are also going to operationalize both SNPC and SUBREF as per the presentations by the former presenters. Chairperson, on the CEF Carbon, as I've indicated, CEF Carbon generated a net loss. Important to note is that this particular entity is currently not operational, so there's no cash inflows coming into the company. There are accrued expenses that we are showing there. This is in relation to the finance costs or the interest generated from the loans that were advanced to CEF Carbon to fund the Aqua project. On the next slide, Chairperson, Equalization Fund reported a net loss of 491 as compared to 491 million as compared to the 263 million recorded in the previous financial year. Important to note is that on this slide is that the decrease was on the 8 months where this late levy was only imposed for 4 months, and then for 8 months there were no payments that were done, and then there were net balances in our account as well, thus limiting the payouts to the oil company in terms of this late. The last slide, Chairperson, talks to some of the subsidiaries that are not operational. Important to note is that these subsidiaries are still incurring administrative costs in terms of preparation of financial statements. It's only one entity that generated a profit because there's a big balance that is sitting in that entity, which is OPC. And then the interests that are generated from that big balance allows it to pay for its operational costs. I'll end my presentation here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morabe. Good afternoon and all protocol observed. Lemohambi was mentioned earlier. So, Chair, we're going to start on the left-hand side of the slide with the highlights. I think Mendoa mentioned that she'd like to appreciate the team that's behind all this success. But I think from AFMC side, it's important that you look at our LTIFIs, which is 0, which means every year, each and every employee go back to his or her spouse alive, which is, I think, is a great achievement, considering that we part and parcel of DMRA. Just the summary and the highlights, I think for me, the most important one was the second point, that we moved from the disclaimer to the unqualified audit opinion. it was a tough, challenging, but I think the support that we got both from the group, the DMRE, and the AG itself was fascinating. And it made the trip very, very intriguing. Supposed to say that we ended up on a better financial position compared to the year before. We'll get into the details, obviously. And one more important thing out of this slide is to talk about the phase project, which is T project, and Tleporgi. Tleporgi, it's on the, as mentioned earlier, we just finalizing the DMRE regulatories, basically your permissions, your WULAs. We should be up and running, not at full speed, but on a build-up before the end of the year. On your low lights, I think we mentioned the ESCOM and issues. So we like anybody else. ESCOM treats us just like any other private company. So when we have issues with ESCOM, we get stopped based on the fact that Kusile, which is now the money-making power station, has increased their specs. So obviously everybody around Kusile was supplying sulfur content of around 1.2. The new requirement is 0.9. We are working on that. We have now started building a coal washing plant to increase our, obviously to match the spec of Kusile. We want to support ESCOM as another SOE. The other one that was a low light for me was obviously the lack of implementation of the gaps in the mining charter. And that is obviously necessitated by, as we are transiting, then ESCOM specs changed. Now you have to put money where it matters most, which is we are now looking at the next 5 years having a quality control system which will match the new specs of ESCOM. The Quattro scheme, we underperformed, but we're hoping and wish that TFR or Transnet as a whole will get out of the issues that they have so that we can match our railing capacity to Richards Bay. We could not do much more than what we can do other than sending them. Another low light is that we were supposed to dispose our shares in ARM to the value of 200 million, but with the drop in coal price, the sale did not go through because obviously the BRM, which is holding company of ARM, not to be confused with the other big ARM, did not have enough cash for the year to finalize the transition. So having said that, the last one is the prospecting rights. We found ourselves in a back foot because most of the rights, prospecting and mining rights before 2022 were withdrawn. But with the help of the DMRE, we have since withdrawn the withdrawals, if there's an English like that. But basically, we're trying to reverse what was happening before. Next slide, please. I'm just going to let our CFO, Pamandla Mthethwa, to take us on the financials. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Director General, Chairperson of the CEF Group, all the executives, thank you very much. My name is Pamandla Mthethwa. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at AE. I'm going to take you through the financial performance, our issues that came out during the audit, how we're responding to that. And at the end, I also want to go to the issue of the condonation of irregular expenditure of 1.8 billion, which was highlighted earlier in the presentation. But if you look at our performance year on year, it was a significant improvement. If you look at the top line, we managed to deliver just over 3.4 million tons of coal to ESCOM, leading to that 2.5 billion rand in revenue. However, if you look at the net results, we reported a slight decrease in profit
due to the write-down of our investment in ARM, which the CEO just mentioned now. We own about 40% of that company. During the year, it experienced some operational challenges, and also it is almost reaching the end of life in terms of the coal reserve. So what we had to do from an accounting perspective is to make an assessment in terms of how the value of the assets in the company and how much cash can it generate realistically for the remainder of the life of that particular mine. And we had to take an impairment loss of 85 million, which reduced our overall profitability. But generally a positive year in terms of volumes, sales to Eskom, and just the cash generation as well. If you go to the next slide. Apologies, there's a bit of duplication here. However, if you look at our key performance areas, it sits on 4 areas, which is the financial sustainable business, partnerships, operational excellence, and then corporate citizenship. We managed to exceed most of our targets under the first efficient, reliable, and financial sustainable business. If you look at our financial targets, we managed to achieve that. We exceeded in terms of the coal supply to Eskom, the number of tons. However, when you look at the strategic partnerships, we had some setbacks. The CEO just mentioned now in terms of the logistical challenges leading us not delivering in terms of the 400,000 tons allocated us on the Quattro scheme, and some delays in actually the implementation or securing the coal supply agreement with Eskom. On operational excellence, we're very proud of our safety performance, which is a highlight, but we did have some challenges in a delay in the implementation of the operating model, which is coming up through there. On the responsible corporate citizenship, due to the legacy contracts that caused irregular expenditure, we were not able to fully reduce the irregular expenditure to the level that we would have hoped for. However, we saw a significant reduction in the number of audit issues, leading us to receive an unqualified audit opinion, which was a significant improvement. And also due to some other structural and capacity challenges in the company, we also just could not get through to implementation of some parts of the mining charter and also some of the SLP projects. The next slide. In terms of the audit, we did receive an unqualified audit opinion, but there are with findings. If you look at where the findings were in the financial statements, it is basically one issue. We had an issue with the quantification of the value of the impairment of ARM, largely because of just the information. When we prepared the draft financials in May, we were working with drafts, financial statement from our associate entity, and when we finally received the final numbers in July, which we used to conclude our financial statements, there were some differences which led us to have an adjustment. But overall, I'm very confident that going forward, with the team that we have in the company, we shouldn't necessarily have any adjustment of financial statements. It's just the fact that we are coming from a very low base with a disclaimer where the financial statements, accounts, almost all of them were kind of disclaimed, and the status of records were in a very poor state. So we did a lot of catch up to make sure that the status of records is in order. And going forward, that is something that we believe that we have completely eliminated. On the compliance with legislation, it was largely the supply chain side. We're dealing with legacy contracts where deviations were not following the specific instruction note that guides deviations. And also reporting to Treasury were not happening on time, and also just the lack of consequence management as well. If you look at the root causes, the primary reason for all of that was the policies were outdated. some key governance structures were not in place, like the loss control committees. Since established those are operating. Hence, we even have the ability to even do some condonations of some of the expenditure, which were also audited, and the Auditor General was comfortable with the processes that we followed in that regard. On the audit of predetermined objectives, the Auditor General raised issues around the smartness of our performance information. The expectation is that if you've got some key performance information, it must be relevant to the mandate, it must be able to be measured, and also you must have the supporting documentation to prove that you've actually achieved. So in the prior, there were some challenges with how the information was gathered and all of that. We have addressed the issue very decisively. If you look at the new KPIs that we have for the 25 to 29 corporate plan, we believe that those KPIs are smart, and also we do proper review and governance prior to those documents being submitted to the Auditor General for an audit. The last area of an audit where the Auditor General is raising issues, which members of, if we resolve the 4 matters that are in front of us, we will definitely move to a clean audit with no findings. That will be the outcome of this exercise. The last matter relates to the IT controls. What the auditors, when they audit, the Auditor General looks at controls in 2 areas in IT. There's something called general controls, where they test whether you've got the access to the systems, the vulnerability to cyber attacks, backups, and all of those things like that. And there's another element which they call application controls, where they test whether the system processes information correctly, so that whatever financial statements that you present come from a credible system. So when it comes to the application controls, we are on a SAP system. There were no real issues on the processing of information. However, there were findings around the user access to the systems, which, if we look at the root cause of it, it's primarily due to the outdated system, and also just policies and procedures, which we are addressing that, and also investing on the new technology as well. So those are the 4 matters that are remaining at AE that we are now addressing so that we can move to a clean audit. Maybe before the CEO comes, I think I just want to address the issue of irregular expenditure, the condonation, and then I'll just hand back to the CEO to conclude. The irregular expenditure is something that is should normally be avoided. We should not have it. But once irregular expenditure has been identified and recorded, Treasury has issued a framework as to how to deal with it. And we have followed that framework to the letter in terms of how we went about getting this condonation. And the framework requires us to basically do a proper assessment as to what caused the irregular expenditure, establish the facts, what was the real issue. We must also demonstrate that there was value for money from that particular procurement, and that there was no loss to the entity, effectively to the state. So there needs to be proper analysis of the price paid per unit and all of that, and whether the transaction, in our case commercially, did it make commercial sense. So that is something that we need to prove. We must also prove that there was consequence management, and that the matter is also free of corruption, fraud and corruption. And most critically, what the auditors also look at when they have to be satisfied with this condonation process is whether the circumstances that led to that particular irregular expenditure or the control weaknesses have been addressed to prevent similar incidents from happening in the future. So I can assure the members of Parliament, the public, that we have followed that process, and that has been audited. The value of 1.8 billion, to be maybe more specific, it related mainly to the coal sourcing. We had some challenges in terms of, at some point, meeting our requirements in terms of the ESCOM contract, and we had to, on an urgent basis, source coal to supply so that we are still on track in terms of the coal supply agreement. I can confirm that we did get value for money. Those were profitable. Even if you look at the prices that we paid per unit, for instance, a ton of coal, that was in line with benchmark, and we did actually get value for money out of that specific procurement. Thank you very much. I think Chairperson, I'll turn back to the CEO for the closing and outlook. Thank you.
Thanks, Pa. I think also to add on that 1.8 billion issue in layman terms. So before 2022, we had a shortfall. So ESCOM contracts requires us to give 1.5 million tons per annum. 2022 February, we were sitting with a shortfall. And if you can't meet that shortfall, ESCOM terminates your contract. Now the risk was either we meet the shortfall with what we have at Vlakfontein mine, or we do what is called rectification. You add to what you have, and then you supply ESCOM with it. So obviously your mine, the way you plan it, is planned on 1.5 million tons per annum, and then we were behind with another 800,000 tons. So in gigajoule terms, we were like 36 million gigajoules behind, which is obviously probably our contribution to load shedding. But we turned that situation around. We used that money to source coal. We were outside top 10 suppliers to ESCOM. Today we're in top 5. So I just wanted to put that in layman's terms to say the 1.8 was actually used to move us from outside top 10 to top 5 suppliers in the ESCOM. It's in their annual book. So getting to the business outlook, we are in constant communication with ESCOM. We've talked and discussed the current coal supply and the two potential one for Tleoporki and then one for T project. We are in the almost signing mode, because when the discussion started, the specification with ESCOM were different. We have since seen the changes, but now we are tweaking the plans to obviously suit the new specification. We don't think that is a problem. We are constantly talking to ESCOM as an SOE to SOE. So once our plant are designed and built, we think we'll be in the region of 500,000 tons per annum supplied to ESCOM. Another one, Chair, is we are looking at improving the quality spectrum. Just in general, we want ESCOM to know that we can be what we call the QC, quality control asset, because ESCOM would like to have a place where they can collect coal and decide which power station they do. So Tleoporki, which is closer to Kendall versus Kusile, is where we want to make it a quality control hub. And hence you hear the languages change from crush and screening to wash coal. We just see ourselves innovatively assisting ESCOM to that level. I'm just going to touch on most important one, that our business outlook, even though it's been said, we want to go SAE from coal to manganese, lithium, iron ore, and all other minerals that we think are strategic, including coal. Because we miners, we don't call it critical. We call it strategic national minerals for the country. So that's where we want to play. We want to play in the development of those minerals, development of the next phase of that minerals, basically from, if you take manganese, take it up to the manufacturing possibilities of electric vehicle batteries, EVBs. that's the space that we're looking at. Obviously, if our sister company Transnet get their orders, their act in order, we also want to increase our exports, because once Klepwork and T projects are up and running, we are going to have dual products, one for ESCOM and one for export. And obviously, we like to play a role in developing the country by sending some quality coal outside the country. In return, we're hoping and wishing for creating skills amongst AE. As a mining company, we really want to move from people looking at a state-owned mining company. We are a mining company. We're not getting anything from the National Treasury. So we see ourselves playing in the same spaces, your South 32s, your Tungelas. Obviously, slowly getting into diversification of other minerals. The lithium and the manganese are far ahead, and the rare earth we've drilled. We're just waiting to have competent persons report. And we also acknowledge that we're not experts in everything. So in some cases, we'll have partners, especially lithium. And sadly, most partners that can process lithium are from China. So it might not be a nice thing to say, but we are looking at China to partner with them to do liberalization or chemical processing of lithium, and also to assist in stages towards building minerals or metals for electric vehicle batteries. I'll thank all Chair, Deputy Minister, and all the CEOs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Deputy Minister, DG, CEF Group Chair, Chairs of the subsidiaries and CEOs. Just to take you through the highlights for eGas for the year, we recorded a higher net profit against our budget. We set up a risk maturity level model in line with the CEF Group and achieved a level of risk maturity level of 3 versus our target of 2. Our overall KPI score was 3.25, which is above the target of 3. We're participating in the SADPMR enablement and progress the gas trading joint venture between PetroSA and ENH of Mozambique. That is for the trading of 2 million gigajoules of gas coming through the Ramco pipeline. In terms of our lowlights, we have to admit that there's been slow progress in our strategic growth projects. Next slide, please. In terms of our financial performance, Chair, eGas reported a net profit of 856 million rands, and that's compared to a profit of 772 for the previous reporting period. And this increase in profit is due to the increase in shares in profits at Ramco, as well as increase in investment income related to the money market interest on the loan. And we are confident, Chair, that we will see this level of income for the next 3 to 4 years, with at least R1 billion dividends coming from Ramco over that period. Next slide, please. In terms of our outlook, we will continue to manage our interest in Ramco, and that really speaks to ensuring that dividend flow comes through. As we've said, it's R1 billion a year, and we need to take care of that. Also addressing the required increase in directors at the Ramco board, and that's following our additional share purchase by eGas. This is a fight that we are having with Sasol, whereby they wish to maintain their number of directors on the board. And then we also identifying and evaluating opportunities in the gas and gas infrastructure space, and that will be for presentation to the eGas board. We continue to provide technical support to the CEF Group, and we're also concluding specific project agreements, and that would be between eGas and the SANPC for the transfer of eGas into the SANPC. In terms of the enterprise risk management, our target is to achieve a level 4 for our ERM maturity level, following achievement of level 3 in the previous financial year. And we will continue with our current stakeholder management and reporting. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, DG, Chair Noah, chairpersons of CEF subsidiaries, fellow executives, ladies and gentlemen. I think what one needs to indicate is that in relation to PASA during the period, Chair, is that we continued to assess and look at the potential that our country holds in relation to oil and gas onshore and offshore. And we do frequently produce reports that look at our reserves and resources so that we can know as a country what we need to, where we need to invest and what potential there is from an upstream standpoint. So even in the period under review, we did conclude that report. Chair, it's also important to note that we continue as a regulator to process all applications that relate to regulating upstream oil and gas activities within the shores of our country, and we processed a total of 45 in the period that we are reporting. We have one critical project that we are implementing, Chair, on behalf of the country to extend the borders of this country at sea, and that is the extended continental shelf. This is a cabinet decision, Chair, that we are implementing. Out of the 5 areas that were given to have a look at to extend the country's continental shelf, we've successfully claimed 3 portions that the department and the DFFE are working on to incorporate within the borders of South Africa. And what that simply means is that all the natural resources to be exploited along those portions of sea will now belong to South Africa. And the 2 that is left, we have to go back to the UN Commission after further geological work and technical work to demonstrate that they should also fall within the limits of our borders. So I think that's an interesting and exciting result that we would like to also report for the period under review. It is also important, Chair, that we report that we were engaged in the process of relocating our cores, which are quite a critical asset for this country, to the SFF precinct, thereby also saving on costs. Chair, I think one of the critical things that we also need to indicate on the highlights is that we continue to be engaged in stakeholder management given the nature of oil and gas exploration in our country. We have a lot of interested and affected stakeholders that we need to engage, and in the period under review we did continue to engage them through consultations also that went through Parliament, through the Portfolio Committee and National Council of Provinces when we were taking the bill through the governance processes of Parliament, as well as the normal engagements that we have as the Petroleum Agency of South Africa with affected communities in this country. We also made progress that is quite significant, Chair, during the reporting period in relation to the shale gas project. that we have a responsibility to assist the department to unlock. It's quite an exciting opportunity for the country with an estimated potential of 200 TCF. Just to make a comparison, Chair, we ran the PetroSA refinery in this country with about 1.5 TCF. So you can imagine 200 TCF compared to 1.5 TCF. And of course, we have progressed to a point where we have a partner to acquire 2D seismic data, and we'll follow all the processes to do so, even to a point where Section 50 was also issued. Work also continues in this project, Chair, together with DFFE, to work on the water use regulations and also the hydraulic fracturing regulations. So those, Chair, I think were the highlights for the Petroleum Agency of South Africa that are critical to this area of economic growth that we think holds the fortunes for the country. And as part of the lowlights, Chair, we did also have to deal with some cost containment measures that obviously place a strain on resourcing of the organization, but we also did enter into self-imposed cost containment given the issue of fees that needed to be reviewed, like all the other entities that I think have come before us. And one is happy to report that that matter has been resolved and has reached finality, and that review should come in any time from December. And another low light that we see as an opportunity is the litigious environment that we operate in. Our operators come in, they get into application process of permits, they engage with affected and interested communities, and we do experience now and then court challenges. And I think this calls for an intervention, Chair, that will address this through creating an environment akin to the Competition Commission and Tribunal, so that the matters are speedily resolved, and the DG is assisting in that regard in relation to bringing together all the relevant stakeholders from the government side. Next slide, please. So I think what becomes important here to indicate is that we did have a net profit of that is shy of 7 million, but the budgeted figure there was a net loss of 42.2 million. So we were engaged really in a serious belt tightening, but also aggressive in relation to self-generated revenue, because in the self-stable were the only entity, because we're a regulator that also receives allocations from the state. And I think that speaks testament really, Chair, to the efforts that the staff at PetroSA and the board had to engage in to ensure that we don't sit and fold our arms, but we actually make decisions that are going to, over time, improve the financial health of the organization. Next slide, please. I think there were areas of improvement from an audit standpoint that were identified, mainly around compliance with the IFRS standard in the areas that are identified on the left, and the training that is been identified under management intervention has already happened in the current financial year, including also the intensification of training around the use of automation to deal with some of these findings, and internal interventions such as approvals at the correct level when it comes to sign-offs in relation to reconciliations, and bringing in internal audit to really play that role of
assisting management in quality assuring the interims in terms of their financial statements. So those are the interventions that have already started, Chair, to address some of the challenges that are stated on the left for us to have a clean audit. Next slide, please. Chair, this slide just indicates that we operate in quite a complex landscape. And I think it is important to note that even though the country is well endowed in oil and gas resources, we need to be worried about the pace and the extent to which we have competition, not only from the region, but also from other parts of the world, and intensify efforts of unlocking this oil and gas resources. And secondly, I think we are in a good position given our onshore and offshore gas and condensate deposit to really fuel the just energy transition. It is important also, Chair, on the third point to note that we did actually play a critical role in ensuring that we provide support to the department and Parliament to ensure that we take the bill through its paces. And finally, Chair, we are seeing investment appetite increasing in the type of applications that we are receiving. So I think we need to engage in strategies that are going to, one, reduce the number of months or years to get finality in relation to challenges that we might have through the courts. And secondly, really increase or intensify our activity of presenting data at critical conferences that attract investment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as explained earlier on, I think in Chair Noah's submission that I will be doing the PetroSA presentation. So what you have in front of you is definitely my name is Meti Petrus Fusi, and I'll be acting in PetroSA, so I'll be doing the presentation for you. Thank you for that clarity. Chair, the highlights are few, as indicated in both Chair Noah, Dr. Pulu's presentation, and the Group CFO, that PetroSA is in a very challenged space, and that those challenges, I'll deal with them in the main, but focus more on what needs to be done for this heavy lifting to occur in order to take this organization back to where it belongs and hopefully grow it from there. So as indicated, the GTL refinery is off, and that's the biggest issue that we'll be dealing with here, because that reflects across this entire presentation, and I'll touch to that. But let me follow the format of the presentation and start with the highlights. Obviously, the scope of bringing in the advisors in order to restart the refinery, we've revised that from the original 18 to 36,000 barrels per day in order to create a sustainable business case for that. So that was accepted. However, that has come with a delay in terms of trying to finalize the timeline on that transaction, and I'll touch to that in the next slide. Despite the difficult operating environment with constrained cash flow, Chair, the organization continued to pursue transformation targets in terms of preferential procurement, and the targets have been exceeded. Chair, investments that were made some time ago in Ghana continue to yield results. So dividends are being declared from our investment, in particular Jubilee oil fields in Ghana, where we have a stake in there. Small as it is, but dividends continue to flow, which are sustaining the business in this difficult environment. So, Chair, in front of you, then you'll have a long list of the lowlights, which is really what characterize the trading environment for PetroSA. Sales volume for the period in this financial year, Chair, has been 66% lower than the budget. I think there's been a number of conversations, whether that was informed by load shedding and our ability to support ESCOM. I can assure you, Chair, there was a plan in place to grow the business beyond ESCOM in the trading environment, and that touched on looking at new revenue streams, which has not really materialized up to date. That will involve kerosene, heavy fuel oils, and lubricants. Those things are still being pursued, and the strategy going forward will touch on how we ring-fence some of those activities so that they do not distract on the key issue of reinstating the refinery going down. Level B contribution status, which has impacted new business development. Also, that was our low. That improves, Chair, and I'll talk to that in the next couple of slides. Chair, the reflection of our financial statement, which is the next slide as well, we'll see we're no longer producing. So the biggest asset in our stable, which is the refinery, the platform, is under care and maintenance, so due to the depletion of the resource. So now we are in a trading space, so the current business will reflect trading. Trading is a very lower margin business. You need to be in charge, and we haven't achieved that, so that's one of our lowlights, and I will explain that rationality when I get to the next slide. There's been a number of initiatives to explore alternative funding solutions. I think what's clear, Chair, is the instruction from the shareholder. CEF will say PetroSA will not be bailed. We need to craft strategies that will actually lift PetroSA from the current crisis. So there's no shareholder bailout. Even the ultimate shareholder, the department through National Treasury, we have no intention of approaching that. So there's a whole strategy of trying to pursue partnerships in order to turn this thing around, not rely on the fiscus intervention. So unfortunately, if you have a weak balance sheet and you are in a very unstable trading environment, everyone wants somebody to support you, and that has not been forthcoming. So that will be refocus instead of continuing to go and knock at doors and getting the same message. So that's a low light for this financial year. There's a number of increase in non-compliance incidents and impact in legislation and permits. Again, Chair, we are running on it's very, very tight, the business that we're running. Compliance is key, and safety, especially of our employees, is key. However, we have a huge asset that's not operational. If you give me the next slide, Mr. McKenna. So, Chair, let me touch on the financial performance, and maybe during question and answer session, I have the CFO with me, Mr. Nombulelo Chandela. She will be assisting me there. PetroSA in this financial year ending March reported a net loss of 1.2 billion compared to the 1.4 positive that was reported last year. Chair, this is due mainly to having a refinery with associated costs that's not producing. So we have not, we've tried to manage those costs to the best of our ability, but we've retained our people around those. So that has a huge impact, and I'll reflect on that on the left side of that slide. Again, Chair, lower movement in the reassessment, that's change in estimate of the environmental liability compared to the prior year. And the next slide carry a more detailed explanation of that. Maybe you stay on that. Let me just finish what's on the left side of that slide. Chair, I said we are in the trading business and the margins are very low. As you can see there, Chair, we went for a revenue of 24.8 billion and cost of sales of about 23.3 billion. Chair, if the margins are this tight, which is the nature of this business, you need to have the ability to engage directly with the people who holds the molecule or otherwise. But if you don't have a balance sheet, you cannot raise letters of credit, and you have a lot of middlemen in between. They eat on that margin. So that in itself is not a sustainable business model. So we should be working around that. And some of the initiatives that probably the SMPC will touch to is actually that collaboration between the entities themselves, so that maybe that cost of sales should actually be a cost of sales being managed within the business of broader CEF Group. Maybe it's SFF purchasing to supply PetroSA, because PetroSA has the market and it has a short that needs to be supplied. The problem is, how do you build that when you don't have a balance sheet? And further down, Chair, if you look at another number that will be sticking out, the other operating expenses, massive number of about 3.1 billion. Again, Chair, that reflects the employee costs that we have on a refinery and a platform that's not operational, and all the associated costs with that, whether it be helicopters that goes to the platform, the vessels that do the milk run, the distribution costs, and some demurrage also included in there. So that's a massive cost that does not have a matching revenue. And I think, in short, that really explains the crisis that we find ourselves. Therefore, if you go to the next slide, Mr. McKay, therefore, this need to say PetroSA needs to get this refinery going is very important, and it needs to happen soon, Chair. Anyway, Chair, let me go to the audit findings, AG's audit findings, and the response of management there too. And I think this has been deliberately written more, so that people can reflect on it even when the presentation is being taken off. I'll go to the second one, Chair, the incorrect, outdated, weighted average cost of capital, your work. Those management's response is very clear there. We've updated that, the current work, to be utilized in the workings, and I think we believe that it's been closed. It's been a finding for a number of years. We believe that now has been addressed. And then the next one is the misstatement in the in the group financial statements. The PetroSA Ghana, the entity that I referred to, where the dividends are coming for, profits for the 2022 financial year were accounted for twice, and I think that has been corrected, and we reflect what the management has done on the second column, and hopefully that is closed forever. The decommissioning liability, this continued to be a very technical conversation, Chair, and we struggle with the auditors around these things because the way it's interpreted, and all that, experts have been brought in. And we say here, due to the technical nature of the provisions, auditors' recalculation resulted in material misalignment of the decommissioning provision. That's why I say, Chair, on the next thing, all supporting documentation has been made available to the auditors, including access to the decommissioning specialist, Chair, so that we can deal with this issue. I think Ms. Morabe, in her submission, she reflected on a figure that's not covered of 6.6 billion. So this continues to be a troublesome number that needs to be engaged on seriously going forward. And then disclosure for irregular expenditure, the understatement of irregular expenditure relating to the interest and penalties, duties at source. This is the difficulties we've been having with SARS and in the main duties at source, which has hampered, because now we no longer a manufacturing refinery, so some of those things are due immediately, and those are significant. If you move on to the next slide, and then we'll go again, performance against objective. Chair, you will look at that slide. I think it just paints the story I've been saying. Very few positives coming out of this, but it is a challenge that we recognize, and this is the challenge that we will be taking head on and try and turn this business around. The first one being improve the BEE rating, taking it up to level 2. We say level 9 BEE rating was achieved, so Chair, it has moved from 9 to 7, is now sitting at 4 in this financial year. But at the end of this financial year, despite all those challenges, it was sitting where it's sitting, so it continues to be a challenge. Gross margins, Chair, our target was 5%. We achieved 2.5. Again, it reflects the care and maintenance of your most productive assets and actually migrating into trading, which has required that you have a firm balance sheet so that you can engage directly with the suppliers of the molecule. So that reflects that challenge. Return on capital, obviously, that just reflects the losses that are recorded in the business. And then if you go to the next one, I'll just focus on the difficult stuff. Compliance with safety legislation, 37 non-compliance resolved, which was our target. 11 out of 30 non-compliance raised by external authorities during the course of the year were resolved. However, Chair, that's not sufficient as well, so it's one of our lowlights. The next one, Chair, I think this is the most important, sustaining existing market share through imports of finished product. Our target was to bring in 3.5 billion of product into the market. The business only achieved 1.6 of that. There are a number of reasons why that was not achieved, whether it's our infrastructure not responding appropriately, resulting in demurrage, the industry not lifting from our facility in Mossel Bay, and those challenges needs to be addressed, and a little bit of the decline that was there maybe from ESCOM. So if you move to the next slide. Increase fuel sales by implementing the Africa strategy, 200 million liters targeted to go across the border. That was not achieved, sir. Year-to-date sales were 51.6 million liters against that budget of 200 million. Demand from Botswana being reduced as some mines were in under care and maintenance, where the international team had targeted to deliver the product. Product to supply to Botswana out of Mossel Bay and Sanin areas were not possible due to duties at source, and there's a technical conversations to be had here with National Treasury. So that, and then I'll take the next one, which is complete the feasibility study of the power project. Obviously, that was not complete. And the last one, Chair, being review the decommissioning philosophy with a view of reducing that decommissioning liabilities. As I indicated, Chair, it's a technical conversations. Proper consultants have been brought in to actually review and evaluate that exercise. So if you look at the PetroSA outlook, which is the next slide, Chair, and then I'll close the PetroSA with the work that's been done to bring back the refinery after this slide. So this was a very challenging year, and I think all the presentation prior to this at CEF Group have covered this. However, we need to have priorities to refocus the business, fast track and prioritize the reinstatement of the GTL refinery and all its associated infrastructure. From technical perspective, the reinstatement is vital, I think, for the stabilization of PetroSA and the broader CEF Group. It's too big to fail, basically. Address operational challenges and execute commercial and operational strategies through target demand management, increase in revenue, and expand the customer base. So the dependency on one big customer needs to be resolved, as I indicated earlier on. support and drive SNPC enablement. We hope the conversations we are having with moving certain aspects of the business into SNPC will yield positive results for the turnaround strategy, but overall it may allow PetroSA to focus on bringing back the business that matters. And number 4, Chair, prioritize the financial sustainability and governance. As we saw, there's a lot of issues that have been tackled. So if you go to the reinstatement of the refinery, Chair, there is a project. Next slide. There is a project. There was a tender that had gone to market, and that tender was awarded to Gazprom for the reinstatement of the refinery. I think it's been a lot of media issues around the PetroSA tenders. So those who use tender numbers, this is 0001. So that was the focus of that tender, Chair, was to bring in the condensate, the liquid section of that refinery back on stream. As I said, we've depleted the resources offshore. So this is the business that was envisaged to be brought in. I indicated earlier on, the business was pitched at 18,000 barrels per day. We have since revised that for sustainability to bring it back at 36,000 barrels per day. The work with Gazprom then earlier this year, when those changes were effected, they also asked for the extension to the period. And given that, Chair, we are about to conclude that now. So we should know whether we continue or not continue with the current partner. We are at that decision point, and that's as it relates to the reinstatement of the refiner. And all I'm saying, Chair, it will be partnerships. The numbers are significant, and we will not be asking the shareholder for that. Mr. Makanya, if you can skip the next slide, which is the pie charts envisaging when this refinery will be rescheduled, and then you go to the next slide. Chair, the next slide is Strategic Fuel Fund. This is the presentation I was originally going to be making to you, Chair. So let me go to the highlights of SFF. There were 0 reportable Section 30 environmental incident and 0 work-related fatalities reported during this period. I think environmental, Chair, sometimes people cannot gloss over it. We handle crude oil in Saldanha, and very sensitive marine areas. So incidents there can be very catastrophic to the lifeline of the communities in the area and all that. So these priorities, we think, is a very good highlight for us. The terminal continued to successfully handle vessels during the reporting period, even though some of the infrastructure is challenges, and we are in the process of refurbishing and procuring new ones. Both the Saldanha and the Milnerton terminal, the major hazard installation inspections have been concluded and finalized as we speak. And then, Chair, we are in South Sudan. We're looking at a block in South Sudan, and a lot of progress has been made. Data was processed in the last financial year, and we are moving into the next phase, which is establishing the baseline study for that. And then the next work will continue on that. So it's one of the projects, hopefully, when it's successfully concluded and we have these equity barrels as a country, the sustainability of having that, especially in times of crisis, cannot be underemphasized. In terms of the lowlights, I think the group CFO touched on the market being in backwardation. Chair, when the market is in backwardation, there is actually no incentive to utilize our facilities. We have a massive terminal in Saldanha, 6 tanks of 7.5 million barrels each. If there is an expectation in the market that the price of crude will drop, people don't store at those prices because the expectations say don't do that. So only when the market is in contango, when the prices are low and everybody's holding with an expectation to sell in the high, that's when that terminal performs. So for the period under review, we were in backwardation, and that will be reflected in our numbers just now. Obviously, Chair, we've had difficulties in executing capital projects, which has been significantly addressed in this financial year. But as it relates to the last financial year, there were a lot of stop-starts on the projects that we took to market, a lot of non-award, which ultimately has eroded market sentiment, and people don't actually believe that we will be delivering. We hope to change that forever in this new financial year. As indicated with backwardation, Chair, we struggle to continue to secure customers for our facility in Saldanha, which is the main facility. The Milnerton facility, Chair, for the record, has been in care and maintenance. It was originally designed to support the refinery, Astron refinery across the road. That contract has ended, so there is alternative supplies to that. We are in serious discussions with Astron around that. So Milnerton is under care and maintenance as well. SFF reported a net loss of 313 million compared to a net loss of 340 in the previous period. The movement is due to market conditions as we remain in backwardation, so there's no, the people who own the molecule don't see the need to store when there's an expectation that the price will go down. The target was not achieved. If you look at the sheet next door, we say the target was not achieved due to a payment of 2 billion to National Treasury. If that was not done, SFF will have reflected a 1.7 billion profit in this financial year. This number, I think it was explained earlier on by Dr. Polo, where when the cost of living was running out of control, the President announced in the State of the Nation that there will be an intervention by the Minister of Minerals and Energy at the time and Minister of Finance to try and bring down the cost of fuel in the country. The outcome of that exercise is SFF has to deliver 6 billion to National Treasury by liquidating aspects of the strategic stocks. So 2 billion of that has already been paid, Chair. So if you look at the financial and you focus on the line other expenses, that's where that number actually sits, where the 2 billion shows. You see a huge number of other expenses. So if it has to be explained, that actually is the reflection of that. And then if you move to the next slide, again, against the Auditor General's findings and management responses there too. It's a bit wordy again, Chair, hopefully for the members in their own time when they really need to reflect on it. Supply chain management, compliance with supply chain. Here, Chair, it was a lot of misunderstanding. Our people went for training and there was disagreements on the levels at which this preferential procurement applies, but that has since been resolved. But until then, until those issues were resolved, we were in a position where we thought we had adequately interpreted the legislation, and that dispute was never resolved, so there is a finding there, but going forward, that has been address. The predetermined objective, again, one of those, Chair, where it says that we should hold 21 days of strategic stocks and 12.5 billion of 12.3 million of that. Chair, that number is lower. We hold in less than 10.3 million, which is technically a finding. However, the context at which it was, that number was arrived at is very important, Chair. When we were holding 21 days of strategic stocks, South Africa had all its crude refineries online. Since then, the Subref refinery, which CEF has just purchased and is restarting, the NREF refinery has closed down, is permanently closed, it's going to be a blending site. The refinery, the GTL equivalent in Mossel Bay has since closed. So when all those refineries were at full capacity, that 21 days translated into 10.3. However, when we contracted, both numbers are in there, so that needs to be clarified. We tried to revise the number. We in discussion with CEF going forward on to see how we can that be resolved once and for all. But it's a policy issue, Chair. Again, the predetermined objective, the refurbishment of the Milnerton tanks, where we had identified 4 tanks to be refurbished in Milnerton. That, Chair, has gone to market a number of times and a lot of non-awards. When I indicated earlier on that it's actually eroded confidence in the people to respond to some of the requests that we take to market, it's as a result of that. Chair, we've revisited this going forward, so we will be redoing the whole business case for Milnerton and take it from there. If you move to the next slide. This is the business going forward, Chair. Unfortunately, the market remains in backwardation, which means the oil prices are very high, so the incentive to utilize our facilities remain very low because there's an expectation that the oil price will come down. We've also, Chair, invested in Avidia Energy. Also, we are turning it around. We are building a pipeline so that we can create a steady supply of product to that. As I indicated, the Milnerton tank farm, the refurbishment and the review of the business case. And Chair, as we flip and expand our business model, we've been going into, as I indicated, LPG with Avidia and refined product. And for that, we purchased the Montague Gardens, that's BP terminal out in Milnerton, 50% of that. And we'll be striving to utilize that on the key focus areas going forward. So number one, we say execute on the strategy that has been developed to ensure that the pipeline is delivered in a shorter time frame to improve Avidia's economics. This is where we awarded 79, and we took Avidia business out of business rescue, and this pipeline was supposed to enable it to bring product and compete. So the disruption that you continue to see in the Western Cape in the winter around cooking gas and all that is actually related to this infrastructure having not come in time to actually stabilize the market in this part of the world. We continue to, I think a lot of work has been done in this financial year, but we're reporting on the previous one. Revise the Milnerton business case going forward to account for the current operating environment. As I indicated, the refinery next door is utilizing a facility next door to ours in Saldanha, which is much smaller, that allows for blending. However, we are in discussion with the neighbors in Milnerton to try and repurpose that terminal. It's a massive facility, Chair, that cannot be allowed to waste. The third thing, Chair, is the enablement of the SMPC, and I think the previous colleagues in both I guess, and myself again in PetroSA, we reflected on some of the issues that we are engaging with in the terms of moving the certain key assets into the new petroleum company. So it's, I think Mr. Mahi will explain that the lift and shift strategy, where you identify an asset and associated people and contract accordingly and move it across on a lease and assign strategy. Again, the performance of the Milnerton terminal is actually worrisome, Chair. As I indicated, we have 50% of that capacity in Milnerton, and we're shocked when we met with the operator, where we found that we were only utilizing 15% of our capacity, whereas our other partner was actually utilizing 120 of their capacity. So there's a lot of idle capacity that can be repurposed once the contracts with Eskom have been reviewed, and an opportunity maybe to bring in HDSA in that space as well. Chair, that concludes my 2 presentation. Thank you.
Good evening to you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good evening, DM to you and the DG. Group Chair, chairs of the subsidiaries, and the CEO. Chair, I'm going to talk through the SNPC, which has been referred to several times, in the presentation, Chair. Chair, we've come a long way. This has been a journey, a very interesting journey. Of course, with some challenges, but we've made a really significant progress, Chair. At this stage, we have actually established the executive team in SNPC to actually take this over the line to make sure that we deliver on the operationalization of SNPC, which will, of course, benefit the CEF Group, of course, more importantly, benefit the Republic of South Africa. Chair, we have also appointed the board. That board actually support the executive team to take this over the line. In addition to that, we've got the steering committee, which is made out of the chairpersons just to oversee the process. Chair, at this stage, we are now shifting to assets and contracts to move from what we call the legacy entities, which is SFF, PetroSA, and iGas to SNPC. We are busy engaging with the unions and non-union staff members to transfer them to the National Petroleum Company. So, Chair, this journey started in 2020, started with the State of the Nation address, where the state president mentioned that we need to repurpose the SOEs, need to make sure that they are sustainable, they support the economic growth, and we actually, as members said earlier on, bring them down. And that's where SNPC was conceptualized to merge those three entities. And Chair, in 2020, the refinery closed, PetroSA financial challenges came to the fore, as Mr. Fusi mentioned, and the project was initiated with, of course, just looking at the baseline and the strategy to move this forward. 2021, the board of CEF approved the strategy and operating model for SNPC. The presentation to the economic cluster was done, National Treasury was engaged, presidential SOE review team was also engaged, just to make sure that what we are doing is actually in line with the thinking going forward in terms of our measure. Went to the Cabinet Committee, and the Cabinet Committee actually challenged us and said we want to see independent legal review and commercialization validation, just to make sure that you've got an independent eye to look at what we are doing. 2022, the decision was made, we need to get GTL back on stream. I mean, Chair, as colleagues mentioned, we used to refine a lot of product in this country. We lost 3 refineries, and it became critical that we start now looking at reinstating those refineries back. The brand was finalized, and operating model and the structure was finalized. And then as we went through, Chair, more importantly, it's just to make sure that we engage staff. We had several town hall meetings where we spoke to staff and make sure that we don't run on our own and we carry the rest of the organizations with us. And then the cabinet then approved that we should move to phase 2. And that phase 2 actually was based on lease and assign, because there were some challenges around some of these subsidiaries. PetroSA financial situation was a challenge. And of course, you couldn't just amalgamate and merge. And SFF, being Section 21 company, was important to make sure that we've got on this road, but we recognize that it's a long journey, and that journey is going to go into waves. And hence we agree on the lease and assign as the first phase of the measure. 23, we actually recognize that SNPC just started. We don't have the capacity, and we signed transitional service agreements with our mother company, CEF, to make sure that we can be supported on issues like HR, the IT, finance and legal, just to make sure that we do not drop the ball as we go forward in terms of governance, in terms of making sure that we comply, and hence we sign those agreements. And then we finalized the master lease and assign agreement, which was signed between SNPC and the three entities, PetroSA, SFF, and IGAS, just to frame the model that we're going to be working with before we go and contract each and every asset. SNPC board was advertised. The legacy board were also proposed. So what happened there, Chair, is SNPC has got the board. The legacy board actually is responsible, as Group Chair said earlier on, to manage the three entities while we're going through the transition. And then the cabinet also supported the refinery reinstatement. And of course, Chair, during this period, there were two issues that we're dealing with. As colleagues said, in the backwardated market, most of our subsidiaries don't make money, especially SFF, because people are not storing. And the trading environment was pretty difficult. And we realized that we're going to have to step up the pace to make sure that this measure happens pretty quickly. Come 2024, Chair, the transition CEO was appointed. And of course, that was followed by the executive team to work with the transition CEO to operationalize SNPC. SNPC board was appointed and approved by cabinet. The legacy board appointed as well. And we also then started getting our hands around, governance and compliance issues. Section 54 was approved, and SNPC operationalization was now in full swing as we were going through that process. And then Section 197, as Chair mentioned earlier on, we're transferring the employees from the legacy entities to SNPC on the basis of Section 197. So the employees are moving across with, their conditions of employment to the new employer. And that process is still ongoing. The assets and contract negotiation, we're busy with that. We have been engaging between SNPC and the three entities to transfer those assets on the lease and assign for the first phase across to SNPC to operationalize SNPC. We got Section 51 approval in the last few months, which actually means that we can open the bank, we can register with SARS, we can craft the strategy going forward, we can actually start operating this entity. And more recently, the cabinet approved the bill, SNPC bill, to go to Parliament. Next slide, please. Chair, going forward, we believe that the pace and the intensity will be much more controlled. We're going to be focusing on stabilizing and turning PetroSA around. Chair, there's been a lot of conversation around PetroSA difficulties, but we believe that if PetroSA is not turned around, if the legacy or the stranded assets are not dealt with, the measure is not complete. So there will be a big focus around PetroSA turnaround to make sure that we can then move to the second phase to transfer all the employees across to SNPC. Chair, 2024-25, we are actually in the process of concluding Section 197 consultation, both with the union and non-unionized staff members. We are closer to finalizing assets and contracts, and more importantly, with those contracts here, we've got third parties, we've got regulators that we need to make sure that they give us all the green light to actually move those assets across to SNPC. We're going to be going on the International Investor Roadshow. Chair, we believe that we're building, a giant. We're building an energy giant for this region. And one of the issues that we're going to be focusing on is who are the partners who are willing to go to bed with us and make sure that we get this running. Progress on PetroSA GTL reinstatement, Mr. Fosi just spoke about that. That's going to be important. And more importantly, Chair, we're talking about, trading optimization and margin improvement. If you look at the type of money that the traders are making in the market, you're talking huge funds, a huge amount of money. And they're actually leveraging on PetroSA demand as well, because PetroSA have got a market, and our belief is that we're going to be a big player in the trading space. I mean, if you look at the last year, this country imported around 18 billion liters, and we believe as a state we need to play a big role in that to improve the sustainability of our entities. We're going to be focusing on transferring people and change management, Chair. We believe we're going to create a new culture. We're going to write a new narrative with this entity, and the culture is going to be important as we move forward. And of course, integrated and revised corporate plan will be done. And we spoke a bit about investment and the road shows. Chair, 25-26. Execution of SNPC optimization post 197 cooling off period. We are actually going to be drifting into growth. We're going to be optimizing. We're going to be looking at shared services, as Group CEO said. And actually, we believe that there is a big price around that. Reinstatement is going to be important to move forward. Asset transfer into SNPC. We obviously are going to be paying lease amounts back to the legacy entities, until such time that we can either buy or transfer those assets back to the legacy entities. The intention is to wind down those legacy entities, and we're going to be optimizing. PetroSA sales and marketing will be transferred at a later stage. There are some financial challenges around that. And Chair, we want to do this ASAP. We're going to be transferring the Office bankers to AE because AE holds the mining rights in those bankers in Office, and AE can actually expand their operations in terms of mining. And the bill, hopefully, with the support of the committee as well and Parliament, will be progressing. Chair, in terms of 2026 and beyond, we believe when we get there, Chair, we'll be having some tailwinds. We'll be moving pretty fast, and then we'll be winding down the legacy entities. We'll be progressing the GTL reinstatement, Chair, and around that as well, with the recent SAPREF acquisition, we'll be doing a lot of work on that. And then, of course, as the group CEF is dealing with a lot of projects, and some of those projects are oil and gas, and all, of course, energy fuels, and we believe that we'll be actually be moving that to SNPC, Chair. And that's a story going forward, Chair. Pretty exciting, and I think, as I said, we believe we're creating something extraordinary out of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. In summary, the desired end state is 1, scaling up for growth, 2, PetroSA turnaround, 3, SNPC implementation, GTL reinstatement, strategic partnership, and execution and operational excellence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. As you can see, 7 companies have actually done a presentation or a number of presentations. We did try a dry run, as we always do, and we find that we do struggle with the time to keep it to the limit, because, as I said, it is 7 companies, after all, that are presenting this evening. I'm handing back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, CEF Group. Honorable members, that was their summary. That was their summary, and let's do our summary of questions as well to them. You know, Ms. Noah, I will appreciate the progress made by the CEF Group, because I was there when it was hopeless, when it was swimming in serious hopelessness. One CEO coming after the other, different strategies. One wants to sell certain assets as a solution, one wants to reinstate. It has been a very big journey for the CEF Group, especially PetroSA. So I will appreciate that because I was there. Others probably were not there, they don't know the journey you have traversed. But with that said, and obviously with the unqualified audits, and I see I-Guess is the only one that does not have any material finding. My one concern is that the rest, one way or the other, the findings were there in 2022, 2023, and they are repeating now in 2023, 2024. Well, others are not easy to just get rid of, but there are others that are easy to get rid of. But others are man-made, you know. I was looking at AE setting a target or to divest from ARM, not the big one. And they did not achieve that. And the reason is ARM pulled out. I mean, you set a target, later on your partner pulls out. To me, it was an unnecessary target, because you don't make plans with a woman before you win them. You tell yourself in your head that I'm going to marry that one, and you start planning, building a house, doing all these things before you win the heart of that woman. And you even set targets that we're going to go to, you know, lobola, what, but you have not won the heart of that woman. I think that target was unnecessary. Maybe you can explain to me better, but I am, and it's an example of others. But that one came, it's just there, you can't miss it, you know. I just thought, let me put it out there that some of the material findings could have been avoided. And that's my view. I want AE to tell me, what are the legal issues that you are facing? Or some of them, you can mention one of them, or two. But you must know I know of one. And I want that specific one. The legal issues that you are battling with citizens out there, how are you handling them? So that we understand where you are going. With PASA, My issue really is the same findings that the AG has highlighted in 2022, 2023 have been repeated now. How are you getting out of this? How are you correcting this thing moving forward? PetroSA I won't talk much about PetroSA because, like I said, I appreciate where you are coming from. But you made a profit, and that brought you back to life. You made some profits from the illnesses of Eskom through diesel sales and through load shedding. And it was not a good thing, but you made money. People's sufferings were your gains. Now load shedding is gone. And that means less diesel burning for you and for Eskom. Are you fluid to pay salaries for a sustainable period? And I'm asking this because the GTL is not functioning. If your reports were to go by and it's not functioning, it's under care and maintenance. And that means workers are also an issue. What is the plan with workers? Labor. I would imagine at the time it was functioning and now that it's not functioning, there will be a difference in numbers of employees. Are they going to be affected and how? I'm not sure whether I missed something on the presentation by AE, that there were some, is it AE or CEF itself, that there were some companies that were still operating, but you're just paying operational costs. Why is that? What do we want to achieve with these companies that are not operational? Do we want to save employees? If that's the case, I don't have a problem with, but if we're just paying for them to be alive, for what purpose? I don't get it. I didn't get it from your presentation. The transfer of office bankers to AE, I don't know what you want to achieve with that, because unless it's true that they will mine it, because the bankers, last time I checked, were no longer operational in terms of oil storage. Are we talking about the land and the coal reserves it has? Because we can't call it bankers. And if we're saying we're transferring bankers to AE, it sounds like we're transferring liabilities to AE, because for the longest, those bankers are not operational. Actually, they are useless, because I have never had any plan to resuscitate them to store, whether it's crude oil or processed oil in the future. With that said, I want to commend the group. I don't know that Moachi, whether you are too optimistic about Sandpack or really the work that you are putting there, you are sure. The timelines are, but it's not too good to be true, because as we stand, you have achieved where you had projected to be in 2024. I would say good luck. We will play our part as the committee. Soon the bill will be sent to us, and we will look at a legal opinion, I must tell you, because the UPRD enabled this company. It's an enabler to this company. And we have done what we call public hearings on the enabler. So we are going to look at whether we must repeat, for what reason. So there's that issue we must look at when that bill comes. Honorable members, there are the 7 presentations. Any take? Honorable Zondi, Honorable Ntlangwini, even if you don't raise, I don't want you to be disciplined. Honorable Molefe, Honorable Tsoteti, and Honorable Hassan. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to be brief. I do realize that I'm standing between honorable members and their dinner. My first question, Chairperson, is with regards to a tender RFP 0001 2023 that was awarded in January 2023 to Gazprom by PetroSA. After 19 other dealers were disqualified for technical reasons, including Equator Holdings. With regards to this particular tender, why was Gazprom chosen? Is PetroSA at liberty maybe to give us the scores that Gazprom scored with regards to that particular tender, or maybe an explanation as to why they were best suited? I ask this because there was another subsequent tender, which is tender 0004 2023, which was awarded to the now defunct Equator Holdings. But that tender, it looked like the scope of that particular tender included some aspects of the tender that was initially awarded to Gazprom. It became clear that Gazprom could not, Equator Holdings could not fulfill their mandate, and there was a suggestion that PetroSA advised them then to petition Phezulu Natural Energy for their services with regards to that particular tender. In fact, there are 2 cases that I think are still a subject of litigation in court by Phezulu Natural Energy in this regard. So, has the deal with Equator Holdings been terminated? What's the status of that particular process? And if it has been terminated, then what is the status of the 2 cases by Phezulu Energy Fund? Because I imagine that those cases then might fall off if that deal is terminated. But I could be wrong. Maybe you would give me guidance with regards to that. And then, has the internal investigation on the Equator deal been concluded? And since the board claimed to not have approved it, has the responsible party been identified? So maybe just some feedback with regards to that as well. And then with regards to tender RFP 0004/2023 awarded to Equator Holding, it was supposed to be only for funding, for sourcing of funding, not building infrastructure. Is that correct? Is my assessment correct with regards to that? Then, Chairperson, my other questions is with regards to the suspended CEO. I know you've explained that it's due to operational issues. If you're at liberty, can you please expand maybe on what these operational issues were? Does it include the withdrawal of Total as one of the possible reasons? And then my next question is to AE with regards to the 1.8 irregular expenditure. I do understand that it's a carry-through effect from contracts from previous years. So the explanation is there were steps that were missed in the procurement process. So what were those steps that were missed? Maybe if you could expand, and how has this been remedied to ensure that it doesn't happen in the future? Should there be an emergency, with regards to coal sourcing for Eskom? And then my last question is with regards to the shale gas project. Can we expect a report, or at least a draft report, on the feasibility studies? Is there maybe a timeline with regards to this particular project? I imagine that NGOs, environmental NGOs, are not very happy. Is there maybe a comment with regards to that, if they've been stakeholder engagements, and what has been the output from those particular engagements? Now, this is essentially fracking that we are looking at, and that does require a lot of water. And the Karoo doesn't have a lot of water. Where is the water going to come from for this particular activity? Is it going to be exported from external areas? I do know that it doesn't need to be clean water. Currently in SA, we don't have a grey water policy, but would you look at maybe using grey water as a source, for that fracking that needs to be done? Is that a possible solution that you would also look at? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Ntlangwini.
Chair, I was still preparing my questions for an ambusher, but it's fine. I think, let me start with CEF Chair, because somewhere in the presentation, I think I didn't note it down because my gadgets battery went out. But in the presentation, they mentioned that there's advisory service impairments of PetroSA. I'd like to find out what was those those advisory impairments and how much was the cost thereof. And then we have asked the department as well, and maybe perhaps to you, because I see it in your presentation, and it was at your first page of the solar water heater program. a list of all of the municipalities where the solar water heaters was installed. If we can get a list of that. And then, Chair, I'm getting a sense that we are sitting with PetroSA more or less in the same case as SAA. I don't think there's enough appetite to save it, such an important entity. But we've seen the beautiful plans. It looks beautiful on paper. Hopefully it will change in the next financial year when they come and report on all of the findings of the AG. Then I want to find out from PetroSA, one of the findings are that they dropped in the BE status. I just like to find out what resulted to that, and then what is your corrective actions in terms of that. Then I want to find out of PetroSA yet again, the Gamva Group BE status. What are the BE status? And also all other international suppliers BE status, if we can have that as well. PetroSA as well, Chair. What are your plans of recovering some of these funds that are due to corruption in the entity itself? How are you recovering some of these funds from these individuals that were found maybe perhaps guilty in some way or form by the law state entities in terms of corruption? And also from your creditors, what are you doing in terms of getting the money from them back as PetroSA? And then again, lastly, I know my colleague have asked of it. I think we need to know as the committee as to why was the CEO taken off, suspended, or put on leave of whatever term we want to put it. And while it is on leave, will he be receiving a salary? And what is the steps to fast track whatever your findings is in terms of that? Because I were to believe that you are putting and keeping all of your funds together, and you don't need to prolong cases of employees that will cost you extra cost. And then I think the last one as well, on some of the refineries, in the environmental costs of some of them that are not in use, if there is, that are not in use, and they are just white elephants, who are going to bear the cost for all of those environmental impacts or disasters that could happen? I know that in the CEF presentation, they did indicate that they had zero disaster and environmental findings or incidents, but one needs to prepare for these things and be alert and not act when it happens, because many communities in Saldanha Bay will be sitting without an income, or if there's a disaster of oil spillage or something like that in that area. So so one needs to prepare for that. And then I want to comment and thank you, the Deputy Minister, for adhering to my plea.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 questions for each of the entities. But now, because it's late, I'll just limit them to 3 per entity. I do not understand, Mr. Fusi, how a state entity can be a level 9 BEE company. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think we must. I trust you, Chair, when you say that the report in the years when we were not here was scary. On that note, let's then congratulate the team for having improved the reports. But just one thing that I think that must be responded to, which is now in the public, is the stability in the leadership of PetroSA. You know, when you put the CEO on suspension, on its own, it sends a very strong message and very serious concerns about the stability at the level of the leadership. More so that this CEO has been in office only for, 8 months. So maybe if we can get a response to that. Now in slide 26, you speak about recovering money, I think to the tune of 7 million. And then that is going to be consequence management. What does that mean? Does it mean that this consequence management is handled internally in terms of the organization, or does it involve the criminal charges, corruption charges and so forth? I did not get that coming through. I think I think there is a lesson which, Deputy Minister, there is a lesson which African exploration mining has to give the entire mining houses, all the mining houses. In that, in its highlight, you look at bullet 13, they say that they have a cordial relations with the communities. But then in its low light, in bullet 6, they decry lack of social labor plan approval as well as implementation. Now I thought that they have something to educate the mining houses to say, how do you achieve that? How do you have a problem with the approval of your social labor plans and have a problem with their implementation? Of course, approval of the social labor plans would affect the implementation. But at the same time, you have cordial relations with the community. How do you achieve that? I think it's important for you to put us up to speed in as far as that is concerned. PetroSA, on the other hand, says that, I think this is slide 53. It says that it has achieved, it has managed to achieve 118% on its preferential procurement against a target of 70 to 80%. But at the same time, it has been able to decline from level 7 to level 9 in terms of preferential procurement. Also, how do we do that? Perhaps it's something that I don't understand. So, Chair, I think other issues have been spoken about, but because we are here representing the masses of our people who would have put us here, I'm going to ask this one. Now, there has been reports of people who have been able to convert plastic into fuel, and they are properly profiled. I think I've seen one on SABC as well and so forth. Of course, there isn't much scientific output in as far as that is concerned. But what is the attitude? What is your attitude towards such? Do you take interest in maybe saying that these people might have an interest in this field and therefore must draw them and probably put them into bursary schemes that will enable them to be skilled properly in this thing? I'm just worried. I'm just imagining what is your attitude towards such people, because where they are sitting, they are convinced that they have they've discovered serious innovation, and then I can imagine that if you just blue tick them, and we are not saying anything about their plight as their representative, we are the ones at the wrong. So, just out of curiosity, you might want to tell us how do you then respond to such people. So I think let me pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to only ask 2 questions. I know we're all quite dead. The first is, has the investment into SAPREF and the plans to revive PetroSA as the refinery, have you guys taken into account the Clean Fuel 2 standard that refineries should be moving towards by 2027? And I know that, governments need to incentivize refineries if we are to move in towards the Clean Fuels 2 standard. But I'm also interested relative to National Treasury and whether there'll be funding for it. We had a stakeholder engagement a few weeks ago, and I think one of those stakeholders indicated that there was in fact no appetite or hesitancy, I'll say that, hesitancy from National Treasury. So I'm interested if there is any comment or any update, because we have stakeholders on the ground telling us a slightly different story. And then my second question, Chair, is that there's been quite a few large-scale changes. This is the first time I'm interacting with CEF as a new committee member. And I could see, I guess PetroSA, SSF have all merged into one. So given all of these sorts of changes, what are the legal implications, I think, for this as a CEF Group, as a mother body? And also because the mandate of this particular company, we'll say, was last updated in 1977. Perhaps that's also something we need to be considering and looking into. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Those are the questions and comments. You can respond, Ms. Noah.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you, members, for those questions. What I suggest we do is we probably just take them by group. So we'll just cluster them. So see, I don't know if you want to start with your bit, and then we can take it around the room. Thank you. I'll close in the end.
Thank you, Chair. I think there is mainly one specific to CEF Group. Others we are. My apologies, Chair. I'm saying from the questions, I pick up the last one is the one really that is direct to CEF The rest are for the subsidiaries. But I'll touch on some that I can and leave the rest to the team. One, yes, Honorable Hassan, that the implication is there in terms of the way in which the future outlook of CEF looks, you know, from what it used to be, because you're looking at the bill as it progresses that these entities are going to report, or the SNCP will report directly to the department itself. That's one. Now, what then remains of the CEF Group, and is indeed one, whether you want to review the act as it were, but also to put context why it was there. It was there during also sanctions. It assisted the country with issues of security of supply and the quicker responses to energy need as opposed to your conventionals, so to speak. Hence our model when it comes to investment. I think we respond, or we have a capacity to respond better and quicker to investments than any other state-owned, in my view, because in a way we are enabled by the CEF Act, as it were. From a partnership point of view, I would say, as we interpret it. So what we have then said as the group in our strategy was that we need to continue or amplify our role as a strategic investor in key energy areas or portfolios, so that that gives us the lever to be able to influence the response of the energy needs as they come, especially in areas of crisis. That's mainly our response on that, and we believe there's a space for that. In fact, when you look at our portfolio at the CEF level, it's already responding to that. You look at, say, I guess, it's really an SPV. That's why the minister always makes it say, this thing of yours, let it go quickly to the SNPC because you've got more board members than you have employees, because its very nature, it's a SPV, as an example, is talking to that element or output of being a strategic investor. It's the same with other investments that we've made, either Aqua and the likes. Okay. So that's basically our new positioning to strengthen that position more. Two, in terms of the clean fuels, we are indeed designing for that technology, because it would be pointless for us to be putting, you know, it would be substantial investment. Now, in terms of Treasury, I couldn't say that they're not supportive. In fact, we've requested a meeting, because what we've noticed, the investors are looking for what you call sovereign guarantees in the main. Whilst it would appear at this stage that we may not be able to do without it, but we also believe that we could find a reasonable investor who could view this as we do. In our view, you already have got a captive market in terms of our regulation that if we produce locally, so every drop must be sold before you can import. So that on its own, in our view, it gives you revenue guarantees. So we are trying to talk to investors, but they are fixed on this sovereign guarantee demand or requirement. So we are trying to convince, but also talking to Treasury. That's why our late start in engaging Treasury, because we thought we've got a direct and easy business case here. But I think it's because of preoccupation, or perhaps the South African market has made it easy of providing perhaps these guarantees with a renewables program. So I think, in my view, the investors could be spoiled in that sense when it comes to our market. but we believe we still have a case of pushing for that. Then the issue of development, honorable members, today, we are open to it. We do look into proposals if they make sense. We do have the bursary schemes of the students with potential. So as they approach us, we evaluate, and we want to believe we've been fair so far in affording at least the platform for a number of people, and to listen and to evaluate, and where we can, we have assisted. In terms of Honorable Molefe's question, and I must say, it's a baffling question indeed, that I've continued to ask, to say it doesn't make sense. The issue of BEE level as a state, but believe it or not, it's what our sister companies sometimes disqualify us on the tenders based on. We have discussions with DTIC requesting some form of exemption. We have failed. We have it in writing, in fact, on this aspect. So we are just saying, I think it's a question of us continuing to want to engage our sister organization to see how best. Their reason, I must say, there was a bit of consideration in it to say, if we want to drive transformation as a country, and you as the state are not complying, what are we saying? I think from that point of view, but where they, in my view, they failed to see our point of view was that we were talking especially at the products that they are not being manufactured locally. So you end up, there was a question about the IOC status. You know, in my view, I don't know if they do comply really, but I don't see it from my own assessment in that. But nonetheless, I stand to be wrong on that point. But it cannot be that the South African state then finds itself being penalized. Basically, you have a situation whereby a government is liquidating itself. There are instances whereby the ESCOM ordeal is being demonstrated, but that opportunity showed that if the state was to trade with itself, we will not be in a situation whereby we are constrained of cash as the state owns. And why do we continue with this fragmented approach and essentially elbowing state entities from state business? I don't understand. I really don't understand it. So that's one aspect. And I must say on this one, ESCOM is one of our best, our darlings, because our entities have been really surviving due to our relations with ESCOM, much as it's also like we are responding to tenders. But when we get them, at least the do assist us with sustainability. AE is the same. Had it not been by the tonnage being increased of supply to AE, I mean to ESCOM, for an example, we'll also be talking a different story. And yes, it was formed to support ESCOM indeed. So it's more of a government coordination continuing and the state supporting itself first and foremost and moving forward. Because I don't understand with this issue really of state liquidating itself. It does not make sense to me. Then there's an issue on the the solar installation. Will come back with the detailed list of the honorable of the municipalities that we've installed and the provinces. We will do that and provide to the members. I just want to take as much as I can on those, and on the level 9, Honorable is that indeed the expenditure we've made on BEs has helped us to progress. In fact, the CFO PetroSA showed me during break that we have received an improved rating from 9 to 4. Yeah, so there's progress in that regard, though we should not be in that space of being evaluated like any other person, Honorable Mlefe. Then on the other question or response I can take was, which one? How are we surviving, or how is PetroSA basically making it at this stage? The business case by PetroSA shows that if they were to sell 3.5 billion liters or so, we'll be able to break even and make marginal input. So what is of challenge there is for us to push more on the issues of sales and creating, getting new customers than the captive one we have, in fact, sole customer we have in ESCOM, and that would then help us to move forward. Coming back to the issue of those companies that we are keeping the cost. Basically, in this case, there was a specific reference to Clean Carbon Energy Company, where we've spent 3.6, I think we've seen 3.6 million loss. It's mainly a company that we are winding down, so there was equipment there, and hence the transportation of it. It's a plant, actually, a biomass plant. Now, when that business case failed years ago, it was kept going until the board took a decision that sell off that equipment as scrap and all that, and we felt as management that it will be waste. So we found the Tshwane University of Technology to use it for further research and development. So we transported it from PE then to TUT. So I think it's one contribution that we think we have made a proper decision that will assist with R&D moving forward. I think I've tried to cover those that I can for now and give to colleagues therefore, more specifically to PetroSA first, and then the rest of the team, including PASA.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Polo. I think you've answered most of the questions also that relates to PetroSA. I think the first one we had was that the business model reliance on ESCOM, the trading business model, and I think that issue is being discussed. We looking at, as I indicated, new sources of revenue, diversification of revenue from ESCOM. It is true that ESCOM is dealt with load shedding significantly, so it cannot be a PetroSA business model. So there's an acknowledgement to try and refocus that trading on other activities, other customers. Chair, I think it's important also to note, I mean, we own the infrastructure to enter through Mossel Bay for all the oil companies, and I think revisiting those relationships in that area and working properly with the industry, we can move a lot of product through some of our facilities. So the trading teams will be seized with those opportunities, sales and marketing, and portions of it that goes to SMPC. We'll have to reconfigure, because we can only sell right if you buy right. I mean, that's the basic principle, and ESCOM should fall out of that equation. But we'll continue to support ESCOM in that business model. The financial sustainability, I think Dr. Polo has touched to it. It's a very critical issue of PetroSA, and that's what underpinned the entire presentation. There is a war room that deals with this almost on a weekly basis, and the board is also seized with the turnaround strategy of PetroSA. In the short term, how do you address these key challenges? And in the medium term, how do you bring back the GTL refinery? Impact on workers, as Mr. Moahi has indicated, we were given cabinet permission to proceed with the SMPC, and what underpins the SMPC is a Section 197 process where we'll be transferring people into the SMPC. However, in his presentation, there's also a recognition that assets that are not performing or are in care and maintenance needs to be turned around and then only then brought into this. But under no circumstance are we considering Section 189 to lay off the workers as it relates to PetroSA. And then the third one is that the bunkers that have been transferred from SFF to AE. Chair, those bunkers are no longer being utilized. They were there to store crude on the coal mines. That infrastructure has been ripped off. The so-called Transnet Lily gas line, that was the line that used to bring the crude into the Transnet has reconfigured. That is now dedicated to take methane-rich gas from Secunda down to Richards Bay and Durban. So it's not coming back, that infrastructure. However, SFF continue to maintain them, and AE has the mining right on is it 4 of the 5 bunkers to mine coal. In terms of whether it's a transfer of liability, there are a lot of condition precedents for transferring that, and the teams, both SFF and AE, assist with that. And obviously, if they drill for oil, for coal, and they find oil, that's our oil, so are the liabilities. So those conversations, lawyers are having them. And between the CEO and I, we've met and set the tone for those meetings, and I think there's a lot of agreement which has been put to paper to make sure that it's not a blatant transfer of liabilities. And then, Chair, there was a talk of 0001. I think in my presentation I was very clear that the reinstatement of the refinery is the liquid section of the refinery. So the battery limits of that are well defined. And there was a process that was undertaken by PetroSA that led to Gazprom being the preferred bidder on that exercise. And with the challenges of current crisis in the world, I think that endorsement went all the way up to cabinet level for the appointment of Gazprom. So there was a process, and Gazprom was appointed, and it is the battery limits for that are the liquid section of that refiner. However, Chair, you also talk about the equator, which is 0004. As you are aware, it was liquidated. There is a case now that we are responding to, so some of the issues will be dealt with. And in that case, they also say they'll probably, if this is concluded, they'll move on to RFP 001. So we'll reserve our comment because there's a legal processes, and our lawyers assist with those conversations. And then the commitment for PetroSA, Chair, from where we're sitting, we honestly believe it's not a lip service. That's why issues of 189 are never on the table. So there's a commitment to turn PetroSA around. Difficult as it may be, especially the reinstatement and bringing back the refinery, that commitment runs through from the cabinet. Part of Mr. Moahi's presentation indicated cabinet also endorsed the reinstatement of the refinery. From the minister's budget speech and all pronouncement, that commitment to bring back the refinery is there. From the shareholder self, that commitment runs through that entire presentation. So actually, we also believe it, and we think it should be executed accordingly. I think Dr. Polo dealt with the BEE status. Obviously, I think there is a contradiction. I'll ask the CFO to deal with what we mean on the highlights on 113, whereas on Mr. Malefe's question, due to non-spending on training and and all these things. That's why our level has dropped. But I think at the face value, there's a contradiction on that first slide. And the CFO can also deal with the BE status of the suppliers, in particular Ganbo, that has been mentioned by name. What is their level? And then, Chair, I think then most of the issues are dealt with, and maybe the Chair, before we bring in the CFO, or maybe let me bring the CFO first, Chair, and then the Chair will deal with the suspension of the CFO. Thank you, Chair. Those will be the PetroSA and SFF from my side.
Thank you, CE, and good afternoon, good evening, members and the chairs. With regards to the response around the the preferential procurement score of 118%, while PetroSA is sitting at level 9. The elements that are being considered when you have to do the evaluation of the BE levels consist of about 4 areas, which is the ownership. Ownership talks about the management control, what is the constitution of our board. When you're looking at the females against the males in the board, it does contribute to the score when you look at that management control, which is about 20 points that we normally get at that. And then the other element is skills development and training, as the C have indicated. As part of our cost containment, we're not spending a lot in terms of the training. We're only focusing on those that compliance related. As a result, we are losing points in that area. Then the enterprise and supplier development, which is inclusive of the preferential procurement. There is 50 points that is sitting there, but we're not getting the full points irrespective of that 113 that we have received in terms of our target. So the level 9 is because of all other elements that we are not achieving when we are being evaluated for the BEE levels. And then the last one is socioeconomic development, which is about 5%. So all the costs that are relating to these areas are being evaluated and then give us the score. So one element of the preferential procurement could not lend us to a better rating that we have received, which is the 9. But as the CE, both CEs have indicated, from the work that has been done to make sure there is improvement on our BE levels, because it does have an impact on us tendering and increasing our customer base, especially when we deal with the SOEs. We're now sitting at level 4. That shows the work that has been done to try and improve on the areas that we could not get full points on. And then the other question that was asked in relation to the international companies, specifically Ganvo, what is the score for Ganvo? The international companies, including Ganvo, they don't get, they're not rated because they're international. It's like the VAT when you sell to the international, which is zero rated. So that also applies to the international companies where there is no score or there's no rating that has been provided to them. Even when we have to offer them any tender, when we do the evaluation, they don't get any points with regards to the BEE because of them being exempted from that valuation because it's not applicable to the international companies. Thank you, CE.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Evening to Minister and Deputy Minister in absentia. Evening to DG and DDGs, Chair and my colleagues next to me. I'm going to respond to the question that was raised with regards to the CEO, PetroSA CEO suspension. I note the concerns from the members with regards to PetroSA leadership stability, especially at the CEO level. It is indeed concerning. However, when there's an alleged act of misconduct that is raised to us as a board, we have to act. We have to investigate. So this is what's happening currently, that the board had to act and do a proper investigation and ensure that whatever that has been identified is properly investigated. And also we cannot divulge on what is happening because this is really a Labor Relations Act, which requires us to be confidential about it. It's even worse. The employee involved his lawyers, so we cannot divulge in such information. But I appeal the members that let's really respect the process, and with due course we will come and feedback on what had happened. Thank you. Also, I think there was a question that with regards to pay. Yes, this is a precautionary suspension, so meaning the employee is suspended with pay. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Makanya said I didn't answer one of the questions, so maybe let me deal with it for completeness. Can I? Oh, okay. Sorry, Chair. I was saying Mr. Makanya reminded me that maybe we did not comprehensively answer one of the questions, which was the financial sustainability of PetroSA and its ability to meet its obligations when they are due. PetroSA is in a precarious state. All the ratios are pointing in the wrong direction. As Dr. Pulu has indicated, we know what it will take to maintain it as a going concern, and those targeted volumes that were supposed to be delivered to market was actually to address those. But in the short term, yes, it is constrained. In the short term, yes, it's difficult to meet obligations as they are due. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the finance questions. Just to add on Dr. Polo's response around the dormant companies. So what we did is to review all dormant companies and assess and check those that we can use for our new projects. Because when we acquire new projects, we incubate them in the special purpose vehicle, so which is a company. So those that are not aligned in terms of the objective of our new projects, we deregister them. We have started a process of deregistering those that we are not going to use. And out of the total that we had, it's only CEF Carbon that we could reuse for Aqua project. So meaning that going forward, we won't be incurring the administrative costs on those. So I'm going to combine the question on recovery of funds in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and any criminal charges that were laid against the transgressors. Important to note, Chair, is that most of our fruitless and wasteful expenditure are in relation to delay penalties charged on delayed payments. So it does not necessarily mean that the transgressors have benefited from the funds, but their lack of action resulted in fruitless expenditure being incurred. So at a later stage, we're going to recover those, and the recovery of 6 million is in relation to those minor cases. So there are no criminal charges laid in that regard. And then there's the last question around the impairment. PetroSA impairment. We have impaired the loans that we had advanced to PetroSA. It's not a full amount, it's just 13 million that when we did an assessment at the end of the financial year, we realized that they won't be able to pay us that money, so we had to impair it. Thank you, Chair.
AE, you have some questions that you need to answer, legal issues, if I can just remind you. And then PASA also, you have a question on repeat findings. I think it was probably more a comment, and shale gas report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Let me start with the office one first. I think the differentiation between the laws is that A is a mining company. We only responsible for mining coal. Bankers, in terms of the oil guys, is just, in our view, just a whole. that we will like them to, if there is oil, to take oil. But I can rest assure you, Chair, if there's oil, SFF is going to pay all the rehabilitation for state-owned mining companies. They promised us that. So we'll leave it there. And on the legal case that we have, the matter is still in sub judice as well, but we're just trying to validate a contract that was approximately valued at 130. We're trying to set it aside. I think if there's any more clarification, the process is still ongoing. So it's actually being handled by CEF Legal, not AE. So if there's any more clarity, Vice Brenda will do that. And then there was a question on I don't think it was a question, it was actually a complimentary comment. But what I wanted to say is that we're very small, and I appreciate the comment, but the scale of us dealing with DMRE or the closeness of us being to DMRE, we can also pride ourselves that we're not a textbook exercise. In some cases, we just go to the community as the need be and do what the communities need, because by so doing, we think we're buying, I would say loyalty, but also you just proving to people that should the plan change, the coal price goes high, then you submit the SLP. When the coal price is low, chances are 9 out of 10 you can't afford all the things that you submitted. But it doesn't mean you can't do all of them, and I think that's the spirit that we have. The last one was about the 1.8, but before I give to SPA, I want to give, I think in Zondi, the indication of what happened. So there's load shedding in the country. As a state-owned entity, we're trying to help as far as possible. We've got a contract with Eskom to Kusile. And then Eskom asked AE, as a state-owned company, to start supplying Letabo, which is 160 kilometers from where we are. The reason they ask SOE to SOE is because there's obviously a bypass of tender system. But when you do that, and Eskom asks you to help them keep the load shedding tomorrow, I think that's what happened. We started supplying Letabo, we started supplying Vlakfontein. Rightfully, wrongfully, I don't think the steps or all the necessary steps were followed, but we're not contracted to send coal to Letabo. But when Eskom wanted, we raised our hand and he said, you know what, it's a sister company and we'll help. I think procedurally, I'll let SPA explain all the things that you might want to know. Thanks.
Thank you, CE. Maybe to be more specific, is to say what processes, steps were missed. In the world of public procurement, you should, as much as possible, follow open, fair, and transparent processes of procurement. And an entity like AE, we have to reduce this into a policy. And the policy is guided by some regulations that Treasury issue from time to time. So at the time that these transactions happened, the policies within the company were not updated with the latest regulations, even the standard operating procedures. Although, to be more specific, for this particular procurement, the two cases, we should have followed a particular instruction note on deviations of contracts, which requires that you must justify it and document it, and within 14 days that must be reported to Treasury and the AG. And unfortunately, in this case, none of that happened because of obviously the weak control environment at the time, the policy that was not updated, and then there's just no guidelines as how to go about doing it. So we believe that obviously there was value for money because fortunately the entities where we are sourcing coal were already approved by Eskom as a source for sourcing of coal. What we've done, I think the last part of the question was to say, to prevent such a similar thing from happening going forward. So we've revised the policy We've revised the procedure. We've trained everyone on what needs to be done. If you need to deviate or whatever, then there's a specific template. We make sure that everything gets reported also within time. And what we've seen ever since we've introduced these measures, in fact, the Auditor General didn't identify any new incidents of irregular expenditure. So we believe that structurally we have done enough to prevent it from happening again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I believe we had 2 questions for PASA. And the first one, Chair, we do share the same concern in relation to repeat findings, even though during the planning, the reporting period, there was a significant reduction compared to the year before, to a point where during the current financial year, we've already held the necessary IFRIS workshops with the finance team in order to go at the root of addressing the challenges. And I think we also have regular meeting with at the level of the board audit and risk to look at the extent to which findings are closed and ensuring an overall improved environment in relation to this. And internal audit has been roped in to ensure that the interim financials are audited so that these misstatements don't spill over when the full financials are being consolidated. So I think that's one, Chair, as a concrete plans to deal with this issue. And then the second question was relating to shale gas, and I'll bring in Dr. Saidini, the PASA COO, to add on to the response. Chair, the Minister issued a Section 15 notice, which was gazetted, which is a starting point to notify the public when seismic data has been acquired. And we've received responses from the public that we are already processing. And that's part of a consultation with the public. And it is correct that the public will need to be consulted, and it has already been consulted, and the consultations are going to last for almost the entirety of the process of acquiring this geophysical data. And what is also important to report is that we did appoint the Vets University Consortium to be our partner in acquiring this data. And an important part of that process is going to be consultations with interested and affected communities, guided by the relevant legislation, starting with Section 50. But what is also important to note is that on the water use side, the relevant regulations are being drafted under the leadership of DFFE, together with the hydraulic fracturing regulations that will be ready when the actual envisaged activity of exploiting the shale gas occurs. So there's a lot of work that is going to happen in the next year to 18 months in relation to the process of data acquisition, core to it being stakeholder engagement, because you have to have an environmental impact assessment report that comes out of that process. And core to that report is consultation. Perhaps I'll invite Chair, through you, Dr. Saidini, to talk about some of the milestones and the timelines in relation to the project. Thank you. Doc.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members,
leadership of the CEF Group and everyone in the room. I was hoping that I would be elevated to next to the chair's seat because I was a backbencher, I didn't have a mic, and yet he sent me down here, so it's a pity. I guess maybe on the question, my CEO has really covered, by and large, the question on shale gas. But maybe let me just reflect before I go into the research we have done, because the question is, could the feasibility or a feasibility report be shared in terms of, I guess, the work we've been doing? And that feasibility report equates to I guess, the research report in terms of the work that we've done. So I'll answer that. But maybe let me touch, because there was a pointed question in terms of the fact that one of the critical risks or concerns in respect to the hydraulic fracturing process, which in fact is the only technology that you can use to produce shale gas in combination with hydraulic fracturing. So the issue is, or the concern or the risk is indeed real. That process does use a vast amount of water. A hydraulic fracturing process, depending on fracking stages, uses some 10 million liters to about 30 million liters in terms of water, which is an awful amount of water. But if you were to compare that with other industrial uses or even leisure activities such as golf, for example, or for example, to water a golf course, or the amount of water that you use to fracture one shale gas well and operate that well maybe over a 10-year period, I've mentioned is about 10 million to 30 million. To water a golf course is in that same range over 1 month. So to water a golf course over a month, you need the same amount of water that you need to fracture a shale gas well. So note that. So there are other uses that we have become accustomed to and that we've accepted in terms of their use of water. Shale gas use of water pales in comparison. Another comparison, I think to run a coal power plant of about 1,000 megawatt for 12 hours requires similar levels of water than that used in hydraulic fracturing. We have indeed, there is currently a moratorium on the issuing of exploration rights for shale gas. And that moratorium will be lifted. I think my CEO has mentioned that there are regulations in terms of both hydraulic fracturing regulations as well as the water use regulations associated with hydraulic fracturing that are currently underway and are in the stages of finalization, led by both DFFE as well as DWS. So the moratorium is expected to be lifted only once those regulations have been put in place. They are in the stages of finalization. Both DFFE and DWS have indicated that they will be gazetting them for a last round of public consultation, followed by actually promulgating those regulations before the end of this financial year. So in terms of the research that we've done, we have one of the, this research I think was as a result of a cabinet recommendation. So this research is being done by the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources utilizing its agencies such as the Petroleum Agency, SA, the Council for Geoscience, to give effect to recommendations of cabinet that said, ascertain if this country indeed does have the resource. That we have done. We've done that through the drilling of a deep stratigraphic borehole in Beaufort West, led by the Council for Geoscience. That well has a clear indication that there is gas, it intersected gas there. We've done that through geochemical surveys. We've collected about 2,500 samples across the Karoo, covering Western Cape, Northern Cape, and the Eastern Cape, Beaufort West, all the way to Queenstown, Graafrenet. Those samples, which were analyzed at overseas labs, give a clear indication that indeed there are traces of both shale gas and there are also traces of potential oil resources in the Karoo. So that's just part of the research we are doing to inform that decision whether indeed to go ahead with shale gas development in the country. Part of the research is also we've, for example, installed some 15 seismic monitoring stations, because one of the risks associated with shale gas development is it could induce seismic events, so minor earth tremors. We've augmented the existing seismic monitoring network in the Karoo with 15 stations in a manner that the entire Karoo is now covered in terms of seismic monitoring stations. Those stations are recording the current seismic events, because seismic events, they are naturally occurring seismic events as well, so that with the advent of shale gas, you can delineate whether shale gas has indeed increased the level of seismicity in the Karoo water. So there's that, and we've completed the design of a regional groundwater monitoring network, which is to assess, and we are in the process of a hydrocensus, assessing the current state of water in the Karoo. And that network design is about 285 boreholes, of which 171 we have already visited. And in that hydrocensus, we are covering the quality of the water in terms of pH, conductivity. We're covering water depths, where are these groundwater sources, how far do the wells go. We are looking at yield in terms of how much water is being produced, the recharge, and all of that. So all of that are to inform that decision whether to allow shale gas development to go ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I think according to my list, we have exhausted all the questions, or we've responded to all of them. Mr. Makanya, I hope I check. Thank you. As I hand back to you, Chair, I think there's just 2 points that I wanted to make very briefly. The one is just to piggyback on what the DM said about the relationships between state-owned companies, where the collaboration is really not there. And, you know, the whole discussion around the BE level of PetroSA, you know, comes to the fore. And the fact that when there is a problem or a market failure, you know, CEF will be the first port of call. However, when it comes to, you know, sort of normal day-to-day business, we then have to tender, you know, with everybody else. And yet, in some cases, we actually know that some of these state-owned companies, it is in their policy that they should actually come to another state-owned company first before they actually go out on tender. So it is an area that I feel we probably need some help as well in order to get more collaboration, because there really is no need for this, I don't know what CE called it, state sabotage or some such word, or state liquidation, yes. So we shouldn't get into that position, because the state-owned companies, as it is known, they are here to actually support government. So we actually need to be working together in collaboration, you know, instead of against each other. And then the second one, which is the last point I wanted to just reflect on, really is just the optimism around the SANPC. I am very optimistic. I think if I look at where we come from and where we are now, in terms of implementation, we really have come a long way. I think there are certain, other details that we will save for a bit later when we actually see the final phases of getting the SANPC operational. But what I wanted to amplify with it is that this is also an area where we really believe that the future of PetroSA can really be changed around, or the fortunes of PetroSA can really be turned around. They hinge on the refinery reinstatement. I think that is key, that we have to accelerate. We can't keep rolling it, and the team is also looking at other alternatives or backup plans, or plan B or C, to say if this reinstatement takes long, what else can we do? So we are looking at that because we realize that it's very crucial that we get it running. The other one is really to leverage off the synergies of the group. As I said in my opening remarks, we need to leverage off our strengths. There are other subsidiaries that are able to support PetroSA better in terms of trading, where they can get better margins than they are getting currently, and we need to push forward with that. And we also need to get PetroSA, of course, to tighten the belt. I think that really goes without saying. Increase the customer base to make sure that you can put your volumes out there into the market and get more revenues. But most of all, I think it is really crucial that we get the SANPC up and running. It will be able to support PetroSA better. With that, Chair, I'm going to hand back to you if there are any other questions or reflections. Thank you.
I doubt there will be other questions. If there are, we will park them. It's getting late. I just want to say one thing, Chair and the DG, so that in future you don't say we agreed to it. We're just letting it go. The chair of PetroSA says it's a labor relations matter. We don't think we must divulge the information. If we want it, we'll get it. There's no such thing that you can't divulge this information, not here in Parliament. Not here. So I'm just saying, don't get used to it, because the day we want it, and we want it so bad, we will get it. But let's let it go and accept that we are where we are. You will deal with the issue in the manner you see befitting. And thank you very much for staying and coming to present the to make presentation. It was a bit long, but it's because it's 7 companies. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the DG. He was here with us since I think 8:30, with Mr. Ngalo. It's not nice to stay until this long, and I want to thank the honorable members. Those that left, it was not out of disrespect. They had prior engagements, and we accepted their apologies to leave. But maybe before I close, just parting shots, DG. I know I gave the Deputy Minister to give the parting shot, but it was before. We can't call it parting shot because we still continued with the meeting. Maybe say something before we close, DG.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think I'm not going to say much, as you said, it's already late, just except to say, obviously, thank you to the committees for the guidance that you've given us right through the week in terms of the various presentations that we've brought in front of you. From the department point of view, I think the Deputy Minister indicated, I think in her remarks, obviously the Minister is excited about the improvements that he's seeing in the entities, and he will, going forward, be pushing to make sure that these improvements are sustained. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and this meeting stands adjourned. Have a very good night. Thank you very much.